gila, una gile gile gile, una gila gile, una gila, una gila gile, sagani, una gila gile gile, una gile, genale, kajadi.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK for Saturday's Showdown, and of course that means we get a very special pre-show. It's me, Valdez, and I do have Wolf with me, and this is going to be a fun one, Wolf. Of course, Kwangdong Freaks up against Breon. What are your thoughts initially going into this matchup?
I think it's going to be a series that very likely goes to 3 games, right? I do see this series being one that has a lot of back and forth where drafts are really important, especially because these two teams have very defined playstyles right now. And it's a matchup that is very important for playoffs, right? As both of these teams are competing for what could be an open 6th place spot. Kwangdong Freaks have some menacing growth. I think it's a good way to put it here versus Breon trying to recall the moments of victory from round 1. As this is about the race for playoffs for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for either side. Breon, of course, were able to take down Kwangdong in their first matchup in round 1, and essentially only taking down teams that are weaker than them for Breon. So you could say on one hand that, Breon, technically, in the standings, are better than Kwangdong Freaks at this point, but Kwangdong Freaks with that menacing growth, really looking pretty strong nowadays.
Yeah, I would say so, and the development we've seen from Bulldog in particular has been Saturday's Showdown. The growth we've seen from Bulldog has been pretty good, pretty menacing, so to speak, and the team seems to have figured out some of its shot calling problems. And one thing I will say about Kwangdong that I didn't expect to say before we started the season and has continued to be a trend is their vision game has been really good. That's something that over the last few years, even going back to the Afrika era, that we had to worry about a lot. Is can Afrika actually set up vision around objectives and take fights when they're ahead? This season, when they're ahead, so far so good.
Absolutely. Well, guys, let's take a look at the round 1 results from both of these teams, because we do have to break down how these two teams got to this exact, matchup score so far.
Yeah, so notice the second match for both of these teams is the Breon Kwangdong Freaks, where Kwangdong Freaks was defeated by Breon, but that was in week 2 where we had the Moham roster, right, where Jun was not doing very well. Health-wise, he was a little bit sick, so wasn't able to be fielded. And it was still a close series, right, where ultimately Breon did take the win 2-1. It's a long time ago. It was at the very beginning of this meta. And since then, we've seen both Kwangdong Freaks grow a lot and Breon have some ups and downs. Definitely trending higher at the beginning of the season, but tougher opponents, as you mentioned, towards the end, right? You see KTT1, etc., some of their latest opponents.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that both of these teams were able to take at least one game off of a tough opponent recently. So Breon took down one game from Life Esports, and then actually Kwangdong took a game from Genji, which I think is definitely Genji right now the stronger team compared to Life Esports. So you could say, these two teams, it is the LCK, it is spring, like anybody can take games off of anybody on any given day, and I think especially that one win from Kwangdong over Genji could be, a showing, a sign that this team is actually really, really strong right now. As we take a look at the top 3 bands champions by Bro.
You see the Elise and the Maokai. Now, part of this, of course, a product of the meta, because both of these jungle picks are the strongest right now. For Elise, you can win the early game. Level 3 gank's really strong. You beat basically every jungler in that matchup. Maokai's utility is so extremely high. But the Renekton one is the one that stands out more than anything else, because this is a specifically Morgan-targeted ban. Renekton in this meta, very strong, played very well with Azir, gives you a lot of power and stability around mid-game. You're always going to have those fights where Renekton is going to be tough to deal with, but it's Morgan in particular, right? They're not even drafting for those spikes necessarily, it just feels like comfort, but he's not allowed to play it.
Yeah, the Lord generally not able to play it. Let's take a look at some of the VCRs of these teams' recent play. As I was mentioning, victorious against Genji, KDF improving day by day. And it's not just in the results, and the fact that they were able to take the win. You can actually just see it. You mentioned June coming back. These guys slowly but surely, they've got enough scrims under their belt now to actually perform really, really well.
Yeah, Dudu has really looked very good for this team too. One of the standout performing players in this particular series. And Dudu, you put him on the Renekton, he's going to shine. You put him on the Fiora right now, he's very good at it. He's got a strong set of champions he could use right now in this meta to find big advantages. We also did see Bulldog find success here with this Annie pick in mid, which is trending a little bit here now in the LCK as a flex pick. So something to look out for in this draft for sure for Breon.
Yeah, it's going to be something I think that you wouldn't even mind banning because, as you mentioned, it's not just in the support role nowadays. You can play it in mid, you can play it probably elsewhere. Maybe we'll see a top one day.
Could be, yeah.
I don't know about the jungle. Maybe AD carry could probably make something work. But let's take a look at Bro's play recently as well, as they have been pretty good. But I'd say that not quite on the level of Kwangdong Freaks when it comes to it. And of course, the winning formula is always early game from Umpty.
Umpty's early flashes over the wall, stuff like this is what Brianna found success with not only in the first round robin of this season, but over the last 2 years. The guy just takes unique paths, gets early leads. And you and I were kind of jokingly talking about this before the broadcast, but if Umpty is not ganking, if he's not making an impact in these lanes, he just seems really invisible, right? If he's just farming, it's not a meta for that, it's not his playstyle, it's not his strength, and we just want to see more action from him.
Yeah, the bottom lane as well, especially Henna has really, they laughed at him, they laughed at bot, but they're regretting it now. Certainly Henna has turned it up, especially on some of these more carry-oriented AD carries, such as Lucian and Zeri. And so I think that's definitely another win condition for them, and it definitely does stem as well from Umpty's early game.
Yeah, you empower your AD carry early, and Henna is being very gold efficient. He's taking those leads very well into the mid game. We've seen players like you expect Def to do this extremely well. You expect Gumayusi to do this very well. You expect Viper to do this very well, right? But you look at Henna and you're like, surprisingly, he's also kind of killing it when he gets a lead from his jungler.
Took a little bit, but the man's here finally. Let's take a closer look at some of the players on both sides. We have Bulldog here for, kind of the unpolished gemstone is what they're kind of talking about because he is relatively new to the LCK, but he has shown some bright lights, some awesome play so far.
Notice his Victor is sitting at 2 and 4, but a lot of that is, early season Victor picks that weren't finding success. But even in those losses, he was very impactful, did a lot of damage. That's why he's #1 in damage share across the league for mid laners. His damage per gold top 3, and his Azir has been his best pick this season. And in a meta where that's super strong right now, you could pick it very easily on red side if you have that R4 priority. I like his chances of carrying this series, and he and Dudu are the two main reasons why I'm actually going Kwangdong Freaks favorite in this best of 3.
Yeah, not too surprising. Let's take a look at the other side here. We were just talking about Henna. This guy, as I mentioned, great on these high damage AD carries. If he's playing utility though, he seemingly has no success, Wolf.
Yeah, the Varus is the really interesting one because it's one of Henna's best picks, like across his career. In the eye test, you could see that he really enjoys playing this champion. He's very good at it, but he hasn't been able to turn those lane advantages into advantages around the map. So getting picked too often, on the Ashe even as well, you could see like he's playing too aggressively on these fragile AD carries where he's not actually doing the damage, he's trying to be a facilitator. That's not a good role for him so far this season.
Well, let's talk about predictions because we were talking about how, seemingly on this desk, it feels like Kwangdong Freaks should be favored. And in fact, they are 3-2, but Huni and I have gone for Brion here. Just a couple of Bro levers hanging out and believing that, Bro, even though in some of the recent matches it hasn't been quite as impressive as Kwangdong, Bro seem to step it up when it comes to playing some of the lower table teams.
For me, I'm looking at the solo laners here for Kwangdong Freaks. Obviously, I trust Henna more than I trust the bottom side of Kwangdong Freaks right now. Umpty, is he going to have a good day? Is he not? That's not something I want to put my money on. I don't want to put my bet on here. So I think Kwangdong Freaks should win this series, but I do think it's going to be a 2-1 here. I think it's going to be close, but flexibility that is in both Bulldog's playstyle and the drafting also I think gives a significant edge to Kwangdong.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too surprising if they do take it. But guys, let's take a look at what the coaches had to say about this as well, because sometimes they have a lot to say, and sometimes they say, we'll do well and be sure to win. And also, we will pull out the Odin punch.
CV Max here doing the safe comment. You'd love to see it from the coaches, but CV Mac's been very confident, very happy recently. So,
yeah.
I'm expecting that we'll see some cool drafting from him today too.
Things are going really well for them, and I think this is a very important springboard matchup for them. We'll see if they can do it, guys, but we are done on the pre-show. Let's go to the intro and over to the casters for game number 1.
Like a moth to a flame, we are summoned. Now
McCain! God, I love this player. Quangdong Freaks is so good.
Breon has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Breon plays is defined by Monkey and Heather.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the casting desk for LCK Spring 2023's first round 2 Saturday Showdown Chronicler. This is an interesting one because the first time these two teams met was all the way back in week 1 when Bro went undefeated. And now things have changed just a little bit, as we will be able to bring up the standings in just a moment. Does look a little bit like Quangdong Freaks have had a bit of a turnaround, and Bro have unfortunately not so much. Because that 2-7 that Quangdong Freaks had, that was after week 1, after they lost to Bro.
And it's interesting looking at the standings here, Bro of course getting an extra win, but in terms of game score, even though they have been unable to get as many series wins, we do see that Quangdong very much on the upswing.
Yeah.
The most impressive thing to me is that even in their losses, Quangdong have looked better and better and better. Whereas for Breon, outside of those weaker teams, all the teams below them, they have just not looked good. We also haven't really seen the glimpses of magic that we saw from this team last year around, where obviously they were able to make the playoffs in spring, but even in summer, there were a lot more trademark Breon moments, right? Where they banded together and stood up against some of the stronger teams, and it feels like that magic is slipping, and without that, I think Quangdong might have a chance here to retake that 7th place.
Yeah, let's have a look at points of the match though, as this is indeed Saturday Showdown, the 1 win necessary to compete for playoffs. And this is all about that 6th and final position to try and make it in there, because 6th place is actually going to be under pretty hot contention for the bottom side of the bracket.
It's not even the bottom side. If you look at D+, NKT, and the Sandbox, all those teams are also sitting on similar scores, right? So there is so much room for moves up and down, and round 2 is when the pressure starts rising, and not every team is going to be able to deal with that well. I say as a Sandbox fan, definitely not terrified, as head-to-head record, Morgan versus Dudu. Of course, these two players played together on Hanwha Live.
And regrettable Renekton play. I don't think you ever regret playing Renekton, especially when Morgan is part of the conversation. We'll see whether Dudu can figure it out. I actually quite enjoyed watching Dudu play in their more recent...
I like Prowless Renekton.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Absolutely a huge fan. As Tazreal versus Hexion. I like it. So yeah, I guess it's better than Harry.
Yeah, it's a bit too close. It's a bit too close to
Hecarim?
No, Akshan. So
true.
The names, but
here we are. We're back again. This is the fan prediction. The colors basically the same, making it very confusing, but more bro levers in the chat as we. There we go. So the bro lever is coming out in force. About 60% of you guys believe in the power of the bro. And look, we could understand it. I think that it just feels better to be a bro lever, doesn't it? I'm feeling a little bit empty inside.
Neither of us predicted Breon.
No,
we don't get.
That's what I'm saying. That's what and like now I'm like sitting here and I'm like wondering what's missing from my life, and I think it's bro leaf in the outcome of this series. We'll see whether we are going to be rewarded for our lack of bro leverism, or whether bros are just going to come and slap us down. We're going to first welcome Quangdong Freaks to the stage, though. Tae and Jun there towards the back side. And just see whether this team can make things happen.
A lot of haircut action. Bulldog definitely shorter
I'm
haircut.
getting ready, though. Because
already? No, because this is a minor haircut.
Yeah, this is a minor haircut situation. And I think that if I had have known about the haircut meta, and the changes that we were going to see, the new patch update, then maybe I would have been a bro lever as well.
Don't backpedal, Atlas.
No,
Come on.
I can't backpedal. I can't
You're
backpedal.
right with me. You're a bulldog lever, and that's okay as well.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. There we go. Look at that bulldog.
Damn, that is actually quite scary.
Every time I see cool bulldog stuff, I'm like so sad that his name isn't actually named after the dog at all. It's just unrelated. It's just a happy coincidence. But look at that.
Oh man, Umpty is ready to go to town. And this is a step away from the hair that we have seen from the majority of our players. Umpty is really demonstrating that he does not care.
Fresh.
He's not about staying to the norms. He just wants to look good, man. And he does, looking absolutely incredible. And to be perfectly honest, it looks more similar to my hair than it was before, and that makes me a huge fan.
Not shocked to hear that, Atlas. I'm glad you're saying that loud. I remember that one match that we casted where I had your hair, and you've never been so proud of me. So.
I have never. There wasn't even one moment. Even Lyric stepping up to the plate on that one.
We did it together, and it was wonderful as all.
It's apparently called the gaming hair. I don't know what that means, but it's good to know that I've been gaming this whole time without knowing.
You are a bit of a gamer.
I have gamed. I have been known to game in my time. As Youngjae versus Umpty, we need to get an update on the photo. The hair is completely wrong, but that is fine. Stats also looking pretty good here for Umpty as far as team stats are concerned. Kill participation, things like that, demonstrating that this team still plays around this guy. The problem for me has been, it looks like his confidence isn't quite up there, and when you're the guy that is pushing your team to do everything, you kind of have to be the one that's playing with confidence, otherwise you get some bro games where not a whole lot happens.
And Youngjae, after what have been some pretty uneventful years, of course, playing behind Gen G, has been never really hyped up, but this split, he has looked much better. Hasn't been quite reaching the highs of someone, say, Willer, who also had low expectations coming in, but has been able to consistently surprise us.
Yeah.
But I do think that this Youngjae Bulldog combo against Karis and Umpty is what I'm going to be paying most attention to, because even though it is a bot lane meta, we all know this, we have started to see some shifts. Think back to yesterday as well,
yesterday.
where we had an incredible amount of top lane camping happening. Wouldn't be surprised if that is going to happen in the mid lane this time around. And
I want to go back to the hair conversation just for one moment.
Sure.
And I might leave it, but I probably won't.
You definitely won't.
I kind of misattributed. I saw the fade and I was like, looks similar to mine. I've got a fade on the sides as well. But actually, it looks exactly the same as Wolf's haircut. So Umpty and Wolf, like,
it's
sitting...
not as high as yours.
No, it's not. I mean, I don't think anyone's is. My head height is ludicrous and probably isn't great. But Umpty and Wolf, massive amounts of hair synergy, and we'll see whether that's going to translate as we head towards the desk. And hopefully we can see some Spacer Photoshop action, because I just want to see them side by side. I want to see maybe a hair swap, something like that. We'll see whether the Photoshopping skills can come out. Don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I do want to put you on the spot.
Aww. The Bulldog Taeyun fan club is here. I love it. As far as I'm aware, some family members there that have been here for multiple matches.
That's Bull Dad.
It's
and
Bull Dad and Bull Mom.
Amazing. Here to support their boy as he goes up against Karis. Of course, Karis was some pretty influential challenger talent back in the day as well. That was in a Lissandra meta, but he was the best Lissandra in the league at the time.
It's wild as well, because you know who was on that Gen G team with him was Envy and Kael.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, actually.
Wasn't Youngjae playing for that team for a little while as well, but maybe at a different time?
Yep. Both were part of that roster as well. But yeah, the Karis Envy Kael trio is one that is easily forgotten, but is a cool little backstory. Gonna make one shocking call going into this. We are not gonna see Renekton make it through to the second phase. That's all. I don't think it'll pick up first phase. I don't think you do that. I don't think you should. But maybe we get some deviations, as already Kwangdong acknowledging how the performance of Hannah on Zeri and Lucian has been unrecognizable from a lot of the other picks.
Very true. Lucian being banned away means that I'm actually kind of curious about what's going to happen afterwards. Because you could ban Zeri, but we haven't seen a Caitlyn ban yet, and we haven't seen a Varus ban yet. And I feel like both of those champions can deal with these Zeri lanes pretty comfortably, and a lot of Zeris have been picked in really awkward positions as well.
If you can play it, you can now... Okay, well...
Yeah, there we go.
You're going to ban Renekton. I was saying you can ban Varus, and then you get either... and then you can just get first pick the Caitlyn, right?
Would be good.
And if Bro ban it away, then you can first lock Zeri without the Lucian being there. So, could have been an option as... Oh, the Respect Atlas.
There it is.
Caitlyn is open.
Remember, Bulldog beat Chovy in lane with Annie. He did have Youngjae in that lane the majority of the time, but we're not going to take it away from him. It was still pretty good Annie performance, despite what people might be saying about item builds and things like that. Sejuani going to be a pretty cookie-cutter first pick here as Bro.
Bro,
It's now on them. Do you Caitlyn? And Caitlyn Varus is up.
Well, yeah, I don't think the Bro bot lane should play Caitlyn Varus, but I do think that they should lock in Varus 100%. Caitlyn, to me, for both these teams, might be somewhat of a trap in terms of execution.
See what you did there.
Yeah, I know. I haven't even mentioned Lux yet, who can, you know, another trap.
I love
Snares.
this.
Same?
This is fantastic because you pick the Karma away from Taeyun and Jun, who love playing the Ezreal Karma. And Heimerdinger? No, please, Youngjae.
Oh, Heimer's
don't.
very... Yeah, I don't like it, but I might be where we're going.
God. Okay.
That's better. I like that more. Yeah, I like that more. Into a Varus Karma lane, I don't think there's any combination of champions that is going to get you any form of reliable threat in lane. And with Sivir, at least you can counter shove a lot better. I think you should be able to minimize the amount of plates that you're going to drop. Because again, Heimer, even though previously I think was really good, and Karma into Heimer felt very bad, with the nerfs, double range matchup into Heimerdinger is going to be a lot stronger. So as a result, this Kwangdong bot lane is not going to feel nearly as aggressive. But adding the Sivir to me feels like a much safer form of scaling. You actually have the wave clear, and none of the risk of getting Alistair'd. And unlike Zeri, Sivir is able to kind of conduct himself from a much safer space.
Yep, you can. I think the Spell Shield lines up relatively okay with a Mantra Q as well. So theoretically, you can ignore some of the poke, but there is going to be a lot. So I don't know whether Spell Shield's quite enough. As Victor being banned away. Yeah, not super psyched about that one, but it might be that Karis... I mean, he's angling for the Azir pickup. Silas sort of falling off. We saw Zeka play it yesterday, still worked, but it's not as powerful, not as oppressive as it has been previously, so I don't think it's as necessary to ban it. And so Kwangdong Freaks, they can take away the Azir. A much more interesting mid lane situation.
Is it Syndra?
I hope not.
Well, at this point, there's not a lot left. Might also just pick up Gnar here, which I wouldn't hate. Put Dudu in a position to either go for a hard counter.
Ooh, Silas blind.
Silas.
Interesting.
Rise, to me, seems like a perfect pickup here now.
Yeah, maybe like us, they'd forgotten that Rise existed. Rise Gnar is like pretty good with Sivir.
The one downside of the Gnar is obviously the Silas. But
yeah.
you have to blind
true.
But
true.
you have to blind something here, right? Okay,
or you just Yone.
Okay, Bulldog. Never mind.
Sorry. Do we know that it's Bulldog? Because now, if you pick something like Jace is still up, just pick Jace. You pick Jace, and then like you don't know where the Yone's going. Bro can't pick Gnar, and that feels a little bit awkward.
I kind of love Gwen though.
But this also kind of works because you don't want to pick. No, I love this way more.
Yeah.
This is really, really cool drafting after what I kind of thought was a bit of a disaster at the beginning, right? Picking Heimerdinger after he's been nerfed so much, very low range into Varus Karma doesn't feel great. But this round out...
Also can't pick Gnar anymore, because then Dudu can play the Yone and then you just get kind of bopped.
Yeah, right. This is still difficult, but can be a little bit more exciting, and this kind of nullifies it, and so Sion going to be heading towards the top side. We actually saw it with Zeus.
So
just straight up win the matchup into Jace as the Sion.
I think we're getting Jace top. I personally, if both players play this pick or play both picks optimally, I'd personally prefer to put the Yone in the top lane, as I think Jace is able to bully the Sylas a little bit better early on. Jace's ultimate isn't high value at all for Sylas either. And as you point out, we have also seen that Sion can actually apply a decent amount of pressure if Umti visits topside. Whereas with the Yone, you don't really have any threat as Sion, and Yone just gets a free laning phase, which Sion loves a free laning phase, but Yone, once he hits 2 items, becomes a monstrously tough champion to deal with. And the Yone in general, I love into the Brion comp, right? We have Varus, we have Karma, these picks that, when facing a Yone, might run into some issues if the gameplay is clean later on. Oh, look at that. That is a nice Sejuani.
Wow, it's really pretty.
Love that.
Kind of into it.
Yongjae Sejuani.
Well, he has been a bit of a Sejuani god.
He's playing it even this game.
A bristle enthusiast, if you will. But he's up against Umti with a haircut. And so I don't know whether it's going to be enough. I don't know whether all of the power in the universe condensed into one thing is going to be enough to go up against that kind of haircut that Umti's pulled out. Quantum Freaks, though, they've got a very cool draft. And we'll see whether that's going to be enough, because this is pretty standard, relatively low range outside of Henna, but still can get a lot of stuff done in team fights. Let's get onto the Rift and see how our Saturday Showdown is going to start. All right, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our Saturday Showdown. Kwangdong Freaks with a lot of champions that like doing automatic attacks, you know, and a Heimerdinger. And Youngjae is going to have a bit of a field day, I think, on this Sejuani. I think Kwangdong Freaks have a lot of power in the early stage of the game in their solo lanes if Youngjae is going to get amongst it, you know, before Morgan becomes basically impossible to kill for this largely physical composition.
Do see Morgan going for the grasp. I actually loved the attack that we saw yesterday from Zeus coming through, going
the
for
Comet.
the Comet. Unsealed Spellbook would be my other preferred option. Proccing grasp reliably against Jace should be kind of a tough ask.
I think Duda should be fine after he builds his Gore Drinker, am I right?
So I could see the logic. We talked about this a little bit on the space. I haven't really delved too deep into it, but with the changes to Eclipse, and specifically into Sion, I actually didn't hate it that much. The Omnivamp that you gain is something that Jace really has been missing from the previous Eclipse builds. And into the current Brion comp, I actually wouldn't hate it, right? You're playing it to triple melee topside, but I also don't know if it is actually good, and we'll need to see a little bit more to be convinced either way. Yesterday's game,
it was not really about it, was it?
No.
But it didn't really seem to do all that much. It seemed a little bit like more of a sacrifice. Like, oh, I'm going to lose this anyway. Let's see what I can do in a team fight later on. But I like the idea of just still going for lethality and still just shooting big shock blasts into squishy members, which could kind of work, as Bulldog's going to get some vision down. Spots that there are no chickens remaining, as Taeyeon with a spell shield. Just getting this shove working, and so far kind of going okay, as that's a beautiful grenade. And hey, if Jun just keeps landing those, I'm totally okay with Heimerdinger.
Ooh, they should have a decent idea that this is happening, but there's Prio in both lanes. Umti knows this. Youngjae will spot him.
Oh, and go their separate ways.
Yeah, might just have nothing happen, which is okay. Youngjae looking for a gank opportunity is going to waste some time, so Umti going to be a little bit further ahead in the clear. And when looking at the Brion comp, if they get ahead, the game becomes effectively unplayable for Kwangdong, right? Because you have Poke Varus, Karma, and Sylas have an incredible amount of mid-game skirmishing. Power and the early team fights, early spikes are really, really big.
Ow.
But if they don't fall behind, or if Kwangdong rather doesn't fall behind substantially, I think they can win the game at any point. It's just that in mid-game in particular, when like Sivir isn't really online yet, and maybe Yone falls behind a little bit, right? Jace is not going to have the best of time into the Brion comp. That's where you can really struggle. On the flip side, if Kwangdong either get a lead or stay even, I really like their team composition. I think it's very hard to engage into. They have a considerable amount of ranged threats with the Jace and even with the Sivir once she gets those ricochets up. And Sivir, another big benefactor of the item changes that we saw. Quick Blade's really good on her. Allow you to basically have almost permanent uptime as Bulldog.
Yeah, YoungJay's coming on over. It should be a 2v2 as Bulldog gets himself the shield. Doesn't have to flash or anything like that just yet. Kara's relatively low on mana, so Kwangdong Freak should be able to push this one out. YoungJay able to nullify any sort of aggression. So far, the early game has sort of given Brion a bit of a gold advantage.
You got the cannon, very important.
Yeah, but that is the main thing. And I think that this is a little bit about Kwangdong Freaks getting towards a mid-game that they're comfortable with. And I want to see a little bit more out of YoungJay as well, because YoungJay does have a lot that he can get done in these lanes. And right now, Dudu is doing fine, but I think that as this game goes on, Morgan is going to be more and more happy to just be Sion and make Dudu's life difficult.
Yeah, my preferred target would probably be try and look for plays around mid. Outside of finding very early plays against the Sion, as you don't have a lot of mana, Dudu. Eat a cookie and is going to be feeling a little bit better. Is that even if you do get successful ganks onto the Sion to me is such a wonderful answer to Jace, because even if you do fall behind, eventually your W is just going to reach a point where you just don't get to do a whole lot. And if you can snowball a Yone, it's a really big win condition, because even if the Varus gets at, like outside of flashing, there's just not that much that Hannah can do when Bulldog finds backline access. But that is, of course, going to require Kwangdong to also have a decent amount of...
Oh, that's a big old flash. Effort is going to get the flash out from Jun, who's now going to try and turn it. Kara's taking so much damage. Permafrost is too good. And first blood goes to Bulldog. Flash out from Umpty there, as Bulldog is going to go back to his Unbound Soul. Great start for Kwangdong Freaks.
Ooh, that is very, very tough start. Gold going to who you'd much rather have it on for Kwangdong. Something we haven't really talked about yet is the fact that they are, of course, a full AD team comp into a Sion, which can lead to certain disaster. But if you accelerate Yone enough and June remains in a decent spot in the game, I think you can kind of find a way to still deal with that. And we're going in really, really hard here on top of June, but he does have the flash available, right? YoungJay's there, tanks the damage, doesn't really care, and this is why that permafrost power really comes through. I think Bro should be happy that they didn't get more damage down there.
All right, just some stuff happening. Thought I heard the sound of a flash.
I
that was
so
a bit.
as well.
Yeah, maybe my brain is malfunctioning. Having a check.
I heard it too.
Yeah.
So maybe both of our brains are malfunctioning, which is a lot scarier.
Yeah. Coordinated malfunction. I'm into that though. That's caster synergy right there. Feels good. Taking a lot of damage here towards this bottom side, but I think the Sivir is going to be a pretty decent win condition for Kwangdong Freaks this game. The only real consistent ranged auto attacker that we have in this game. As could have been an owie, wasn't an owie. Spell shield pretty powerful, as Morgan's just going to walk over towards Bristle and Sejuani and have just say hello. Just what he's doing, being frustrating as Karis and Bulldog fighting this one out. Bulldog hasn't gone for a back just yet, so just going to clear out this wave, hasn't spent that money as YoungJay gets himself some shellfish.
And if we end up having a Mountain Drake, even giving over a single one for Kwangdong would be a complete disaster. Because we already see Hextech Arm Guard body for Karis. It's Wukong who gets an incredible amount of free armor as well, and surely Umpty gonna itemize for a lot of armor as well. And I'm just scared for Kwangdong if they do lose control of this early to mid game, if they take a couple of bad fights. Unless specifically Yone gets hyper-accelerated, or you get a bunch of kills to Sivir, right? So she always stays out of the curve, so the amount of armor isn't gonna make her kind of a irrelevant factor.
There's also the fact that Sivir can auto-attack Sion and do nothing and still kill the backline.
Yeah. But
which is a bit of a problem.
I do agree, as we haven't even talked about this. With the Halo Blades, I was actually expecting Hannah to just go for lethality build nonetheless, but he is going for on-hit as well, which has not been very successful thus far.
No, it's been somewhat bad, as Umpty is going to have to Cyclone to get himself out of the way of this.
Big win.
That is very defensive And yeah, like you were saying, huge win. Brambleback going to go over to Youngjae. So Umpty struggling in this early phase, and all early leads for Kwangdong feel great for them, right? Because like you were saying, wanting to stay ahead of the curve of armor stacking, things like that. And there is somewhat mixed damage. Jun, if he does manage to ever build some damage items, will also do a fair bit of work.
Yeah, it'll be okay, right? He will be able to pick up an early Rylai's, and that will be okay for the early parts of the game.
Ooh. There's Chains of Corruption. Heal going to be used there as Henna just going to walk up towards Taeyoon. Flashes eventually, but that last auto attack not enough. Hail of Blades comes in though, and Taeyoon was baited by the fact that he stayed alive. The fadeaway arrows, you love to see it. As Bulldog underneath the turret for a moment, but he's going to bind his soul back up and he'll be fine. So 1-1 in kills, and Henna just continuing to be better than we expect.
And that is not only a 30 CS lead, but a kill now as well. That would have been a really big cancel for Jun, unable to actually get it off, unfortunately. And it also provides Brion with a much-needed pressure point. Early shield bow on Henna means that in skirmishes he's going to be a lot harder to take down. As, yep, really nice hit, right? Baits out the spell shield with the hail of arrows, then walks up close to make it impossible to find a dodge.
Clean.
And then clean E.
Just really nicely played. And the Bro fans in the audience gone wild. Just said lane is over, I think.
Which, yeah, definitely is.
100%. We're going to see Sivir go back to it. As Morgan, it's not taking too much damage here. Dudu's still going to try and fight this one out, though, as best he can.
Hey, Atlas, you've seen it, itemization.
Yeah, I can see a Caulfields, and I can't.
It's happening.
Okay. So it is happening. There must be this must be some tech that's making its way in.
It's like I said, especially when locked into lane, it does make a ton of sense to me. Even though the lethality or loss of lethality is going to mean that your backline damage will be a lot less. You'll have a lot more pressure, and you can stay in lane way longer as effort.
Yeah, they're going to look for Henna. He doesn't have flash because he used it to get that kill, and that is going to be given over to Jun. Not actually the worst thing here is now Dudu going to fail the flash. That feels bad. Probably going to die anyway, given the fact that there were a couple of flashes available for Morgan and Umpty, but not being able to get those follow-up summoner spells cannot feel good.
So it's a favorable trade for Kwangdong nonetheless, because it is Henna that is getting shoved out. But as you point out, you were going to die there no matter what. With both Morgan and Umpty having their flash, there's no way that you ever really live there. So could have just held on to that. Would have been completely fine for Dudu, but getting maybe a bit over-enthusiastic will finish his Gore Drinker now. But the early plates going over as well as a kill to Jun, I actually think is quite big for the reason you mentioned previously, as the sole AP source. Youngjae gets spotted there at the end, but yeah, as Hannah, what are you going to do? You're Varus.
You're going to die.
Yeah. Not going to stay alive, and yeah, that's with Umpty also using the vision cone, right? So Dudu aware that he was going to be in trouble, and then not able to. But even if he does find the flash over the wall, I think you just die no matter what. So unfortunate scenario. And with that kill, even though it doesn't equalize it because the gold didn't go over to Taeyoon, still means that he's going to feel a whole less bad about where Henna is, because it can kind of stifle the snowball that Henna was going for. Also, do note, that is a Mountain Drake here, and I think this one is really important for Kwangdong to get.
We'll see whether they can actually get down there. Right now, Youngjae going to use the Rift Herald to give Bulldog some money and also get control of this bottom side of the river. Karis moving on up. Bulldog just wanted to see whether that plate was going to go down. Actually thought that was pretty cute to make sure that he's still in proximity. That gold does not go away. So, Drake control should be here for Kwangdong Freaks, as Effort waiting in that brush, spots the vision as Umpty's moving on over as well. Youngjae just patrolling the area.
Well, you see there as well, even with Henna being a lot stronger, is level 9, is a kill up, is overall feeling like a really big threat that is hard to deal with for Kwangdong. The wave clear that Sivir has still allows Taeyoon to move up towards the river, relatively safe. Also Youngjae and Jun being a scary duo to deal with. And you see Umpty and the rest of Brion very aware that this is an important thing to
that
get.
didn't quite work, but there's the Glacial Prison. Effort gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way. Chains of Corruption don't quite get the follow-up snares. And so they will be able to walk this one out. Kwangdong Freaks using a fair few cooldowns though. Youngjae, no flash, no ult. Now this fight around the Drake could be a little bit more difficult. Interesting, Chronicler. I understand what you're saying. This Drake is going to be super important, and it looks like Bro might be able to stack up their second.
Oh yeah, regardless of what the soul point is, just getting this Drake when you have Cyan, when you have Wukong, when you're playing into a full AD composition, super big. You're gonna help so much with the issues that we were a bit afraid that Kwangdong might run into later on when it comes to the damage profile, right?
Well, now I guess, you know, if you stack up Infernals,
doesn't matter.
you'll be okay. Bro, though, if they continue to stack these, I mean, Infernal Soul plus just the casual Mountain Drake that they have there for Morgan's tankiness. Umpty as well, whose passive does give him a lot of tanky stats. And Karis is just going to be, you know, the classic Silas with a lot of options, as Everfrost Silas to come in here. Karis not believing in what we've been seeing, which is the Rod of Ages. Jun going to come on over. There's another grenade, really beautifully done. Morgan's still going to take, like, you know, a lot more killing than that, but it's a decent idea as Arctic Assault gets Youngjae out of the area.
Still nicely done, right? Morgan forced a flash, so Kwangdong not going to be too unhappy about that. Might provide some kill opportunities later down the line. And Jun really has been always right place, right time.
Yeah.
Really, again, showcasing that this player who was a really big part of the spring 2020 run of DRX at the time, up until playoffs, looking like the complete and utter lords of the challengers round robin, just like an absolutely insane amount of dominance they were able to find. And when June left, they still haven't fully recovered.
No.
So,
it's a DRX that looks a little bit lost, even though, you know, Satab's still there, Clear's still there. Peach not, unfortunately, as Jun's going to come on over, doesn't find that grenade, and Youngjae is just dead. Hit by a train, guys. I mean, you never want to get hit by a train. That real hurts. And Morgan just going to give him that bad news. As Rift Herald should go over, and Bro, they retain this level of control. I don't know what Kwangdong Freaks is supposed to do. Like, it's so difficult for them to play this out.
And additionally, and the one upside for Kwangdong here is that, as you mentioned, if you do stack these Infernal Drakes, I think that is actually one of the best ways you have to get back into this game. But their actual 5v5s have looked a little bit scattered, right? We had the attempt on Effort, who with Flash was able to just get away. They lost a Drake. Now this Herald contest comes through, but Youngjae gets caught off guard when, yes, Umpty goes low here initially and you're level up, but you lose your Aftershock. June and Taeyeon aren't really in a position to help you, and it's Cyan, so he's always going to be able to join the fight first. If you have Flash, you can go for that play, then Flash out of the way and then re-engage, but that wasn't quite the case there. And Bulldog has been, barring that one kill, mostly off on his own, and he is really going to need to have a big impact if we want to see Kwangdong start winning these games, because Breon, I think right now, is kind of chilling.
Yeah, that cruises. And the longer this game goes, like, this is the Bro factor, right? This is where they want games to be, in positions where if they do nothing, they get stronger. And right now, nothing's happening and they're getting stronger, but they're also doing stuff. This Rift Herald to come down towards his bottom side. Bulldog just going to evacuate the only way that looks a bit safe. Should be an even trade as far as turrets are concerned, and in fact, it looks like Kwangdong Freaks are going to be able to trade up. As Effort moving on over, looking for this Yone, but Taeyeon by himself able to lock down this outer turret. Dudu as well, going to do the same thing, as this inner is now in trouble. Another train going to leave the station, but inner turret is under fire as well, as Bulldog's going to get knocked up. That's a boomerang being offered, but it's not going to do anything at all, as Taeyeon does still have On the Hunt available, as Bro regroup in this mid lane, and inner turret falling means that, yeah, this goes in favor of Bro completely.
And that is a really big pivot point in this game, because with that double turret trade, Kwangdong looked like they were on the better end of it. Taeyeon splits off, I think maybe trying to catch up with Bulldog there, but Bulldog actually does get caught out eventually as the collapse from Effort and Umpty comes through here. Yeah, just not quite ready for the amount of damage that is coming through. Very nicely set up by the Breon players. And With Bulldog going down, does now have a shield blow finished, but a little bit after the fact. And an inner going down, that is a very favorable gold swing. And now Brion also have a lot more control on the bottom half of the map. And as we get into this next dragon, I know we've already been saying it for a while now, but this is
the one you gotta fight for.
This is the one that you really, in no circumstances, ever can let go. Now, there are some big spikes being hit. We do have Teo now, also Phantom Dancer at the ready. Bulldog has finished his shield bow, but I don't know if that's enough. I think Brion in a very good spot here. If they can keep Hannah safe, play the classic front to back that we know they love. Going to be really important here for Bulldog to hit the backline somehow. Also, Dudu very close to his transformation here.
Yeah, as the Drake is going to get started up. Karis, a little bit low, but otherwise not too bad as Bulldog going to move up from that bottom side. Good vision available to spot these flanks. As Bulldog wanting to get rid of it. Bro, they'll take down that control ward. Is now still looking like a 50-50. Glacial Prison picked up by Karis. Very high value as the Drake is going to lose interest and go back into the pit.
They know Bulldog is there.
Pretty high health bars right now for Quandong Freaks. They start this one up. There's the Glacial Prison right on top of Youngjae, who takes everything forever. And the ult into the backline from Bulldog. Henna in a lot of trouble as Dudu comes round, and they will be able to lock him down. Morgan eventually goes, and bro, they're falling apart at the seams. Youngjae, he's survived. They threw everything into him, and Karis will fall. That's the Drake going to Quandong, and this is a huge swing. They could look to Baron.
And after what looks like an amazing moment for Brion with those mid-game catches, Quandong now on their way towards a Baron, get a pivotal Drake as well. And it was a hard engage from Brion, but most of it was thrown into Youngjae. As you point out, Taeyeon was able to get out, and if Taeyeon dies there, maybe you can win, even with Bulldog finding backline actions. But if that Sivir stays alive, it's not happening.
I like how Jonas Strong was like, he could do it. But no, he couldn't. Just not going to make it over there. Let's have a look at this one more time. I want to see the value of Aftershock and how much it sort of mitigates, or the value of the frozen armor that Sejuani has as well. Yes. Because Aftershock didn't mitigate anything, but the frost armor was pretty powerful.
And crazily enough, with Taeyeon surviving, even if Youngjae dies there, with the amount of damage that was thrown straight up into the tank, I think he overcommitted one ultimate there, right? And Youngjae then gets off his ultimate, which means that Amti and Karis aren't able to get nearly as much done. And this Sylas, again, not looking too hot. The Gore Drinker Jace in these type of fights actually getting a lot of value,
man.
And Bulldog is about to hit that 2-item power spike. And now with an Infernal Drake and a 4.5k gold lead, yes, there is still an incredible amount of armor stacking. Yes, it's going to get hard to chew through the health bars, but the amount of sustained damage that Quandong have.
Here's the wraparound Amti. Let's see whether they can find him. Taeyeon off on his own. Absolute disaster, but Bulldog's also going to get into that backline. The 80 carries are going to be traded as he goes back, and he will survive for now. What? Bulldog, oh my god, Morgan, beautiful positioning. It almost looked like Youngjae had saved him, but Morgan's not going to be so lucky. The trade is going to be up and in favor of Quandong Freaks. Could have been worse though for Bro.
I think you'll take it. As Bro, you take a lot of tempo out of this Baron power play, immediate teleport as well to make sure that the damage is not going to be enough, and as a result Quandong immediately have to back off. So very pivotal flank, and even with Brion being behind, with the amount of team fighting power that they do have available, I'm going to remain a mild believer. I don't know about a true bro-liever, as this catch on Taeyeon is great, but man, Bulldog on this Yone, finding both the big damage dealers, and that is one of the issues that you can run into.
I thought he was going to survive.
Yeah, I really thought he did. When you're Brion, especially because it's Yone, right? The survivability you have is kind of insane. But with both Sylas and the Varus being taken out of the fight very early on, all you have is Amti's upfront burst, which, yes, was enough to actually take down one of the threats. As,
Gore Drinker value. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. It's kind of working. I don't know, man. I was a bit Gore Drinker Jace anti yesterday, but maybe I'm coming around. Maybe Dudu's making him near believer. Not sure. Karis taking a fair bit of poke damage here. Is the Glacial Prison going to be spell shielded beautifully? Taeyeon not going to be worried about that one at all. Still looking for his next item. Quick Blades, I think, coming in as item number 3. Would have liked them as item number 2, but it's fine. D taking too much damage.
Yeah, Quick Blades into Lord Doms would have definitely been my preferred setup here because you're playing into, well, Karis hasn't gone for the Rod of Ages, so not as much health stacking as otherwise would be the case, but still going to get a lot of value of that as he does get caught.
It's a corruption, going to get broken there for a moment as Dudu's going to have to flash away, but look at the ricochet damage. It's absurd. Effort almost just died by being in the vicinity. That was the mistake he made. He was present.
You see how tanky Dudu was?
Yeah, but I saw how dead Effort almost was.
Yeah, that was not ideal. Effort also going for a great team-made build. You know, he's getting awards for that with the early McHales. But we mentioned the Kwangdong comp running into some issues against Brion. Well, Brion also has a Silas and an on-hit Varus, neither of which really excel in terms of DPS throughout a fight, right?
I mean, what wins? A stoppable object or a movable force, Chronicler?
It's not ideal.
No.
As Umti is 3 levels down, should make his way out. He really wants that buff.
Yeah, he's got a smite. Young Jay not going to be able to smite it away as Infinity Edge is done for Bulldog.
Oh boy. That's a
bit frightening. We're going to skip the Quick Blades, and Taeyun's going to go straight for Lord Doms. Kind of respect it, but I mean, that Phantom Dance is looking a little odd now, isn't it? Really like those Quick Blades.
I would have loved the Quick Blades as well. I'm a big Quick Blade enjoyer.
It's also fine because it's Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dance, so that feels good as a 2-item spike. So we're not too worried about it. And look, 7,000 gold lead. Quantum Freaks now looking for their second Infernal Drake.
That will be lights out. Brion got to find an all or nothing type of fight here.
I don't think this is like end of the world, but it's close to the end of the world, and the world's already in trouble for Bro right now, you know?
Hey, Atlas.
Could be worse. Could be worse. All right, as Umpty is going to have to try and get out of here. Bulldog finds a flank, and there is another beautiful Glacial Prison. Young Jay's been great on this Sejuani, but the Ona is going to go down, but still there is just no consistent damage here. Morgan is going to be ripped to shreds by Taeyun and Dudu. And now Young Jay's just moving after them. Look at Jun, swag walking. They're going in. Yeah, here's the damage. Shock Blast is not going to land, but Effort's real dead. Taeyun's going to have a bit of his time wasted, though, as they can just now kite back down towards this dragon, and the rest of Bro will be left alive.
And the entirety of Kwangdong is they're just playing well, right? Yeah, sure, Bulldog dies with this flank, but who cares? The damage isn't there. Karis isn't able to join the fight in a timely manner, unable to make his way over this wall. Oh, that's a little tragic. But
yeah, sometimes we like to ignore those.
Yeah, at this point, this is all looking.
Gap.
Yeah, I mean, he scored a goal, which that's
6 points.
Yeah, put those right in your back pocket. Nice by Dudu. But this, to me, is we're watching the final, right? The actual disaster happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
This is more, it's all rather unfortunate, but for the grand scheme of this game, I think.
Yeah, the fish might be flopping about, but it is kind of already on the boat.
I love that. Did you make that? Is that an Atlas original?
Yeah, that was one that I came up with just there. I think it kind of worked.
No, I love it. It's so good that I thought you would have just...
I thought I was quoting someone?
Yeah. I thought it was a random special.
No, it's not. No, not much of a fisherman, my dad, unfortunately.
Well,
fortunately, is fishing that great? I don't know.
I've never really understood the hobby. I have been told that there's something very meditative about it.
Yeah. I think if you like sitting around holding a stick, I'm sure it's really good. But I'm just not a fan.
I did play field hockey for a large amount of time.
No, but you run around holding a stick.
Sometimes.
That's a little bit different.
Sometimes, yeah.
All right, Umpty going to look for this catch onto Dudu. Young Jay's moving up. June's going to find a grenade as they turn it on the backside. It's a 1-for-1, and you'll take that if you're Bro, right? That's support traded for top lane. Am I right? Am I right?
Right?
Yeah.
We ignore bot.
Look at this. The train's going to be there to protect.
No biggie.
Right? He protect and he also attack Chronicler. And that means that the tower stays alive.
Train is just there when it needs to be.
Exactly. It arrived on schedule.
Oh, I was about to say, Umti about to go for the mother of all flanks. He's gonna make his way over. Nice catch. Good flank arrow from Umti. Able to dodge vision. Teleport comes in and Dudu in deep trouble. Karis with this ultimate, very easy setup. And they give up effort, which is unfortunate, but as you say, favorable trade for sure. One downside is that it is Taeyeon that picks up the kill, which now means, oh yeah, that is already the LBR done. And once Quick Blades is done, I'm ready to put the stamp on the game.
Yeah, I think maybe the fish might stop squirming. We'll see. Bulldog just putting a lot of buttons into Morgan. When you've got a time limit like that, it doesn't feel great. As the Yone, because he's not going to be able to kill Morgan, but still, Morgan does have to go home. Jackshow not quite enough to stop this one. Bramble Vest as well. It's trying, but it's not working.
Do have the level 16 for Taeyeon now available as well. Actually, incredible turnaround.
Raptor Party?
Well, they know it's fine, but Kwangdong's throwing their own party, you know, and Bro isn't really invited.
Yeah.
They're not part of it.
He's going to find Jern. He is going to flash, get himself out of the way. That is a very dead Heimerdinger. But now what is going to happen? Umpty goes golden. All right, we're seeing some good... Oh, never mind, it kind of just goes away. Taeyeon now chasing after the rest of Bro on the hunt, working out well for that extra movement speed. And that's Jungler for support.
Okay, but... Varus and a dream, Atlas.
All right, here we go. Who needs Smite? Who needs Smite when you've got... But it's not lethality. But who needs it? You can press W and make your arrow do heaps of damages. As, okay, the train is going to go past Dudu. They're inside the pit. Bulldog jumps out. He's going to come back just to lock this one down. They do manage to do so. Permafrost is so good. And the Silas will go down. And now Taeyeon is kiting for days. Having the greatest time on this Sivir. Lord Dominic, he does send his regards. And Morgan will go down in the end. The Zombie Scion, he's a bit of a pacifist. He doesn't want to hit you. He doesn't want to hurt you. Dudu, that was really rude. He wasn't even hitting.
Morgan was trying to reconnect with you.
Exactly.
You were teammates.
I know. 2021 Dudu didn't mean nothing to you. As Umpty's going to be punished as soon as he comes out of the death chamber.
We went to Worlds together.
Exactly. It was a beautiful time, and now it's been tainted. It's been ruined as Kwangdong Freaks will do the same thing to the Nexus. In the end, actually some beautiful play from Kwangdong Freaks, playing around their item spikes beautifully. And Bro, we need to see a few more decisive plays than that.
When you see a full AD draft locked in against Sion and Wukong, you're gonna be a little scared as we do get Bull Dad, Bull Mom and the gang.
Yeah.
Feeling good. And
I love glancing at Twitch chat after a Bro loss and just seeing like Nexus explodes Giga chat. You know, it doesn't matter. You guys are still so supportive and it is just beautiful. And I love that you can't even detect whether it's sarcasm because you're going to be writing the same thing.
Ironic
no matter how you feel.
Ironic sarcasm or ironic praise still works. Good enough for me, Atlas. In this game, Brion suffered from a couple of key mid-game fights that they weren't able to bounce back from. The flank of the Yone, to me, were the second biggest thing in the game. The main thing was Youngjae, to me, had an incredible game. The amount of damage he was able to attempt, the amount of space he was able to generate for the rest of his team, a couple of really big ultimates in key fights, and yeah, I think you can make a case to vote for almost everyone on Kwangdong. Even Taeyeon, who had that kind of stinker in the early game, then bounced back with super good
if Taeyeon didn't exist and didn't have good positioning, then this composition doesn't do anything, right?
No.
Like, after he finished the Lord Dominic's regard, it was enough to get through the armor stacking that was coming through.
Kwangdong.
Like, this was a CV Max draft, if ever I've seen one, and it's really good being able to see them executed the way that he wants them to be executed. Because that is how it's supposed to work, and it could have fallen flat, and we would have been like, oh, CV Max draft KW, but no, it's not how it works out this time. We are going to go to a short break, though. Our Saturday Showdown will continue afterwards, and we'll have the space in between. See you there.
천천히 해봐. 사이드 노플, 사이드 노플. 바로 노플이다, 바로 노플. 알겠어, 승화부터. 이거 카르마 노플. 먹어봐, 일단. 카르마 노플. 여기 봐줘. 아래쪽 봐줘. 나왔고. 바로 노플이야. 알았어. 나 집 갔다 미드 텔 쓸게. 미드 가자, 끝났다 이거.
얘들아 자꾸 천천히 미드가
사이언 노플. 가자.
잘할게. 사이언 잡아도 돼. 사이언 잡는 게 나. 잡는 게 나. 오케이.
시치. 아, 근데 왜 이렇게 아쉽냐?
괜찮아. 잘해오지 얘들아. 이거 미드가
Hello and welcome back to the space in between. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and that was a game number one that Kwangdong Freaks were able to take pretty handily there. Breon were in the lead in the very beginning. And you know, we had a game of League of Legends, but one question remains, Wolf. Where was Caitlyn?
Yeah, Caitlyn not making it through this draft. We had the Sejuani first pick come through from Kwangdong Freaks, which ended up being very impactful for them in this game. And we have seen this a lot on blue side. Even our top teams are doing this, but they're not doing it over Caitlyn. So Varus Karma comes through, and Breon are like, we got this. Like, you guys can't beat this lane with anything. And then Heimerdinger Sivir comes through, and then you and I are kind of like, is that your blue side answer here? We weren't really big fans of the first part of this draft, to be honest, but we did see the Jace and Yone come through. Almost picked Gwen into a open Jace, which could have been a disaster, but they ended up locking in the Jace at the end of the day. Bulldog's Yone, pretty solid overall in this game, but I was still just very concerned that there was no Caitlyn. And my big takeaway from this draft, because I don't think the draft is really what this game is about, is if you are trying to compete for a playoff spot, if Caitlyn is open, you've got to be prepared to use this pick. It's one of the strongest picks we have in the meta right now. Neither of these teams interested in playing what is an SS tier AD carry. A little bit surprising, maybe a little bit worrying.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the game did work out in the end for Kwangdong Freaks with their response of Sivir-Heimer, but it wasn't really about the Sivir-Heimer getting them through, right? I think they were kind of pulled along after that disastrous laning phase. As we are going to take a look here at this first fight. They threw everything into the Sejuani.
Youngjae takes a ton of damage, and then look at Taeun, untouched, positions extremely well behind the Sejuani and just carries the team fight subsequently after this. There's also a great flank from Bulldog, where he comes in very late to this fight, and it's really easy cleanup from there with this Sivir, who again is just completely untouched. Atlas pointed out at the end of the cast, his positioning was good, and he carried these team fights despite having a rocky laning phase.
Yeah.
And, you know, yeah, there were some mistakes down there against Henna. I thought Henna's Varus, once again, in lane, you want to trust. It's just outside the lane where he hasn't been able to make that impact.
Yeah, got there in the end, and we used to see this all the time into Leona's when Leona was very meta, but just don't throw everything into the Sejuani. I mean, he didn't even proc Aftershock. Imagine if he did.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't even have had to leave the fight, and they would have easily won it anyway. Either way, let's go to highlight number 2, which is, again, another fight around the dragon. We were going to always fight around these dragons because of Infernal Soul. And again, a pretty broken up one here for Bro that Kwangdong Freaks immediately pounce on.
This is the second fight that Kwangdong wins pretty handily, where those Karis has a Heimerdinger ult stolen here and cannot actually get over the wall here, so makes no impact whatsoever. And when you have the trade of the AD carry for the mid laner here, you win the war of attrition as Kwangdong Freaks, and Morgan is kind of left out to dry here. Takes a million years for Dudu to kill him, but he does eventually get through, and the fight is won because they don't have a front line anymore. Morgan's trapped on the backside of the fight. Karis doesn't get over the wall, isn't set up for success here. The blast cone was taken from him moments before. He can't dash over the wall, has flash but doesn't use it. Just way too timid in a fight that is going to be a really important, decisive one here if you're going to win this game, Breon.
He also went Karis for Everfrost Silas, which is something we haven't seen in a long time. I saw that Lost chapter. I'm like, what meta is this? Where am I? Rod of Aegis Silas very strong nowadays, and you know, maybe some patches. He's like, oh, this is going to work in this game, but it wasn't really the carry Silas performance that they really needed. So let's take a look at the POG here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks, as I think we have our eyes on, yes, the Sejuani player Youngjae, who did have a fantastic performance.
Yeah, I thought his positioning was really good, and a lot of these team fights were well set up by him. There were some questionable moments, as hey, guy in the crowd calling for POG Youngjae, using the Eong as the O there, very clean. There were some questionable moments in the mid game, but overall his skirmishing was good. This turnaround was really well played by him, where kind of baited yourself into this one. Unfortunately, Breon effort setting up for the fight, but the follow-up not as quick. This is the punish here. Yeah, this is the really big punish onto Henna, who got that kill just moments before, shutting down the momentum. And then this is the big fight we highlighted earlier, where he just sits here and takes all the damage, flashes away at the last possible second. This Bulldog comes through.
That's how to play Sejuani, guys. You just got to position yourself in the front, sit there and take all the damage, and you also can get POG and a lot of honor votes. Bulldog, understandably, gets a bunch of votes as well, as his Yone flanks were pretty nice, and once he got ahead, his Yone carrying was pretty good as well.
Like the Anathema's Chains pickup too, you know, just make it harder for the enemy team to kill you. Be in the front line, empower your AD carry, empower those flanking Yone angles.
Yeah, He did a great job, so Young Jae will see if he can roll that into the next game. And if Kwangdong Freaks can close this out very quickly, as they looked very dominant in game number 1. But we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, we are here for game number 2 to see whether Kwangdong Freaks can get the double dub to get revenge against Bro, who managed to take them down in week 1. And it's very interesting, right? As I think this is Young Jae's family calling for the POG for him. But very, very sweet. Anyway, Umpty, understandably, looking a little bit incredibly handsome, but also looking a little bit worried, as we saw him on the screen just before. The smile does come back. We'll see whether they can make use of side selection, move back to the blue side, and tie up this series, because I think everyone's expecting a 3-game.
I would hope so, but after that game, even in the team fighting phase, where generally Brion kind of excels, it didn't, to me, look like they were able to find some of those trademark 5v5s, and I'm, after that game 1, going to hold off my reservations until we see the draft, but with how much better Kwangdong are looking week after week, like, they are not the same team that played Brion in the first week, whereas Brion, to me, just, it's still the same thing. If we don't see Umpty actually pop off early and then take control of the game early on, they're kind of letting the game meander, and not in a good direction, unfortunately.
No. Meanderings do need to be relatively pointed to make things happen. But it reminds me of something that Supermax has already said. And he said that if you...
Is this scrim?
Well, Spring is a scrim is a bit of a meme, but what he has said is that any team that faces us early are the lucky ones. And I think that is absolutely true, because Kwangdong Freaks are leveling up week after week. They're just getting better and better. We can't say that about all of our teams, right? We've had teams that are looking a little bit more like a heart monitor, right? Every week you're like, is this team going to be good? You know, some of them, KT for example, do look good over the last couple of weeks, but they had their slumps, right? But Kwangdong Freaks just looked that little bit better week after week. As okay, these bands are looking a little bit more interesting. The Maokai getting through for the first time this week is going to bring out a huge grin from Umpty, and understandably so. This is a risk, Kwangdong Freaks, and they're a team that likes to take those.
Sejuani and Varus would be the most obvious picks here, but if there is a team that I don't think you should ever give Maokai, it's Brion. It just fits with their style so well. If you're Umpty, you're able to get early plays going. You're able to have both pretty substantial early game ganks. He is very happy to just flash over walls. And then additionally, it has an incredible amount of team fighting power. So I understand the Renection priority, but as good as Morgan is on the champion, I'm not the biggest fan. The Karma takeaway here means that you can either pair it with...
I mean, it's 100% Ezreal, and I actually kind of love it. Yeah? Because into the Maokai, you can have a little bit more flexibility, and you kind of force out this situation. I mean, Caitlyn is extremely good, but having spoken to some of the, the people backstage, they don't like Caitlyn as much, given the fact that you do need to very reliably snowball. She is more difficult to make work.
Well, we've said that, right? And I wholeheartedly agree. I think that it's important to remember that the Caitlyn, when not being played around well or being played and piloted well by the player at hand, is a very lackluster AD carry. It's just that when the player is good, it's almost unplayable, which is why we see it banned against teams. T1. Most notably, D+, another example, Def's Caitlyn should never see the light of day when the champion is meta, because it is almost impossible to play into. But for Kwangdong,
even D+ gear don't like playing it.
Yeah.
Like that's the crazy that's the thing.
But they have to.
Yeah, they do.
Carrier saying, I just want to lock Nautilus, but I have to play Ashe and Caitlyn, and I don't want to. But he makes the sacrifices for the team. The Ezreal, also a pick that, in terms of its versatility, can go a lot of different build routes, can go a lot of different directions, and Yeah, this Varisheimer, to me, has kind of lost a lot of its appeal. I do hope that we're going back to the lethality variety, because Oddhead just hasn't actually looked good to me at any point. If it's full DPS Varus, I'm willing to make an exception, even though that is probably never happening.
I think it's definitely going to be lethality this time, just because it pairs so beautifully with Maokai. Like, that layering of CC, like, already from these first 3 picks from Bro, I mean, that is just gorgeous. They're going to ban the Jace. We're not going to see that one again. And Quantum Freaks, what is it going to be?
It's Victor, actually. R4 Victor.
I hope not. I mean, it's Bulldog, I guess, so
it's
we feel
Bulldog.
less sad
and
about
then
it.
Dudu gets a counter pick. Because alternatively, I think you lock in Gnar here.
Or Fiora.
Ooh, okay, Dudu. Okay. Don't mind that at all. Fiora quite strong. Blinding it is a risk, but Morgan's champion pool, to me, doesn't really have any like hard counters to the Fiora. The Gnar is a matchup that can be tough, but is definitely playable. Knew this was coming out. Also, there is the opportunity for Sylas counterpick here, if that is the direction that Kwangdong do want to go into. That the Gnar obviously raises a lot, although I don't love Sylas into this Victor. I've seen that has struggled more and more.
I like Sylas into Maokai a lot.
Yeah,
and
into
also
Gnar.
it's Sylas, Maokai, Gnar. Like, once he hits level 16, he could throw down a Nature's Grasp at the start of the fight and then get a huge Gnar in the middle of it. Like, that is absurd value. But getting through the game will be quite difficult for this Sylas, and a lot of these things are very theoretical, and if the game gets out of your hands, it's hard to make it work. Plus, Bro's composition works beautifully together.
It really is, again, up to Youngjae, because Sejuani with both Sylas and Fiora in 2v2s are nuts, right? Like, incredibly strong, wins the 2v2, wins the 3v3 post 6. It gets a little more dicey because obviously when you get into a team fight scenario against a Gnar and a Maokai, it can become a lot more tough, and you really need to be very crisp with your engages. But I like the Kwangdong comp. It's a great 1-3-1 comp. You have an Ezreal that kind of likes to play on the outside of the fight. You can go 1-4 if that's how the match shapes up. But that is a much, much, much harder composition to play for Kwangdong than what they had in game number 1. Whereas for Brion, this is pure comfort.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. I think there's a lot of comfort on the other side though, and this is what you get when it's CV Max, right? He does the illegal things, but he has an idea of why he wants to do them, right? Like, we'll just have to see whether it's going to work out, because leaving up the Maokai and then not picking away Varus, giving that huge core of lockdown and poke, should be illegal. But then you manage to get the gigantic Sylas value at the end there. You manage to get these lanes that synergize so beautifully with the Sejuani. And you can leave Ezreal Karma alone to do whatever they want, just because of the safety inherently in that lane. There's a lot of reasons to like the Kwangdong composition. I don't know whether there's enough to justify giving Bro this.
Youngjae gonna have to be tracked early on. If he can't snowball the game, might be a toughie for Kwangdong.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do here as we hop into game number 2 of our Saturday Showdown. Okay, Kwangdong fans' voices quite loud as they look to see whether their team can find a victory against the Bros. Sometimes when I'm not a Bro leaver, I really just wish I was, you know? And even though they lost game 1, I still have so many doubts in my prediction abilities.
I'm a Bro anti already, so I'm just leaning into it at this point. I really like Kwangdong as a team. I think they're very fun.
I do too, but I just don't know whether
you don't love them as much as Bro.
No, this is the thing. It's like the Dundun factor as well, you know? Like, you got Dundun against Morgan when it's Nongshim taking on Bro, and I'm just like, I don't know. I love both of these players so much.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
Want to take early control here of the lane. This bot side gank we've seen countless times, and Bulldog actually really big impact here, right? As a result, Hanna and Effort have to back off, and now you have level 1 brush control, denying the Heimerdinger the early setup.
Yeah, and already they managed to clear out so many of these turrets. They're already placed down. A little bit of extra value there as Dudu pokes his little sword out for a moment. Morgan gets the info as they watch as these minions go low. The classic walk at you slowly tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, that weak point, that RNG is not what you want to see, as neither of these top laners will farm the first melee minions.
Now, Ghost Fiora is insane level 1, so you really just gotta shake it easy, gotta not take any risks. Morgan already taking a big chunk, same for Dudu. And we do have Umti starting on his Raptors, then walks towards top. But do note there was a ward that just timed out, so Dudu is very aware of this. Now has two options, either can call up his own jungler, and Youngjae is pathing towards the top side of the map, or can try and look for a quick crash. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Going to crash it here on the cannon wave, and seemingly not too worried about a possible gank coming through here from Umti. Does have a boarding flash as well, so gonna feel not too bad. Youngjae just doing a straight up full clear, nothing too interesting or early on, and wouldn't be opposed to him visiting either Dudu or Bulldog and getting those lanes rolling early. And it's like he heard me, Atlas.
Yeah, he's in the comms as in he goes. Chain's not going to land, but the chain lash is going to be there. They get the flash very early. It's Youngjae trying to find the Winter's Wrath, but that is still very high value this stage of the game. And Victor not being able to freely push in this Sylas is huge for Kwangdong.
And also do note, Dudu getting an immense early lead here. Morgan fortunately was able to pick up most of the experience, so could have been way worse. At the very least will have that available, but still going to be about a full wave behind her early on. Dudu really showcasing how Fiora can have a ton of early impact. Once Morgan gets his first back in, gets a little bit more points, is going to feel a little better in this matchup. But for now, going to have to kind of suffer through the incredible power that a Fiora has this early on.
The weak points that Dudu's been getting outside of this one have been pretty ridiculous, as House not going to hit. That would have been a bit of a...
Oh, Youngjae has flash.
Yeah, Morgan just getting into mini-Gnar as okay. Morgan going to be okay for now. Doesn't have to use his flash. And Dudu goes. That is... that means it's pretty high value here for Morgan, as he can go home now.
Yeah. One upside for Dudu is that the Ghost cooldown, of course, is very low. And also he's kind of locked in lane here. Can back and then teleport, but Dudu then, with how big the wave is, probably not going to have to teleport himself. So bit of an awkward spot here. Youngjae not wanting to expand his flash, I do think makes a lot of sense, because at best you trade flash for flash there, and you might want to hold on to that one.
Enjoying how Dudu's playing this very aggressively in this lane while he has the advantage. And you can see it's really turning into some serious CS leads.
Ooh. I haven't really talked about this bot lane yet, but even though the level 1 maybe not quite going the way that they would have liked for it to go, it's a nice cancel there on Effort.
Yeah.
Has been pretty good for Hanan Effort, able to find themselves an early Dirk. Downside is that this shove is found thanks to the power of the Karma. And Taeyeon also finding an early back, picked up a tier early on, and is now stacking that up quite nicely.
Yep, we do have the serrated Dirk back here for Hannah, so pretty optimal for the Varus player. I'm not going to find Taeyeon with that one just there, so not going to be able to get a bit of a demonstration of the damage. But even that hail of arrows kind of hurts. As, alright, let's see whether Youngjae can collect themselves an early Drake. Begin that stack, as of course Bro got the first 2 last game on the red side.
Really nice start here. They're aware of Karis, his positioning. Bulldog has that prio there. Ever since that flash has been forced, Karis as a result has to play a lot safer, has to play more respectful, so seizes control of the wave. Bulldog also has a teleport disadvantage, but that has netted them an early Drake. Able to get an early Inferno, I think, as far as individual Drakes go, right up there with the Mountain Drake. Incredibly strong.
Oh, 100%. Feels really good.
One downside is that we might have a Chemtech Soul. That's still a possibility, but maybe it's Mountain.
Chemtech or Ocean aren't exactly the most interesting. Is, wow, Taeyeon, 0 fear. Just not very afraid of stuff. Kind of liked it. Just holds on the back. And he will make his way back down now. Essence Reaver on the way. And I think this bottom lane is just kind of, like, in Kwangdong's mind, kind of irrelevant. at this stage of the game, right? And I think if they play around these solo lanes, the permafrost value, things like that, that's where things get really good. As Jun, I want to see his DDR skills. He played that quite well until the very end. And Umpty thinking about wrapping around, getting something done. Sapling goes into the brush. He gives up on it for the moment. Maokai spending time in the bottom lane. Going to be important for Bro. As Sejuani, top side of the map right now.
And if Umpty is 6, they could look for a diver. They will be aware of this. There is no teleports available. So there are 2 options now as Gruul might have a fight here.
Yeah, Karis, flash almost back up again as he is going to get over that wall. And Bulldog, Chaos Storm doing a bunch of work here to the Silas. His own one did some stuff, but not quite as much as the Victor's original.
And with both the chains and the ultimate not hitting, Kara's going to walk that one out. Still had to flash though, but at least this time around traded it for Youngjae's flash. Does mean that we will see a back come through for Bulldog. Was way too low, couldn't even sustain up the way that we love to do. As there it is, level 6 for Umpty. Dive is a possibility here.
Yeah, waiting out of vision, and there it is. All right, let's see whether Taeyoon is going to survive this one. He breaks the Nature's Grasp, and then immediately he'll allow Jun to get through. Like to see it as Umpty comes on over. So he's going to throw out his ultimate. They do get a couple of summoner spells, but not the big ones, not the ones they really wanted.
Ooh, yeah, with double flash available, you can go for this, but Umpty is getting a little bit low, right? The mana pools of Hannah also not looking too hot. And they might have to abort it. Yeah, you're going to get a plate in of itself. Quite nice, but give the Herald over to your opponents. Not going to feel too good. One upside for Brion is that there is no turret that currently is low. So Youngjae not going to be able to get a first turret block with that. But you can also turn that Herald into some positioning on this second Drake. And if you then roll a Hextech or a Mountain Soul here, if you're Kwangdong, going to be feeling pretty good.
Certainly are. And I think even if Kwangdong miss out on the next Drake, I mean, think of that value if it is a
also fine
or a Hextech. Just allow the one Cloud Drake to go over. You could even use that opportunity to then get Dudu even further ahead on this Fiora, who can be a win condition in onto herself. And I think breaking up the game as it goes on is a good idea for Kwangdong, right? Because the team fighting power of a Maokai, I mean, needs no introduction, right? We've been seeing that throughout this entire season. But he is not going to be as valuable if you've just got Dudu winning the game by himself. So
yeah, I'm hoping for some Hull Breakers.
Yeah.
I want to see that. You know, Bulldog wants to go Hull Breaker as well. I'll allow it this game. Ooh. Oh, he's not going to. Cause
that's some dark technology.
Well, it's a bad item with Silence, and he shouldn't build it. But
yeah.
Just to kind of showcase where we're at in terms of prioritization here, because you can win team fights when you're Kwangdong. It's just a lot harder, because you will have to somehow secure backline access for Bulldog and or Dudu to actually have an impact. And with Hannah also going for the lethality build, he can position a lot safer while still having respectable damage output. And there's the zone control from not just Victor and Gnar, which by themselves already have pretty respectable zone control, right? You can throw down a gravity field, you can just be Gnar. That exists. By itself, that's already enough. Ooh, and then we haven't even talked about Maokai, who has, well, not only his ultimate, but the saplings as well. So there's a kind of an obnoxious combo in that regard. But if you 1-3-1, those matchups are all looking a lot better. And position here still very even.
Well, in goes Youngjae. Flash out from Effort. Paying a lot of respect to this possible gank opportunity as Youngjae. I think he wants to put the Rift Herald here towards this bottom side, bail out his bottom lane a little bit, spreading the love. See whether that works as Umpty's moving over. Sapling goes in. As Youngjae actually wanting to turn this. Gets the flash out as Bulldog was coming down. Umpty also paying the respect as a lot of flashes have been blown, but no first bloods just yet. And so Kwangdong Freaks kind of need to turn these summoner spell gets into actual advantages, right? True Shot Barrage is good.
Do think that even with no bot prio, they should be able to make a move here because they do have mid prio. But I think you can contest this.
Yeah. There's the Nature's Grasp as they just stand behind their Sejuani. The grenade not exactly doing a whole lot of work as Karis comes through the backside as Taeyoon gets over the wall. Karis, not a lot of mana remaining. Bulldog, he's got his own Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, gotta let it go.
And it looks like they are just going to give that one up.
Well done by Breon. As mentioned, getting the early priority in bot makes a big difference. And this is why we pick Lethality Varus, everyone. Like right there, hit about, what, 2-3 arrows. As a result, Kwangdong gonna have to completely give up on having any dreams. Now, this individual Drake, not the biggest deal, but it's a very good showcase of why Lethality Varus just and Maokai.
Yeah, no, it's absurd.
It's a pretty good combo.
It's and we mentioned that it's illegal. It is one of those things that we consider being not allowed to be given over. And this is a good example of it. Good to see that Bro's actually able to utilize it, right? Because in the last game, you know, they had things that they could potentially done but weren't able to. As Jun has to get out of the way of the flanking Victor.
Yeah, Kwangdong pilot this as well as they can from that point on, but Breon showcasing the early contest, really big. This is a Hextech Soul, so we're playing real relevant as, Taeun is not having the best of times.
Yeah, Nature's Grass going to be used on this Mini Nah. Not going to find him, as the real Maokai was here as well.
Which would have been a problem. Kara's also having priority and would have been able to make his way over. Youngjae on the bottom half of the map, and Breon looking a lot more alive in this game, even though as far as things actually happening, we are being let down a little bit. But it's a real game, so that's kind of, that's how it goes.
And also, this time around, Breon kind of okay with not a lot happening.
They would be.
It was kind of the case in Game 1 as well, but the game sort of got out of their control, and there was a Sivir problem. This time it's Ezreal, and yes, you know, scaling is something that Ezreal does relatively well, but it's not like the same, if I auto-attack a Scion, we win the game type situation.
So the key thing for me when it comes to scaling in this specific game is that Kwangdong scale really well. Right, like Ezreal, Sylas, Fiora, all these champions are extremely strong when they get more items, but actually making it work is pretty hard.
Yeah.
And the Bro comp plays itself. And when you're two lower tier teams, I'm always going to favor the comp that can just press its buttons, run at you, and win a fight by just showing up first and fighting you straight up.
Yeah.
Because it's just so much easier to execute.
As Youngjae shadowing quite nicely here, trying to deny Umpty entrance here towards the bottom side. True Shot Barrage going to be traded for the Piercing Arrow. Nicely done.
A lot of posturing, Atlas.
Yeah, a whole lot of
positioning.
Bodyguarding these tank junglers. What they're doing.
Even.
Indeed. Fair bit of that.
Yeah. Not a lot of action.
No. First Blood, absent from this game thus far.
But it's all about the build-up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you gotta... every time.
Yeah.
You gotta really...
Jonah Strong letting us know.
Gotta settle the pieces. You gotta...
Oh, Goddard. I think
what else are you doing?
Goddard is a little bit strong.
Increase tempo.
Yeah. Move more quickly towards aggression.
Pull the volume upwards.
Yeah. Some dials might need some adjusting.
Need to turn those dials up. Yeah. Absolutely, Atlas.
So, got any plans for the rest of the weekend, Chronicler?
What weekend?
That's the time that it is now. Bulldog going to throw an ultimate. A direction. As some things are being thrown around, Bulldog's going to flash. And now the turret should go down. But we do have another Rift Herald that has made her way towards the Rift. And she will charge into this outer turret in the mid lane. Another cannon minion goes wide.
And first Turtle Blood goes to Breon, but we might see a 2-for-1 trade because Dudu currently sitting alone. There is teleport available, so Morgan and or Karis can definitely answer that. But if they don't, then we'll be favorable. And yet, they're not going to. No, that's where it's gone. So fine trade for Kwangdong.
Divinely Sundered, the turret. And yeah, it's some gentlemen's agreements. Don't want too much.
It's a more sophisticated.
It is. It's a far more
sophisticated
game of League of Legends. We don't do any of this crass fighting and hitting each other with ability. We take summoner spells and we back away.
You can win a game of League of Legends without taking a single soul. Well, except minions, but we don't know if minions have souls.
Oh, that's yes, we do. Thresh. Thresh picks them up all the time.
But well, that's way worse though. that's really sad.
I think Senna also, picks up a few of them.
Yeah. Well, I know you're right. The answers are right there, but that's way worse.
Yeah. Colin D's in the chat, please. I think we deserve those. As Kwangdong Freaks going to back out of the river towards his bottoms, backing away. It's kind of what the whole vibe of this game has been about. The Dragon apiece so far as Kwangdong not looking too interested in fighting for this.
Just shove. Well, your top lane isn't in a great state, and you're too slow on mid, so there's not a lot of shoving going on. They just kind of give it.
Yeah, it's called the doing nothing approach.
Brion coming up huge here.
Yeah, that's going to be the Hextech Drake being picked up.
Very proactive.
Second one they've managed to get, so Soul Point not on the table.
Yes.
Right now.
Very good. Dudu is PvEing real hard.
He is. Those minions do not stand a chance. All right, some fighting in the bottom lane. No, never mind. Backing away.
It's just jostling.
Some damaging. A bit of abilitying.
Yes.
Sometimes you do some abilitying, but you don't want to go too far forward. See, that was some more abilitying happening.
You don't want to incur risks.
Yeah, it's not about killing, it's about abilitying.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, I think I've said abilitying too many times. It's definitely not a word. All right, Hextech Gate's going to be used.
Atlas, there were a lot of visionaries that just invent words and kept using them, and then they became real.
Umpty! He's not in trouble, right, guys? Nature's Grasp going to come through as he gets delivered to the rest of the team. Bulldog does find the chains. His first blood goes to the Heimerdinger. Umpty going to be flashing out of this one. Henna also in an awkward spot as Dudu teleported in for some reason. Now they're going to back away. So, the Karma is dead. Effort picking up the kill. Pretty nice for Effort. And the gold lead.
For the other support.
Yeah, the gold lead is
ever
not
so
there.
Slightly in favor of Brion.
Yeah, but they have a dragon in advantage.
They do. They're up by an amount.
There is something tangible that they have in the lead of their opposition.
Hard engaging on Maokai is in of itself a wee bit risky. Doing it when Karis is just there is not ideal.
Well, we're going to see this as Megan.
Well, what are we seeing, Atlas?
I don't know.
League of Legends. Can you explain to me why we cut? Well, that was a nice replay.
Yeah, it's true.
I was enjoying watching that.
I was just having a look at the manicured lawn in the bottom lane. Kind of liked it. It's a bit patchy here in this mid lane.
Yeah. Does it look better in bot lane?
I think it looks a little bit better. I mean, the minions certainly have been eroding the ground quite a lot. But off towards the sides, like look at this in the jungle. It's quite beautiful, really. As Presence going to be ignored by Youngjae. And Taeyoon is going to head in and just look to take down the natural flora or fauna. I mean, it's a creature, but it is somewhat...
Fauna is creature, yeah.
I know, but it's also, like, it's a brambleback, like it's a plant as well. Is that flora, like, is an ant flora or fauna?
Well, an ant is definitely both. In this
Is
case,
Maokai flora or fauna?
I'd say flora.
Right?
Personally. Yeah, that'd be my take.
But also he's, like, sentient.
He is. But he's still a tree.
Yeah.
Same for ants. Whereas with the brambleback, I think it's decidedly more animal. Because there's plenty of animals that have like plants or you know, like small creatures live.
True. Maybe we're going to be saved from this conversation by something happening. But
I don't think we are, Atlas.
I don't know why I said that. Well, Umpty's here.
A chance.
Let's see what we can do. As Anara's been picked up, Youngjae throws an ultimate to Narnia, but that's only due to the flash from Morgan. And Bulldog has that really cool ult that the Gnar has.
Get him, Dudu. Get that turret. Come on, man.
No, get the minions. Don't get the turret. That's too
much. He needs both, Atlas.
No, not the turret. Too much. Minion.
Too much action.
Yeah, too much action.
Minion only.
No, that does stuff to the score screen at the top. We don't want that. No. Don't affect my score screen.
So, for perfect balance, Brion are going to give this next Drake to Kwangdong.
Oh, it has to happen.
Yeah.
It is. It has been said. It is the way. New Mandalorian season coming out.
I haven't seen any of the previous seasons. They're really good.
Okay.
I'm a big Star Wars fan, just haven't gone to it.
If you like the old Star Wars style, it feels very old Star Wars style as far as the film. I like that a lot. Zumpty might be dead, but he's sipping on some sap, and he's kind of feeling okay about it. And everyone's just going to back away. Some Chaos Storms. Chaos Storm is named horrendously wrong for this game. There is no Chaos.
FaZe rushing his way out of there, feeling good.
Ooh! A flash!
Yeah, but it didn't do anything.
No, I'm a play-by-play man. I'm trying. I'm trying to do something.
You're a member down. Kwangdong, you gotta be a little bit careful with this one.
But for all things to be balanced.
I don't think we're getting balance, Atlas.
Well,
We might be skewed here.
Dudu's coming in. Look at all this poke. They have to get out. As there's the riposte. That's going to do some work, but the grenade also doing far more. Fantastically done. Umpty, he might fall. He may not. As the Gnar comes on in, there is another really nice Nature's Grasp to come down from the Silas, who sidesteps the piercing arrow, the hail of arrows, all this stuff. Really nice footwork as the Drake. That is going to be soul point for Breon.
This is a peak Breon game, though, Atlas,
Oh,
because
it is.
what we're looking at right now is minimal action, maximum objectives.
value.
Yeah, a lot of value in that one. Tim doesn't have first strike, though, so he doesn't get that much out of it besides some dopamine. As we see again, giving over Maokai and Lethality Varus is a mistake.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Just don't, please. We do get the collapse here. Bulldog going in. The rest of his team doesn't necessarily agree with him. And then, that sidestep. Clean. Picks himself up a kill, you know, walks it off. Looking cool.
He was allowed to walk out there, though, because as Breon, they were like, well, we got an extra dragon. Not a lot of equality, so we'll go 1 for 1 with the kills.
We joke, but if you are Kwangdong and you don't get any sideline pressure, you can't actually contest against Heimer, Varus, and Maokai. And Victor, like, it's not happening. And they haven't been getting any of that. So they're just slowly losing.
Yep. Although, Dudu doing a little bit more
He's hit
winning.
2 items.
Yeah. Kwangdong now also looking to take a turret, maybe, as... Whoa, don't know about that flash, but wanted to get out of there. Morgan wants to take a bramble back. Now he's looking for a potential fight as Umpty flanking towards that top side. There's a flash from Taeun as he's down extraordinarily low. It's a nice looking cleanse, but Jun is already dead. The fadeaway jump shot there with the Glacial Prison's kind of cool as Dudu. I love this. Ignore the video game entirely. Just kill structures and stuff.
And he can't, but he won't get out.
Oh,
no way.
No. Is
Oh
he going
my
to go
God.
to the top one?
He's got to get out.
There it is.
They might get top turret as well.
Yeah, just go grab an inner. There is a outer turret being taken in mid lane.
Wait.
But look at this. It was the
Dudu.
sickest play ever. Oh, that better be highlight too. On the
Dudu's
space.
Wild adventure?
Oh, yeah. No, that was so sick.
That's a bizarre adventure.
It is.
Man.
But look at who has the gold lead Chronicler.
Now, they somehow do now.
Yeah.
Bullock is also level 15. He's about to hit 16.
You say somehow, but we know exactly how. 5 turrets to 3. It's the Dudu factor. All effort gonna be tapped lightly on the shoulder and told, don't go home there.
That might have been the greatest adventure movie since Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
And I'm not biased at all
I think
because
since the Heimerdinger walk up the bottom lane, or was the Ziggs walk.
Yeah,
the Ziggs walk,
that was a great movie as well.
Maybe we could, we might have a recording of that. We might be able to compare them on the space.
This one had more action, but not having the action was kind of the point. The previous one is really good collapse here from Breon. The one downside is that there's not an objective on the map besides Baron. They don't want to take that risk, so they get the mid shove in. We'll be able to make the turret, but due to the trade that comes through, Kwangdong in terms of gold still comes out at top. But the overall game state, I've been saying it for about 15 minutes now, to me is favorable to Breon. Barring Kwangdong finding some great sideline angles or some really big flanks, which against Heimer, Gnar, and Maokai and Victor is going to be really, really hard.
With infinite
You're just
items,
slowly
who
losing.
wins?
Probably Kwangdong? But I don't
think they're in a favorable position.
No, but once you lose Hextech Soul to Victor, Maokai, and Varus, you're not winning the game.
Ooh.
It's not happening.
We will.
Not even with an Elder Flippy.
We could get to infinite items, though.
It is Breon.
Yeah. And who knows? I mean, okay, Youngjae going to take a tree for a walk, finds an ulti to try and keep himself alive. Chains of Corruption come through, but that True Shot barrage value was very high. And Youngjae, once again, soaking all of the damage ever.
That might get into Drake. Youngjae has Warmogs, so he doesn't have to care about this damage at all. There are still Hextech gates, so that really changes a lot of the equations, but at the very least, Guangdong going to be able to take control of the jungle here, might be able to set up some traps, so
yeah.
big win there. Even though Youngjae goes low, he doesn't particularly care. Bulldog level 16 now as well.
Yeah, you can see Effort and Numpty, they're moving towards this top side as Karis comes over, no chains available. As, yeah, we are going to trade Chaos Storms. That's how it's going to go towards this bottom side. Level 16 for Bulldog. Actually a really big milestone.
No, bro, dude, come on, go for it. Bro!
No. That's doing too many things, Chronicler. Can't do that. A Drake is being taken. This is the part of the movie that we're watching right now. We're not watching the Baron part of the movie. Jonas Strong, back to the dragon. It's the dragon part of the movie. And there it goes. Okay, we missed that part of the movie, but that's fine. Dudu going to finish his hammer that has teeth on it. It's kind of like those hammers that you have for like a tenderizer, isn't it?
It is a tenderizer. Yeah.
It's actually yeah. That's what it is. So they're going to tenderize some turrets, make sure that they are ready to be baked. Whatever you do after you tenderize something.
Snack? Well, usually frying.
Yeah.
Often deep frying, but doesn't have to be. If you're watching your health, you can just do a normal fry. You can do a shallow fry, which is kind of a neither nor. You can even do air frying.
I have one of those.
They are quite nice. Very
them quite a lot. Wow, they really are at a.
We're at an impact.
Action is at a premium. Okay.
Well, Taeyeon now has free items.
Standing in the lane. Bulldog going to throw out an ulti. There's another one as well as the poke meets the poke as everyone stands behind Youngjae. It's a beautiful, beautiful playstyle. As Morgan, the grand challenge has been issued. Didn't look that challenging to me. As Dudu's going to do it again. I've seen this play.
Round 2. Oh, they're there.
Okay, but sometimes if you do it again, it can be dangerous.
He's
this time.
And now they get Nash.
Yeah, they should be able to go over and grab them.
Never
No,
mind.
never. No. That's not the movie we're watching.
Still
no. Not yet.
I wanted him to get Nash. That would have been perfect.
Too much excitement. Too much excitement.
Sorry, I need to pace myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I need to calm down.
Replay time. Let's look here at this bottom side as an egregious amount of things happening.
There's a lot of Fioring happening here. This is the unfortunate reality is that unless you're Jax, and I've seen Camille's be able to pull this off, but outside of that, you're just not going to match the 1v1 scaling that Fiora has. And at this point, with the amount of resistances available for Dudu, if you're mini, you're just going to die.
Yeah.
You don't really have to care about turrets anymore either, so that's going to remain a problem.
Yeah, it's that sort of the ticking time bomb Fiora situation. We haven't seen much of this, right? Because we've seen a lot of Fioras that really want to team fight. But now I'm asking the question,
Dudu gets it.
Who's used these base gates more, Dudu or Breon? I think Dudu may have used them more. It's pretty nutty. He's now hanging out here towards the bottom side, wandered all the way back down there, so holds on to his teleport as, okay, Effort. There's a Glacial Prison, some Mystic shots are flying in as that's some roots.
We had some action.
Go by.
Supposedly.
The Christmas theme looked cool. Youngjae existing. Ooh, that is a keyword for this series. Existing.
Only with Breon you get these type of action-packed matches out there.
Exactly.
This is why the Believers are as numerous as they are.
And as zen as they are as well, because you don't need to worry about being, like, it's not, there's no violence. I mean, there's a bit of violence, but as little violence as possible.
There's been a lot of excitement about mindfulness, trying to be present, be in the moment. Well, I'll tell you, just watch a Breon game.
Yeah. as True Shot Barrage going to find Henna somewhat.
They do need to turn it. Can't flip it.
No, they're not going to.
Don't need to. They have Fiora winning.
Well, I mean, it's not about turning.
They have Fiora
well, I mean,
inside.
Yeah, it's not about turning to go for a fight, though. It's about turning away from doing it.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just say no.
We don't really have to fight because Bulldog is about to finish his death cap. You really want that, ideally. Also, can we note that Youngjae has not gotten any resources this game? Like so little. He has 3 different components and a Warmogs.
Well, he
doesn't have a Mythic.
He's ready to camp. He's got his little fire here. He's got his coat that he can put on. He's got his flask of whatever that is inside a Kindle Gem, and he's got some clothing. I think he has everything that he needs to be out in the jungle.
It's not a flask though, right? It's just that is the gem.
It's a gourd.
No, that's just the gem.
It looks like a gourd to me.
No,
it helps.
The gem is stuck to the cord.
Well,
but it's like a pendant, Atlas.
I mean, I understand that might be what you think it is. But for my whole fantasy here about him being a camping Sejuani, he needs something to drink.
Sure.
So I'm going to just say that...
Right, he's in the river.
Yeah?
He's giving his Poro.
Oh, yeah, but he needs to fill up his flask. He's not a heathen. He's going to use a receptacle in order to consume that water. You know, as we're going to 1-3-1.
They're actually 1-3-1-ing.
Yeah.
They're doing it. Wait, but they might lose the Drake, though.
But Drake for Nexus.
Yeah, but they're not getting Nexus.
Okay, we got a teleport. Not from Dudu. As Youngjae, I don't know whether he can actually make it over here. They're still going to try and get in, as it is going to be secured. So that is the soul going to Breon. But can they win the teamfight is the question. Chaos Storm being eaten by Taeyun as he gets over the wall. And now no one's really getting taken low at all. Taeyun's fighting invisible people on the bottom side of the battle. True Shot Barrage just magically goes by, and they're buying time. They're buying space. Bulldog is DDRing in the back of the pit, and he will be taken down. But now it's Taeyun taking matters into his own hands. Henna can't make it work. And Kwangdong Freaks, I don't know what they're doing, but whatever they're doing is winning.
Umpty, taking a trip.
All right, base
he should be able to get out, but they're going to get at the very least 2 inhibitors for this. And it doesn't matter if you have the Hex stack if you don't have a base.
True, but it does matter if they're able to stabilize. But this doesn't look very stable, Chronicler.
Well, they have Maokai and Nara. I think they can hold here.
I want to go back to
Baron.
I liked it when Sejuani was just camping. It looks more like chaos here on the Rift as the first Nexus turret is going to go down. Taeyun does so much damage in this stage of the game as another Nature's Grasp flies through his effort, wants to try and take him down as Morg and the God will lock down the Quadra kill to get the ace.
Could have just taken the double inhibs and then got him Baron. But Kwangdong, in a moment of weakness, ignored a crucial lesson in this game, Atlas. They tried to do too much.
Yeah. Doing things will lose you the game.
Bulldog, no. Okay, he doesn't. Okay.
That sapling was very scary.
Oh, it's going to be Elder Flip, isn't it?
Well, it's going to be a Baron take. A secure, if you will. Breon, their base is obliterated, but they have a Baron. One Nexus turret is not going to defend against super minions, so they do need to have someone chilling back there. But this Drake being taken might actually pose a problem. As we have a look at this replay, I spoke over it because nothing really happens until the end. Look at Taeyun fighting the Chaos Storm towards the end there.
He was fighting bad weather conditions. Asriel's an explorer, really knows how to deal with that.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately for Bulldog, unable to get out. Look at the little sapling going left and right, trying to kill. Couldn't do it. Taeyun, with a rare moment of actual value, or a
why are we watching?
Oh, it's Dustblade. Yeah, rare moment.
That was cute.
Of peak gaming, but then here, just if you take the inhib and then you go back and then you get Nash, they can never defend. Like it's just this is a visual blick, by the way. The inhib is indeed down, but back off here, get Nash, and even into Hextech Soul with Jess is very hard to play into. I think you're okay, but they try to go for the actual end without a wave, so they can't actually kill the Nexus turret, and they lose the Baron. Now at this point, the gold doesn't really mean that much anymore. It's all going to be about how it plays out. But you're 1-for-1 at least for the next minute and a half, not going to amount to anything.
Look at
really.
this flatline gold towards until the very end.
Yeah, it's going to be Elder Flip, but then at this point, I'm leaning towards Breon again.
Well, it all depends on how these waves
Oh,
are
if I
controlled.
swear, if they go Elder but they lose the Nexus, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah.
Because that might happen.
Yeah, remember, like, there is a clock, and it's ticking down 2.5 minutes, right? Baron is only going to be up for another 1. And
No
Kwangdong
one can
Freaks,
1v1 Dudu.
we've got 1.5 minutes on the inhib on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Dudu's just
2
gonna
minutes
shove
on the
it.
mid lane one.
As long as Kwangdong don't lose the game here right now, and they play it up well, Brion might not have a way to deal with this Fiora. They're gonna have to try and set up a trap, right? Like, pretend that you're rotating multiple people, get a flank ward maybe, or a Hex Gate so you can get behind the Fiora, take her down, because in any 1v1, I don't think anyone wins. And if you can't match Dudu and the other 4 people are keeping you on the Elder, even if you win the fight, you might not have the time to actually get back because you won't have empowered recalls.
So it's optimistic of you to say fight, as if it's a thing that's going to happen.
As opposed to them just Bulldog and Dudu just running into base.
I mean, I think there is a high likelihood that we have Brion going out.
Okay, but Brion knows this.
And preparing for a battle.
But Brion knows this. They should not be caught off guard by such scoundrel
Saying words
tactics.
like should is a dangerous thing, as Dudu has Ghost. Yep.
We'll be okay.
Fairy lights on okay, on the Christmas tree, not going to hit. Present chases wistfully after Silas in the jungle. Continues to do so once again. This time the present will find its mark. No, it won't. Never mind.
Lies
Will be channeled.
by Atlas, unfortunately.
I was.
What a thriller of a game.
It is.
Oh,
The level of excitement is beyond the words that I have.
okay, bro.
In
The only
my
way you lose this
brain.
game, okay, love the collapse, but Dudu does spot it. Only way you lose this game is allowing Kwangdong to go for split push. So as long as you shove in the waves, don't allow Kwangdong to get anywhere near your base, you should be able to get the Elder here relatively safely. And be fine. You've teleported Karis, teleported Morgan.
Bot lane
Brion
wave.
is in a great spot here, Atlas.
There are no inhibitors that have any turrets, and there is one Nexus turret. So backdoor capabilities.
Yeah, but they need
definitely
waves.
there. Do they?
Yeah.
I think Dudu probably still kills an inhibitor 1v1.
Well, Dudu is shoving, but the timing of this Elder, I think, does provide a lot of opportunity here for Brion, rather. They're going to start it up, and Dudu not going to be in time. Look, they have no control of the map.
Nope, there is none. Taeyun gonna get the bad news here, as the Elder is still relatively healthy. They do get the info. Okay, over the wall they go. Gravity Field is in there. Can Kwangdong Freaks get some sort of miracle steal? The answer is no. So Elder goes to Bro.
Yeah, now they just
Can
cancel
you
the
win?
backs.
They're trying to cancel these backs and teleport to come forward now as Taeyun. He's
Double
in the back
TP.
of the pit. All right, Morgan made it back, but there are double TPs like you were talking about.
Happening. They
They get a big old Naras. Dudu is trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to work. Elder and Soul are pretty powerful in combination with one another. 3 are dead. As Bro
That's game.
just walking up this bottom
Yeah,
lane. It should definitely be game.
This is very anticlimactic, but I think that might just be it. Because Brion just...
Oh, Taeyun is dead. GA.
They find the setup. Right, like they shove out the waves. There's no backdoor capability. Kwangdong are a little bit, or not able to find the perfect setup that they're looking for.
God, the dragon.
And we're gonna go to game number 3, Atlas. Maokai and Varus pull through yet again.
You've raised your voice far too far. As Bro are going to casually
It's a
eliminate
Saturday
these
showdown, Atlas. Come on.
It is, but not all things need to be that high volume. Nexus will be taken, and Bro will bring us to a game number 3 in our Saturday showdown here. Humpty swag walks his way towards backstage, towards the coaching booth, where they can break down what was an incredible win for Brion.
I want to apologize for, I forgot that we are, in fact, mere observers here.
Indeed.
Trying to make sense of this crazy thing we call life. Looking at a riveting, yet slow-paced, one might even say glacially, beautiful match here between Kwangdong.
No, it was a game of chess, you know.
And
you
in
don't,
the end,
it's not about the APM. It's not about the excitement, the exhilaration. It's about making the right moves on the board, having the bigger brain, when the game calls for it. And Brion with just that team. As we're going to have a look at this post-game breakdown, which means not a whole lot. Karis did way more damage than Bulldog. The range advantage seems to have been a thing, but it wasn't about that. It wasn't about tussling. It wasn't about aggression. It was about, can we kill a Nexus?
Just let him have the Crocodile. You can't give Maokai over.
Yeah, don't do that.
You can't 1-3-1 into Maokai. It doesn't... I don't see it. I don't see the lines.
No, it was a bit of a silly decision to make. But they took a risk, and now they have the opportunity to right the wrong of Game 2 in Game 3. Bro, now with momentum, get to move into Game 3 feeling fantastic. Hashtag Bro Memento. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 3.
이제 잡아봐. 만화 쓰지 마봐. 야 이제 잡았어. 나이스.
잘했다.
나 바로 버텨갈게.
레드 20초.
네, 무조건 끝나니까 이거 웨이브만 몸으로 막아.
아래로.
웨이브만 몸으로 막아.
어차피 천천히 해도 끝날 듯. 잘했어. 봄 대줘. 계속 봄 대줘.
오케이, 다음 판 잘해보자 얘들아.
잡았어. 게임 끝내.
끝내.
나이스.
다음 판 잘해보자. 야, 감독님 무조건 이겨준 내 거는 바로 믿어본다.
오케이.
나 애드가 믿는다.
나 미카엘 있어. 세즈
있고. 돈 깔아놓게. 어땠는데 초식의 미니언 맞기.
좋았다.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we just witnessed a game of League of Legends.
We witnessed it. We did. We certainly did.
We saw a game of League of Legends. Brion were able to take game number 2 here. A lot of interesting stuff that happened in this game, including an Elder that did not get flipped, which was very weird, especially in a Brion game. But we have to talk about this draft first. What did you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Chronicler mentioned it many times. Banning the Renekton here instead of the Maokai is a choice that you can make. You're worried about Henna's Lucian, right? You're worried about that Umpty Elise, but you let the Maokai open. But it was a pretty weak performance, I'm going to be honest, from Umpty on this Maokai. I actually think that the reason why the 1-3-1 didn't go off very well here for Kwangdong Freaks is because they didn't use the pressure very well at all. I don't think it was a Maokai problem. We very rarely saw Umpty running around the map be like, I got that Fiora, don't worry, like, oh, the Silas is going to be stuck. It was more about how these two side laners pushed waves up to turrets, and then nothing else on the map was gained. They didn't try to start a Baron. They didn't try to clear vision. They didn't try to do cross-map plays on the other side of the map. And ultimately, the decision to not fight for Elder and try to end the game was very late. You know, we had the whole base open. There was a TP on the Fiora for a really long time, and she decided, all right, we're going to try to finally do something with this Elder and go straight to the base, but just very slow on it, unfortunately.
Yeah, reaction had to be a little bit quicker. Like, they were trying to push in top and wait for the moment to, like, okay, we're gonna TP top and we're gonna all in there, 2v0 potentially, stop some teleports. None of that really happened, but we'll get to that in highlight number 2. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 first, which was this Drake fight. It was actually the second Hex Tech that Brion were able to take.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, like, kind of the chaos in this game of how neither of these teams seemed very good at setting up on objectives, and Kwangdong Freaks were super indecisive in all these fights. Look at how much poke damage Kwangdong takes before this even goes off. Then the chase is real here, right? Brion decided they're going to force this in the choke point with the Maokai ultimate, and Kwangdong neither hard commit to the Drake, nor do they really side lane or do anything else here. They just kind of walk towards it slowly and take a bunch of damage. And this happened multiple times. You're not using your side lane win condition here at all. Just kind of taking some poke damage and giving away that critical Hex Tech Drake.
Yeah, that was the first highlight of the game, because before that fight actually happened, it was 1-0 in kills. Favor of Brion at 22 minutes into the game. So you could tell Atlas was getting a little bit sleepy there on the desk. I don't blame him. Let's take a look at the highlight number 2, which was this Elder that did not get flipped, as Kwangdong, again, a very late response and kind of a half-hearted push attempt.
Notice where Fiora and the Silas are right now. I was joking with you, like, Bulldog, he's coming. Is he actually going to do anything in this fight? And then the inhibitor is still up here in top lane, buys a ton of time. And by the time they get here, Elder is secured. Defensive teleports used. You die. They're not even able to stop backs or anything. Like, they're not set up to actually make this play work. We have to see a lot more decisive play and a lot more setup for Kwangdong Freaks in moments like this if they want to be able to use the Silas Fiora as a win condition, because the base was open way more before this, but the inhibitor's all the time you need as Brion to come back into this to just TP and win the game. It was a very bizarre choice.
Yeah.
Not confident in their ability to win a team fight, but I think you could have used the Fiora to maybe set up a proper team fight, get that Silas in position. He could steal the Maokai ultimate away. Very disappointing choices, I think, for Kwangdong Freaks in a game that was definitely winnable, with a draft that was really good, I thought.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely, like, regardless of draft, like, they had multiple moments where they were, like, stepping on the neck of Brion and they were not able to quite do it. It's kind of a cruel example. But you know what I mean? Like, they nearly even pushed in. They got it down to, like, one Nexus turret as well. Extremely close stuff, and then Morgan kind of just comes through and saves the day at the very end. So, Kwangdong Freaks, they did select blue side after this. I think this is a game where Kwangdong, they can kind of just say, okay, well, that was crazy. Let's back away. Let's not do that again. And try to, like, reassure yourself and go on a blue side again.
It was another game where we didn't see Caitlyn in the draft at all. I think you have to be willing to trust your bottom laners as these two teams. If you're trying to make that run for playoffs, for that pick potentially, I'd rather see Renekton than Maokai in this game again as well.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's take a look at Umpty on the Maokai. He did press his R button a lot of times in this game, and he did get 666 DPM. So how could we not give it to him?
Yeah, that's pretty satanic of him, to be honest, in this 2-1-9 game where he has a lot of assists because a lot of these skirmishes were defined by him pressing R. And I think that, like, yeah, jokes aside, he had a pretty decent game here on this Maokai, but much lower impact than you and I were expecting. And, you know, we were watching this game going, well, Umpty is not actually, you know, getting the same kind of effect or power in the bottom lane, for example, that you normally get with the Maokai. Did it help defend the base here really critically, which bought them a ton of time. I think we'll see a split vote. Yeah, we will. I voted for top lane because I thought the quick reactions and great play from Morgan overall all game was the most consistent we saw from Brion.
Yeah, just a lot of votes across the board. In a game that messy, it does make sense. But guys, we are done here on the space. We have one final game. Let's go back to the casters for Saturday Showdown.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for breaking down what was an exquisite display of game number 2.
Yeah, so going into game number 3, I have decided to completely change my outlook. I will be excited every step of the way to provide you some much needed respite because you're the one that has to do a lot of loud yelling. I'm just sitting here benefiting of it all. So
I don't
Atlas,
think that I have to do anything. I can choose to go about my commentary experience of this game the way that I want to. But yes, no, I think that maybe
I just want to help you, Atlas. I was worried about you. You know, there was not a lot for you in that game. I mean, admittedly, there was not that much for me either.
No, I think that we had some great conversations about things and stuff like that. That was about Sankei's birthday next Tuesday.
Aww,
happy birthday, Sankei. Well, not yet. The next
Soon.
Tuesday, happy birthday. Here we go into the draft for game 3.
Will Maokai make it through this time? The answer should be no, but it may surprise you. Hopefully it won't. Please, please no. Please no.
Elise, Lucian, Renekton, Maokai, Ashe, Annie. Those were the bans.
So far, so good. Are we just running it back? Could be a thing. With how these 2 games have gone, I would not be opposed to either team just going full team fight. Just B1 Ornn for all I care. What are you going to do? Counter you? With what? It's Ornn. Can't be done.
No, you can't. Especially not when proactive play is banned. Varus will be taken away.
Okay. What is the most scaling team comp we can possibly create? So we need Kassadin, obviously.
No, Veigar, Nasus.
Okay, so I don't actually think that those champions are as good as like Kassadin.
Aurelion Sol.
Maybe. Yeah, actually Aurelion.
40,000 stack.
Senna.
Yep, Senna.
Another one.
Into it. Kindred.
As we have...
It's the same bands.
It's the same bands. It's just the same.
Yeah. Sejuani. Varus, Karma. No, can't be Varus. So Lucian was banned last time. So now Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu, Wukong. He banned some top lanes.
So back to scaling, because I think we have the first half of this draft on lockdown.
Yeah.
Might be Zeri though. Might be Zeri. Might be Zeri Lulu.
They might go for the...
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
They're shaking it up.
So Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami, Wukong.
Yeah, well though, Ezreal Karma,
okay.
That's fine. I like Tame's Ezreal, he's been playing that well, that's no problem.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that he plays it today. Looking forward to that. So they are going to go with an Ezreal here. Didn't really see very much in the last game.
Okay,
the Ezreal
that was
Karma
not
will come in this time.
entirely his fault.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay, fine. Good lockdown for Ezreal. You can have some issues actually getting on top of Ezreal with the Wukong, so Vi going to provide a lot more targeted lockdown. And with the draft so far, we are not delving into new territory. We know what they do. Ezreal Karma is a new addition to the roster of allowable champions.
Yeah.
Gonna see the Jax ban.
Zeri as well.
Victor ban.
Really interesting.
Surprised me.
New addition.
Okay, I Atlas, you know I was. You don't have to do that. You don't have to draw attention to it and make it worse.
Well, just saying. Haven't seen it today. So the Akali going to be taken off the board here. Quantum Freaks feels like they're doing a bit of a favor for Brion, who are probably pretty happy about locking away an Azir for Karis.
We're going to ban Azir here. is my expectation.
Would like to see that.
Just a cheeky Azir ban, no problem. Then you might run into a Gnar, but that's okay. Silas thus far this series has been extremely lackluster, but no. It's going to be the Silas ban, so... Okay, we are taking away the Victor from Bulldog. Now, Bulldog, is he going to play Azir? Or is he going to pull out something else? Is it time for a Bulldog Tristana, perhaps?
Tristana into Victor? Seems interesting.
Well, I don't love it, but I'm hankering for anything that isn't just Victor Azir.
Well, Gnar is it's probably Azir Gnar.
It's just going to be Azir Gnar.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Azir Gnar. It's just
Azir and Gnar.
It's just Azir and Gnar, and then Fiora?
Oh, or Azir, Fiora into Gnar. Fiora and Gnar will be picked.
Yeah, just in the opposite order.
Yeah.
Remember my previous comment regarding my energy levels?
Yeah. Just I think you
stop
should
fighting it.
You should use appropriate energy for the moment at hand. Okay?
Okay.
And that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
As the Gnar and the Victor were picked up towards the end of the draft for Brion, they have created themselves a composition. League of Legends champion.
I will follow your lead, Atlas.
Sounds perfect. Kwangdong Freaks also have themselves a composition of League of Legends champions, 5 of them to be exact, and they will be facing off against the 5 that Brion have also picked. Very similar game plans for both of these teams, and that is lane at the beginning, and then take neutral objectives and see whether they can then transition to turrets and finally the Nexus.
Maybe a Baron in there, if you want to get spicy.
Ooh, look, that's it's very far down the line. But I would hazard a guess that perhaps a Baron, maybe
a Baron or 2 or 3.
I mean, yeah, I think it's probably 3 at a minimum. And then we'll just see who manages to get the last bit of damage on the Elder Drake. That will likely also occur.
Kwangdong Freaks versus Brion. Game number 3. We have scaling mages. We have Fiora again, this time in a composition that has a lot more going on for it in the team fight perspective. So you can 1-4 and feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
That is nice. That is good. There's also no Maokai, which is also a good thing.
Big positive for Kwangdong fans. And for people that don't like trees, let's get onto the Rift here for Game 3. Brion fans. Very, very loud here in LoL Park. I imagine those in Twitch chat are also being as loud as they possibly can and translating that into text in the chat.
Early boots here from Hannah.
Ooh, shoes gamer.
Makes sense. Playing into double skill shots. Has Ghost as well.
Oh yeah.
No teleport for the Ezreal. Playing a little bit more lane focus. Tane going for the Conqueror again. Tudu, we have already seen how the early matchup goes. We've seen how the later stage of this matchup goes. Not really a lot of changes in that regard. Meanwhile, in the jungle matchup, instead of Maokai, we get a jungler that is a little bit more on the fair side of the balance scale.
Pink hair.
Starring together with Victor from Arcane.
Yeah, there we go.
Is Vi. Also,
Arcane advantage.
Arcane. Missing though is Caitlyn in all these drafts.
I know. And
also,
Jace was banned though. So
yeah, well, Jace got attention.
We got
the recognition he deserves.
Yeah,
but that's not the case.
Morgan is Alcove Gaming.
He's an Alcover. Dude is like, hold up.
Wow, this is crazy.
I don't.
Look at that. He got the experience.
Yeah, that's the exact same outcome as the previous game, but he had to hop level 1.
I think he might have, maybe he missed experience in game 1.
Could be. Could have gotten zoned off of it.
So now he's like, I'm going to get experience, but I won't be able to throw any
That
boomerang.
was the first victor win for Karas the previous game,
Yeah, he's now 1-4.
which is better than 0-4, which
Whoa,
it's what it was before.
I know.
Yeah.
Outrageously increased his percentage. of
Oh,
victories.
infinitely.
Yeah. It's pretty absurd, really. As Bro, they are going to lose the race to level 2.
Atlas, I just realized that you, in all your generous, had asked me about my plans for the weekend.
Yeah.
But I had never returned the favor. So Atlas,
Oh, you want to know about my plans for the weekend?
no, tell me.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be commentating some LCK
Yeah. Okay.
throughout the majority of the weekend.
Yes.
Outside of that,
Indeed.
I'm going to occupy a seat or stand on public transport. I will then go to my home, and I am going... Now, get this. This is where it really gets exciting.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Young Jay is going to do some things. Never mind. And then I am going to collect my... okay, never mind. We do have Umti taking a Winter's Wrath. There's a Permafrost as well, as it's mano a mano. It's jungler versus jungler. Umti trying to get under the turret, and he will be able to do so. No flash required. It's absolutely fine. So what I was saying is I'm going to collect up some washing.
Yes.
That is
do a load of laundry.
in
That's
dire
important.
need of cleaning, and I will place it into the washing machine.
Oh, riveting. Do
I
you have
know.
a dryer as well?
I do. I also have a dryer, and so
First-
following the wash and
Yeah.
get is straight into the dryer.
Straight into... Oh, man.
Boom.
You like...
And I'm going to have clothes so
warm and
clean.
fluffy.
Oh, it's just going to be glorious. Very much.
Do you use fabric softener?
Yes, a little bit.
But, okay, I was.
I don't like to overdo it on the fabric softener.
Oh, got to be very, very careful with that.
Oh, yeah.
Not great in many a way. I used to work in a clothing store, and we were always told to never ever recommend someone use fabric softener because it can really do a number on your favorite clothes.
Yep. I would also recommend vault breakering over walls, not into them.
Ideally, yeah. Ideally, you'd also not lose your red buff very early on and fall behind in terms of experience. Now, Youngjae has also wasted a lot of time. His entire top half is still up, but once he clears that, should be able to get a sizable lead over Umti, who doesn't really have a lot of places to go. So back
Yeah.
after laundry.
Yeah, I mean, we're only a very small percentage of the way through the story. So once I conclude the washing,
And the drying.
yeah, and the drying,
Sad washing.
I may have an opportunity, given the fact that we do start earlier today, it's
Yeah.
best of threes, I have quite an evening planned.
Oh.
So some dishes will take place.
Yes.
Things like all of my crockery is going to be so clean. It's going to be absolutely
Are you
incredible.
a dishwasher, or do you have one?
No, I like the process.
Oh,
Of,
very mindful of you.
Yeah, I like to just get hands on.
Do you listen to music when you
No,
wash your dishes?
I actually find doing the dishes exciting enough by itself without any outside stimulation.
Oh, I can't relate. I need a soundtrack.
Really?
I need some jams, yeah. But in general, I'm very in need of constant distraction from whatever is going on.
Well, we do have Bulldog flashing. There's the Emperor's Divide. Special delivery, first blood, going to Kwangdong Freaks here in the mid lane. Bulldog, I mean, that is just quintessential Azir into Victor.
And that's just the first time. That can keep happening. Really nicely played it for Bulldog, right? Immediately goes in on his level 6, forces a preemptive flash, and Karas just kind of goes down. Not a lot to be done about that one. Youngjae flexing the on one life side as he takes Karas down, and Gold Lead now becoming more and more substantial.
Yeah.
Early first blood as well. I almost be worried that we're not going to be able to hear the end of your riveting tail, Atlas.
I know, we're going to have to hold that thought because we've got things going multiple directions. That looked very, very cool as the Wallop and the Riposte both doing some stuff. Ultimately, not a whole lot actually occurred. Still, it was very exciting.
Umti spotted.
Indeed. Dragon
So-
being considered. Ooh, they are changing their positions. They're
I'm
looking
awaiting
for a
with
dragon.
bated breath, Atlas.
All right, so once I've concluded the washing of the dishes, I will then probably just cheekily take some time for myself. I might play some video games.
Ooh, what are you What are you playing right now?
I'm playing a bit of Persona 5.
I know. That's why I asked.
Yeah,
Wonderful game, isn't it?
Really, yes, it is. It is. It's fantastic.
So this isn't. I'm going to teach you as a small intermezzo a Dutch expression, which is called asking after the known way, which is when you ask a question when you already know the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go. Learning more. What was the other one? Like the monkey in the sleeve?
Oh, yeah. Monkey out of the sleeve is a Dutch classic. We also have small donkey bridge.
Yeah, I like the small donkey bridge, which makes a bit of sense.
It's a small bridge.
Yeah.
It's not a small donkey. The donkey is normal size, but the bridge is small.
Yeah. No, you went over that, and I'm glad you clarified it once again because it is difficult to know.
It's an important distinction.
Yeah, a story like that. And we found out that it's to do with the fact that donkeys will not cross any body of water if they don't know how deep it is.
So, yeah. So you get that gun, right? You get your gaming in.
Yep. And then I'm going to go to bed. And then I'll go back to work. We will once again spend some time on public transport.
And it just starts over.
It does.
Again.
But I will be on the space tomorrow to bring you the video games.
I'll be right here.
Yeah.
But sitting beside Veldas, not you.
And then you and I believe, will also be attending the Challengers broadcast.
Yes, on Tuesday.
Is it on Tuesday or Monday?
On Tuesday.
So I think we've been scheduled for Monday.
As far as I'm aware, we did.
But we messed it up.
Monday.
Yeah, we did last Monday, but never mind. We've got a bit of a gank coming through here towards the mid lane as Bulldog can Emperor's Divide, but he's still going to get stunned by just the edge of the gravity field. Calculated there as Umpty comes on over and grabs the kill.
Nicely done there by Brion, getting some much-needed counter pressure as thus far they have been on the receiving end of a whole lot of pain without really being able to find themselves a lot of openings. Top lane getting further ahead, mid lane the same. Now this gang with Bulldog going down will provide a little bit more space for Karis. And even in bot lane, Taeyun and Jun been able to consistently keep down Hannah and Effort.
All right, there's a Gnar onto Dudu. Actually takes the house to the head as well as he flashes after him. Dudu, oh, able to lunge out of the way of that one as Morgan still looking for more. Dudu wanting to get that last bit of CS. Will be able to do so. Flash for Ghost. Morgan with control.
Morgan will be able to get played here as well. But on the flip side, there is a... Oh, I think they can get first turret here as well. Doesn't look like they are going to, but with the bot lane for Brion backing and that turret already being that low, wouldn't be surprised they can make a play here, but they don't have sight on Umpty. If they knew Umpty was on the top side of the map, this would be the freest. Currently, take early Drake, early Mountain Drake in particular, going over to Kwangdong. Very, very nice, Atlas.
Certainly is. This is a heck of a lot more action than I was expecting. As Umpty's also going to return the favor here, getting a bit of counter jungling in. So these wolves should be secured.
They will now know.
As Young Jay is going to move in. So yep, there is the information gained. And Young Jay not even interested in taking that camp as, oh, just barely picks it up. Emperor's Divide not wasting any time at all is Bulldog, but Gravity Field is now there. Bulldog's going to go down and Umpty, he survives, he's burning down the last tick, isn't it enough? As now June has to flash. Effort able to help secure the kill for Karis and Brion answer back beautifully.
And with Umpty surviving all of a sudden, the game state completely shifting. Bulldog going down again. Brion able to pick up another kill.
Man, that was huge.
Or 2 kills rather, yeah. Really big moment. Hannah also zoning away Taeyun here is 2 levels up. Huge wave gonna get given up here. And all of a sudden, Brion with a momentous gold swing.
This is
here in
huge.
game number 3.
And Hannah, we know that his Zeri is pretty good. He's pretty practiced on the champion. Only 2 and 2 so far this time, but yeah, right on the edge.
Yeah, back-to-back plays going just barely wrong here, and do see Umpty takes a lot of damage initially, but then he's going to be able to proc his aftershock here with his ultimate. That's going to keep him alive for long enough, and an Effort with a really nice roam making his way over here. And crucially, Morgan is in this play, but due to the earlier play that we saw him make on top side, Dudu not able to join, so they will remember down, and now they're just throwing this down in mid. Bulldog will be able to get 1 gold, and this is not like a previous game where Bro have, in my opinion, an easy way out no matter what the game state is. They still have incredible amount of scaling with Zeri and with the Victor available, but into, again, Fiora, same issue, but then the Victor makes a really big difference over what was previously a Sylas.
Yep.
could see a bit of a shift. Second Drake going to be very important here.
Well, it is going to be a Hex Tech. We'll have to have a look at what kind of soul we're going to pick up. The likelihood of it being a very good one is somewhat low.
Relatively, yes.
But that's an extra plate going over to Taeyun.
So we had reached the end of our conversation regarding your day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the most exciting, but I'm, you know, it's good to be able to get some chores and some housework done, you know? Yeah, Bulldog is going to be clearing out these waves, and the reason why we're talking about our day and things like this is because these games tend to be relatively slow, but it's all about moving towards a later stage of the game that both of these teams are very comfortable with. Mainly Brion, which is why they're not pushing the envelope, and when they do, it's about the reactions, it's about what they do in response to Kwangdong Freaks making these plays, and so far it's worked out quite well for them.
Yeah, do be aware that all of this, what we're seeing, is just setup. The actual game isn't played until we reach about 2.5 free items.
Oh yeah, we're going through the motions here at this stage. Yeah, thankfully we still get to commentate even when the setup is taking place.
Some might say the setup is the most interesting part.
No, some would.
I wouldn't.
No, neither would I.
But there are people that would.
Indeed. As Youngjae going to be taking a little bit of damage here as Umpty moves in. Karis moving pretty quickly over this one as True Shot Barrage is not going to really find too much joy. And Umpty's continuing to play aggressively. True Shot Barrage actually helping thin the wave, I guess, for Dudu. There you go, as Umpty does manage to get the smite. So there we go. Being frustrating. Has a camp in the lead as the Vi.
Is indeed. Warmox first again for Youngjae here.
Ooh, and Black Cleaver first for Umpty, which we're feeling good about.
And Umpty now trying to get a red buff.
Yeah. Isn't going to be able to do so, as Youngjae has a smite button. Wards being killed. There's 2 more down there. Exciting stuff.
Still here.
Indeed.
Drake about to spawn. Do have Essence Reaver already done for Taeyun. Not the same case for Henna. Possibility here for a Kwangdong fight where they're going to feel a little bit stronger. We do have the rotations coming through. Umpty.
Yeah, the wraparound. Okay, not going to find the Vault Breaker as he does get the cease and desist. They are engaging onto this Sejuani, who flashes to get out of the way. Umpty realizing that he does a lot of damage if he hits the Karma instead, but they are just trying to get rid of the jungler because Youngjae is the one with the smite. And now Bulldog, he can get in here, teleport into the back of the pit. Exactly right. It's going to be a 5v5 as Dudu not going to offer as much as far as this fight is concerned. As now Kwangdong Freaks, where are we going? What's happening? The wallop is too good, and it's a double kill now for the Zeri. Dudu diving forward, but it's dangerous. They don't want to do it. But now Bro find themselves in an uncomfortable spot. Bulldog doesn't have Emperor's Divide anymore. The Dragon is going to be ignored, and it's just a 1-5 for Bro.
Morgan with a humongous play there, and the call from Kwangdong to go for that was a big risk. That doesn't pay off. The only thing that they can say is they were able to keep them from taking the Drake, but you can also just shove here, right? Shove on bot, shove on top, and take that trade, but instead they learned from last game they want to try and fight here, but disengage from Morgan just expertly done, able to clip above Taeyun. Actually, 3 people, even Jun, caught by it, and as a result, even with Bulldog and Dudu trying to close the trap on the other end, Brion can just walk it off. We'll be able to pick themselves up the Drake, and with this calm, this early Drake is not even remotely as relevant as the previous Drakes, especially with Cloudstone now coming up. So if Dudu just keeps shoving top and they shove bot lane in, I think would have been a much more satisfactory outcome.
That's a flash cease and desist as Bulldog is going to get caught out. Effort. Can we actually help block this one down? Henna trying to dive on over. That is another knockback though, and Henna collects his 3rd kill. Killing spree for the Zeri, and we know what that means. We're nearing certification.
And
mid lane, Kwangdong Freaks trying to trade.
Yeah, the response for Kwangdong is just kind of lackluster, right? Like they 3 men are invested on the bottom half of the map, and they are not in a position to shove top. They're not in a position, now with the Herald, they will get the turret in mid, but overall the trade, extremely favorable, and all these kills are going over to Henna. And Kwangdong looking to be in deep trouble here, Atlas.
Oh dear, Taeyun in so much trouble. Arcane Shift on cooldown, that is a wallop. Morgan farming minions while he waits. That's what you can do when you're just that confident, throwing the boulder the other direction because he knew that the Ezreal was dead.
Kwangdong collapsing in front of our very eyes, getting caught repeatedly. Bulldog not having a great showing on this Azir. Taeyoon dying in the mid lane, and don't know what to tell you, right? There was a control war there. There is a decent amount of knowledge of where they are on the map. Bulldog not able to abandon this, and here again, like he gets spotted on a ward.
Yeah. And Taeyoon, I think, just thought that he was
Ezreal.
Yeah, a little bit safer.
Not Ezreal enough.
Nope. Sometimes even picking Ezreal isn't enough Ezreal.
And the upside for Kwangdong is, of course, the game state is not unsalvageable. They still have an incredible amount of scaling. But I'm not getting a lot of confidence for how these early fights are playing out. And this is the Bro comfort zone. Team fight comp, fed Hannah on Zeri.
And also,
they win these.
They do. And they, like, Bro with a lead like this is the sweet spot, right? Like, if they have a composition that is required to snowball and they're ahead 2,000 gold, then I don't think you're as confident as Youngjae, who's going to make me hold my thought. It's a decent ult, but he's still dead. Morgan's going to come on over and take that kill. 3-0-3 on this. Nah, give him the POG already. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, no, this game is...
It's basically donezo.
It kind of is, unless we see Bro make some immense mistakes in any of the upcoming fights. Should be able to clean this one out. Very, yeah.
Comfortably, yeah.
Really are.
The reason why I'm so confident is because this is not one of those cases where they're required to snowball. This is very even compositions between the two teams, but playing out from a lead when it's someone like Umpty, that's when you feel confident.
We've had two plays as well that were very close for working out for Kwangdong and then completely backfiring. Right, we had the Umpty play, then we had the fight at Dragon, and then you can even include the mid gank where Bulldog was like almost able to get out. And those 3 moments seemingly have broken the spirit of this Kwangdong, and it's easy to forget with how well they play some of their individual matches that this is a roster that doesn't have the amount of experience that at this point Dudu, like when Dudu's your most experienced player, it says a lot.
It does.
It's not to discredit Dudu, but you can see it in these moments, like Youngjae getting caught now twice, Bulldog looking a lot more off, and there are still avenues back into this way for Kwangdong. But we're going to have to see Morgan maybe overextend. We're going to see Hannah in an awkward position, allowing maybe Dudu to get on top of him, but this is Zeri. It's a fed Zeri, and he has Shield Bow and Bloodthirster, and there is not a lot of point-and-click CC on Kwangdong. So I'm not seeing it, Atlas. No. I'm worried that even though this game might take 25 more minutes to actually conclude.
This is the thing. It's going to take a while to get there, but Bro are going to be in control the entire way. You're right.
That would be huge. Umpty is on his way, though.
Let's see whether Morgan
the shadow
his way out of it.
And he now.
He's throwing houses around, but yeah, no one's here anymore.
We got pranked by Jonas Strong.
Jonas Strong pranking us. Although we probably should have known, right? Because we were thinking that maybe something would happen when there was a chance that something wouldn't happen. So joke's on us, really. Fool me once and all that stuff. As Jun throws an altered Q into the middle of the lane, as now Bulldog's going to have to flash. Karis is actually kind of huge at this stage. Has himself his Ludens built up as well. I really like the bursty build that he's gone for. But taking a bit of poke damage, but you can see Taeyoon not able to command the sort of control that this 2-item spike has offered Ezreal's in the past. As Morgan just going to casually do a dragon.
Not too bothered is Brion. As you point out, this is the pace that they enjoy. Going to be able to stack up the dragons. Cloud Soul, even though we're still 2 drakes away, I'm pretty sure going to come through in this game.
Yeah, I think there might
kind
be
of how it goes, because barring a Elder or Baron flip, Bring Bro is chilling.
Certainly looking like it. Especially with their ability to 5v5. The fact that they are Bro. They do very much like getting towards those. With the advantages that they have. I think just setting up around a Baron, which has been alive for 2 minutes' time, certainly going to be a pretty comfortable way of handling the rest of this game. they are going to play it by the numbers. Get that vision down. Kwangdong Freaks with a fair few wards in the area that need to be cleared out. As Dudu still will be a threat in a side lane, but not against the current form of Morgan, who's going to find Jun. And yeah, even Hyperprox are just doing so much work. But that is a lot of members of Kwangdong Freaks, as there is the Glacial Prison, and he doesn't find anything with the Nas. Still, the rest of the boys make their way over, and Morgan will be bailed out. That's what you do when your Lord's in trouble. Call everyone together. You make sure that he gets out just fine.
A lot invested from either side here.
Yeah, Umpty now taking a lot of damage. He has to flash Grand Challenge issue. True Shot Barrage. A lot of value there. They get a bunch of information as well as Kwangdong Freaks. Not going to go down without a fight. Although the fight is now over, kind of.
But they did fight it, and that's the important part, showcasing that they still are room, or there is rather room for mistakes on Brion. They can afford to have a couple of these plays, but if Morgan actually dies, their shutdown goes over to say Bulldog can really change, or even worse, Dudu can really change the course of this game. As we do have Morgan 5 levels up, so he's not too bothered going in for a lot of damage on top of June here, but actually ends up being extremely close. Between one extra proc there from the Permafrost might have been enough to kill Morgan. They also have to invest a teleport and a flash and a wild growth, like a ton of cooldowns here. And once those cooldowns are down, you might run into some issues when Hannah is not truly online. It will be very different once the Zeri is going to pick up an additional item, is working towards those quick blades, and that should kind of put a rest to these type of fights where if you invest a lot into killing Umpty or Morgan, when you're Kwangdong, you're just going to lose immediately because then Karis or Hannah will completely clear the rest of your team. But showcasing that there is still a little bit of mystery.
A little bit of something, a little bit of hope
For Kwangdong fans here.
And a little bit of gold lead. Not a big amount of gold lead, just a little bit of gold lead.
Just enough of a gold.
Yeah, enough of a gold lead here for Bro. And also the reason why we're talking about it being a pretty comfortable game for Bro is that they love these situations. And with a composition like this is enough of a gold lead to help them cruise. As Death Ray, quite named fully effectively, as Youngjae and Taeyoon need to be careful. Look at this damage from Karis. He is pretty massive right now, as Taeyoon's party in the Chaos Storm is not really the kind of one that I personally want to attend.
I don't think he wanted to attend. I think his parents were like, you're going to that party. He was like, no!
Yeah.
I don't want to go! But he had to. Didn't have a choice.
The rest of his friends were going. Sort of had to.
You can't back out of any invitation you get, you know?
True. As Bro is going to brute force this out of turret in the mid lane. Dudu nowhere near, doesn't have teleport up or anything like that. He's going to be pushing out this bottom lane. And a turret still available for him to take if he can make it over there, but the split push win condition is feeling a little bit shallow.
And in case of a Brion victory, which right now is looking, I'd say like 70%, maybe 75, if we had to put a percentage on it, more most likely. I know I'm going to have to vote for Morgan, and I will do so gladly.
Good.
But I'm pretty impressed by Karis' victory.
Me too.
This is a champion that generally we're not really a fan of at all. It's not the most interactive champion. And I don't even hate it half as much as Huni does. He is extremely vocal about his disc chase, although this is the full damage build, so he's a little bit more lenient when it comes to that. But Karis has always been a player to me that had a lot of hype surrounding him when he came from Challengers, was playing behind BDD, had a couple of really high-impact games early on, was really good in Challengers, but then never was able to turn it into a lot, was of course playing on a struggling Humble Life last year. And seeing him slowly grow as part of the Bros is quite nice.
It's really nice. And he is settling in quite well as time goes on. Speaking of time going on, 10 seconds.
Next trade.
Until this next dragon is available. And Bro, they waited until the last second, but they will be able to move over there and grab it as it spawns. Kwangdong Freaks, no real interest, I don't think. As maybe we just try and race as fast as possible towards an Elder Flip, but no. In they come. True Shot Barrage, going to get a fair bit of value there. As actually it only hits onto Umpty.
Yeah, just stall.
I think it's probably a 50-50 here, as Youngjae is just going to come on forward. That's Umpty though, he locks it down. He definitely wins those. As Jun is going to slow people down, and they'll trade it for an inner turret towards the top side. So one step closer to an Elder Flip and an inner turret. Kwangdong Freaks coming out way far ahead.
Think you'll take this. Kwangdong, you can teleport in there again, but it might be a repeat. And if you lose a team fight at this point, it means an immediate Baron to come through. So not going to take that risk. You think that is the right call. 40 stacks also on due to his Ravenous, and if he ends up dying, then you're going to be in an even deeper pit.
Did Karis try to teleport to that inner turret that died? I'm wondering why Karis is teleported on cooldown.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he teleported towards the fight or if that happened.
Maybe he did.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
As Jun is taking a lot of damage. Karis and Henna able to get a fair bit of poke done, as we can see. 20 CS the lead for Karis, and only a couple the lead for Henna. But those 3 kills certainly doing a whole bunch of work. Taeyoon pretty far behind, does have his Duskblade now completed. It was causing a few shenanigans in the last game. Jay gonna have to get out of here, does so. Moving pretty quick, as we can see, with the Inspire Shield available. Just manning the area.
Holding down the fortress.
Indeed. The fort well and truly defended, as Dudu is... he's completed his 3rd item, somehow. We're nearing 30 minutes into the game, so that's probably how it's happened. Just hasn't really been too present in very much. 0-0-0, still the scoreline, but there's only been 1 kill here for Quantum Freak.
Yeah, it's still behind, of course, Morgan, with the amount of kills that Morgan was able to pick up, but him getting to 3 items still quite strong. Means that if he gets a little bit of time alone with the turret, is a pretty substantial threat. But this time around, Morgan, I think, gonna have a much better time up until much later into the game. Eventually, with the Ghost, I'd still expect Fiora to be able to win the pure 1v1, but it will also be a lot harder to take Morgan down. And Morgan's team fighting power, we've already seen in this game, is quite the menace, as Brion just started up. Just start up Baron, and then they have to force a teleport. If you get the teleport, that's a big win.
Yeah, well, they're going to do exactly that.
I know.
Shot Barrage spots it out. Brilliantly done. Now we're racing in. There's the teleport like you were talking about, and here is the turn.
Peeling off.
Yeah, they all group up.
Got TP. That's enough of a win as is.
Yeah, they're going to break away. They'll even steal away a blue buff here as well.
Might lose a mid turret for this, though, if they're not careful.
Yeah.
Oh, Bulldog. I think he could be. Not 100% sure.
He did not.
No, he did not.
Well, that's good by Karis. Very nicely done. Young Jay, capable of tanking for quite some time, as Dudu will be able to get this inner turret. So that's something. Bro, they're sticking together, you know? Staying as a team, 2 minutes left on this dragon. But still, decent for the coffers.
So that was good, because it did indeed get them the teleport, but now use it. So we park Morgan in the side lane. We have Dudu match him. And then we go in hard on Nash. And then they can't TP.
All right.
And I do not want to see Morgan just walk up to the rest of the team.
And also, maybe if Morgan's, like, if he's Mega now, he just teleports in front of the Fiora, right? If he wants to.
Yeah.
Doesn't even care.
No. Can't be cancelled.
Yeah.
Can't be done.
Unless he, for some reason, panic wallops and then immediately starts channeling the teleport while the riposte is already working.
Well, I'm glad you worked that's true.
It is possible.
It is technically possible, which is the best type of possible.
But it requires Morgan to decide that he wants his teleport cancelled.
Just shove bot.
Well, Umpty, they're going to go for a team fight. Let's see whether they can get the kill onto Bulldog. He flashes, gets himself out of there, shifts the sands. He will have to leave, but he does have teleport. True Shot Barrage now just going to fly through from Taeyoon as this Sun Disc is wrecked, destroyed, obliterated. No more Sun Disc in the mid lane. There we go. Now the inner turret may suffer the same fate. So returning the favor that Dudu managed to push forward before is Young Jay looking to wrap around.
They don't have a lot of damage. Now it's Brion who, with this shove, will have the short track towards a possible soul. Do note, while it's not as... I think the soul is a little bit underrated, still not of the more impactful souls.
I love it personally. Huge fan. That's fine. Ooh, Hannah taking a bit of damage there. You have to be a bit careful. As alright, Umpty doesn't find
everyone's
the Breaker.
Side lanes are in fact real.
No, they're theoretical.
We can send people to side lanes. It can be done.
I haven't seen proof of side lanes
we
yet.
believe.
It's all right. There's the ult from Henna. Can he actually get the damage down? The yes is absolutely yes, as the Sejuani's going to be taken. Henna is so aggressive. Look at that. He's so incredibly low, but it doesn't matter. Picks up the double. Taeyeon's going to get turned into a critter and destroyed. That is the kind of play we want to see. Look at that. Bull by the horns. Almost backfired horrendously, but ultimately it did not. As Kwangdong Freaks, they're ignoring this Baron. They're just going to walk up the mid lane. They might even be able to take an inhibitor.
They'll be able to. Downside is that there is a collapse imminent here.
Yeah, as Bulldog flies into Effort and Karis. Chaos Storm, he's going to bask in it. As Grand Challenge going to be issued. Dudu going to look for the kill onto Karis. He's going to get it. Now he's looking for even more. Oh my god, into the dead turret. He does have... Oh my god, what is this? It's insane! He's a god! He gets the double! And now Morgan is chasing after him. He will flash, he will get the crush, but it's another riposte! And Dudu's still going! Oh my god, this player may have just saved the game for Kwangdong Freaks! It's not over yet, as he's now channeling it back. I think he's got another riposte though, guys. I think he's got another one.
He's gone.
I think he's fine.
And they might get Dragon because of that!
Well, Umpty's over here, but Youngjae's spawned again because so much time has passed.
God!
Taeyeon's going to get in here. This game went from such low energy to the most energy possible. My ears might explode.
So,
break it down, Chronicler.
Okay, well, let's start off. This play by Hannah, while very high risk, ends up working out extremely nicely. They're able to both isolate and then this flash right here, definitely heroic. And you see Bulldog and Taeyeon get extremely close. Very unfortunate arcane shift from Taeyeon, although if he kills Hannah, then it might be a worthy trade because Dudu and Bulldog are still there. And then this is an example of why Ghost Fiora feels very good when you get to play the game. Effort if he throws in an extra order, right? Like that might be enough right there. And then just Dudu's sidestepping here is nuts, right?
Clean.
Like, so clean. Because you can joke about Fiora, you can talk about the whole breaker and whatnot, but like gets the grass procs continuously, able to get that riposte.
Just lunging.
나 가볼게. 나 이거 집 갔다가 나 잘하면 죽을 때 근데.
Thought that Gnar had peeled off of him.
살았어.
And even without hitting him, it just
나
gets out.
살았어.
I live.
Wow.
He absolutely did. As there is still some Barons left.
I'm feeling good about my top vote, no matter what the outcome of this game is, Atlas.
Yeah, it does not matter.
It's locked in.
In severe contrast to almost every other game in the LCK ever this year, it's only top lane. It's actually only top lane now that matters.
I believe in Dudu.
Well, Morgan is going to try and defend, but he's not going to be able to, especially with Youngjae moving up here. They are going to take another inhibitor. Now there's going to be 2 waves of super minions heading towards their base. And Bro have no turrets,
well, yeah,
no ability to do anything. But
they have Nash.
They do.
And
They might be able to just kill the Nexus.
They can just end the game. Well, it's
Could be
10
a good
seconds
thing
from the
to do.
buff.
All right, so it didn't work out quite so well with the state of bottom lane.
We trade 2 inhibs.
For 2 inhibs.
That's an even trade, baby. That's a win.
Can't really work
Even
out who
trade
gets
went
the
behind.
advantage. Yeah, that's exactly right. Still felt a little bit better for Bro. Felt like they had a little bit more control. They also have relatively severe gold advantage.
As far as inhibitors go, the top lane inhib is of lower value because you want to play towards topside right now if you're a Brion or if you're Kwangdong because of the Baron that's about to spawn. The bot side inhibitor spawning for the Drake, which is nice if you get the soul for Brion, but it's not the no-brain win condition. Now, if either team gets a third inhibitor, things get really weird because with 3 inhibitors down, the win percentage, I think it's like the team that gets free is like 90%.
It's quite low, yeah.
Don't be fooled by this.
Wow, Morgan 33.7% damage. And I think we can just leave this up. Why don't we just leave this? This can be the score screen at the bottom because we don't need to know anything else. No, can we bring it back? That'd be cool. Never mind, it's fine. But top side of the map, these 2 players been absolutely pivotal. Oh, it's an impatient Grom. Patience is definitely a virtue in a series such as this, as, oh my goodness, Grump, please. Youngjae's like, buddy, like, let me show you how to do it. And he steals it away, so Bulldog doesn't even get the heal. Wow.
Does that mean Bulldog doesn't finish his item? It doesn't matter, there's no objective for the next minute, but it's
still sad. It's very sad that
it really is.
Bulldog versus the Grump was won by Youngjae. Need to call your mates.
This is why I love Jonas Strong. He catches that.
He does.
He knows. He
And
knows what the people want to see.
Also, Youngjae seeing Umpty walking the opposite direction. It's kind of the epitome of what's going on here. Is once again they're going to see each other. This time, he's not going to let him leave. Youngjae should be able to get over this wall, and he is going to flash actually.
Yeah, Zeri does. Even though it's just Lost Whisper, does kind of shred you.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a possible play towards the bottom half of the map.
Okay. Effort. Skippy. Pretty skippy. Okay. He went fast and warded.
He did.
He's continuing to go fast.
Put down a turret. One inhibitor is up here for Brion. So it will be a lot harder to secure the priority now for Kwangdong in the mid lane. No longer are you out of pushing, whereas Brion still are. But at this point, like we're talking 4 items, right? It just comes down to execution. The Brion comp, to me, way better, way stronger, even though there are possibilities.
As Umpty, all right, Bulldog is going to cancel the ult. Oh, Youngjae, you can't be missing those, as now Bulldog turns into a critter, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of here. He will buy some time. All right, there's the blast cone. Extendo beam, not going to find the mark. And now, Bulldog,
what if he
on a mission. Whoa, yeah, he could.
But he can.
He's going to teleport.
Yeah, he doesn't know if people are chasing him, right? So.
Yeah, true. And bro, they are going to be able to get Cloud Soul. As now when they press R, they will go extremely fast. Which is cool.
Yeah, Hannah's going to love that.
Yeah, I think it certainly does benefit Zeri quite a lot.
That's also a teleport gone for Bulldog. Bulldog really having an extremely rough game.
He is.
On this Azir.
I love this, wasting absolutely no time.
Go for that.
Yeah, but could still be a flip. No, bro,
we're not flipping, Atlas. We've gone 40 minutes into this game. There is no conceivable way that this is going to come down to a flip.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No flip.
Nah.
Let's catch someone. You have
it's crazy.
You have Vi.
Yeah.
Let's press R.
Yeah. Crazy talk.
No flip.
Flipping? Nah. That's... Stop with that.
For Youngjae. That's the game state that we're in. Bulldog's like, no, I know what you did to me last time, Grump. I'm not going through this again.
Gets revenge. She's not even, not even going to. As Taeun is 1 item away, completing all of his, as Hannah is very scary.
So, yeah, getting mid lane prio is actually really important this time around, because if there is a wave, there is a win for Dudu to single-handedly win the game. So can't allow him to have that. But inhibitors respawning across the board now. Umpty with a deep flank.
That is a big wraparound as they're trying to speed themselves up. But bro are so fast. They have so many Cloud Souls.
Oh my god,
Dudu is just going to get 2 inhibitors.
Wait.
Which is somewhat in the... That's the cons column for bro. They're going to move over to this Baron though.
Look at the bot side. Someone needs to answer that wave.
Well, we'll see whether they actually do so, because right now, it's this purple worm that's being taken down that's a big problem.
That's
Morgan,
gonna be a free in it?
with the Naba, is feeling pretty good. This is... I mean, the coin is spinning in the sky. Chaos Storm goes past. That's a Nah. That's going to be used. Taeun's going to get caught out of position. And the Ezreal is already dead. The Azir goes down as well, as it's just Dudu, the last remaining form of damage. As they're teleporting to the base. Bro should have just won this game. As Umpty off to the side. Dudu, I mean, he's everything for this team right now. He's just leaving. He has to get out of there. No teleport is up. And Hannah will finish off the jungler. There it is. Bro will win this insane series for Brion. And there goes the Nexus. And my mind along with it.
Bro Levers eating well. What a Saturday showdown that was, Atlas, as I can rest easy. No, my top vote is safe.
Oh, you absolutely can. The Lord himself said no to losing. And he was the one that went for the play in the end. That was okay. League of Legends.
What did we learn, Atlas? Is the question that we ask ourselves after seeing series as like the ones that we just witnessed. And I have to be frank, I don't know.
Yeah, I need to study for longer to know what I just learned. Because I know I learned something profound. I know I learned something invaluable.
Aww. That's a bro lever right there.
That is a bro lever right there. Kara's having a great game. You can see Umpty as well, getting hyped up about it.
Aww.
Where's the guy? Where's the yogurt? Where's the one-shot guy? We need the one-shot guy. Look at this. Umpty's all business. Making sure he just continues to talk to his team, continues to try and build Pro up to be even better.
Man, that Fiora game. That was reminiscent. Remember when he played that one Gwen game against Domwon last year? Where he single-handedly carried home a life to a win?
Uh-huh.
It was reminiscent of that moment. Auntie has no time for celebration. There we go!
There's the general. Oh, he is. That's a scary Umpty. And to debut right into round 2 with a performance like that, that's frightening. Also, you know, the face of Morgan right there with a very cute, kind smile, but behind those eyes, something to be feared. As Karis,
you'll love to see it.
Yeah, great performance here today.
As it was again, as it often is the case, a team effort. Henna on Zeri played a genuinely incredible game.
He did.
Like, played extremely aggressive, kept the opponents on the back foot.
I mean, that one time
played it.
aggressive.
Oh yeah, played it. Oh, okay.
Extremely aggressive is a weird way to describe anything that happened this series. As Umpty almost one-shot guy, but no, I'm still waiting.
Quite.
Where's the yogurt?
Might
Where
not
is
be
he?
here today. Might have missed a moment.
If he didn't get it, no, he got a ticket. We would have paid for his ticket.
Now we're doing the wide.
Yeah, we're looking for him, I think. Oh, no, we're looking
No, I
for
think
him.
we're going again back to
One-shot guy.
to the true reliever.
Yeah. Can we find him? We need to find
I don't think he's here.
one-shot guy.
So this is what the mental broke for Kwangdong, and they never got it back. Truly, unfortunately, a couple of key plays found in the mid game, and as much as we meme about Morgan and his lordship, played a incredible game of the Nario today.
It wasn't a meme today.
No,
today it was
not even remotely. Like, this team fight, the early roams, the late game kind of level-headedness to continuously find these key targets and actually make the most out of a pick that we are often not that happy to see. Gnar is just a very divisive pick because he can look either incredible or completely useless. Morgan today showed us that a well-piloted Gnar can really get the most out of, or rather is able to get a lot done in these late-game team fights.
And so was this Fiora as well. I'm really glad that we got to see this from Dudu because this is what we thought we might see in the second game. Weren't quite able to. And this was what Bro were fighting up against, right? Like, this can be the full raid boss situation that you can be faced with. That's, oh my goodness, this is so silly.
Even in the replay, I'm still like expecting him to die.
Yeah, right?
And it's his, he wins the fight here as well.
No, that moment. Catching the Ezreal as well with the Gnar?
Yep.
Pretty extraordinary.
And on the flip side, for Kwangdong, Dudu played incredible, but very rough Azir game from Bulldog. Taven had a couple of key positional mistakes, and yeah, you're playing into a Vi. Vi getting to you, often not that much you can do about that, but the fact that Morgan was able to find him repeatedly, definitely a big error. And for Kwangdong, gonna be a time of recalibration.
Absolutely.
In a 41-minute game, that's not the type of damage that you want to see on an Azir's Morgan. Most damage in the game.
This is why we bow down to our Lord, Chronicler. And I will be adding to my schedule of things to do this evening. I'm going to be adding a little bit of praying to our Lord by my bedside because he played extraordinarily well. We've got two gentlemen waiting alongside to bring us through the Bro victory. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on that game number 3. Any believers in chat? Yeah, I think so. Just me and Hooney on this one. Sorry, Wolf.
I'm just acting believer.
yeah,
I'm
you're
acting
not a-
believer for Hooney because he's not here.
Hooney here.
Let's pull up the draft and then not talk about it because it really didn't end up being too relevant in this game. It was about execution and clean-cut team fighting.
But Wolf, there was no Caitlyn again for the third time.
I know, and if you're gonna prioritize Ezreal like this into the Zeri, because this time it's like Zeri is picked, locked in with support, and you could have played the Caitlyn and you said no. And the Ezreal performance, it leaves a lot wanting, let's say, for Taeyu in this game. Very weak performance on the Ezreal, so
Rough.
I think a lot of nerves coming into play here, frankly, Valdez, in this third game, because Guangdong Freaks' play kind of deteriorated over the series, and it's reminiscent of, I think, how Nongshim collapsed when they played against Guangdong Freaks in our previous Saturday showdown, where you're like, okay, this seems like a series we should be able to win, we should be able to pull ahead, this is so important for playoffs, and the nerves sort of stack up, and your performance, unfortunately, kind of suffers as a result. I think Taeyun and Bulldog in particular had uncharacteristically weak games here in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have had huge playmaking ability. Like, Taeyun's got a Penta on the Zeri, right? I mean, it is Zeri, whatever. But he's had much better games than this. Bulldog has as well. But, yeah, a little bit rough. And Brion, you know, through the power of friendship and enough minutes, enough time, they will eventually get there. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was this first Drake fight.
So much of this game for me was watching Dudu not push sides and teleport into team fights and not do anything. Like in this fight in particular, it's a really great play from Morgan. They do isolate 2 players. The Emperor's Divide here actually working against Guangdong Freaks, but Dudu actually lunges 3 times in this fight. And if you're gonna give up the Drake, if you're gonna lose control here, then, you know, maybe try to get a turret or something like that. And yeah, I mean, they end up denying the Drake initially here, but right after this, you just see the group up from Bro, they end up getting the Hex Tech anyways. Would have liked to see the Fiora used a little bit more aggressively, just like we've talked about throughout this entire best of 3, is like, use your side lane win condition. He wanted to be team fight Fiora, and we did get that really cool moment from him, which we're about to take a little bit of a look at. But at the end of the day, you know, we gotta work on the macro, we gotta work on the fundamentals here.
Yeah, definitely Game 3, especially both teams, I think, a bit frazzled. And we can take a look at that second highlight, which was basically Henna saying, okay, I'm Zeri, I'm really fed, I'm gonna start pressing my buttons because nobody else in this game wants to do anything. And he essentially engages this fight, and it's all going very well for Bro.
Yeah, and Henna, he has no fear here. And Taeyun unfortunately gets greedy, trying to look for him over the wall. Morgan, nice block there. And Henna does not go down. And then Brion are like, all right, let's start the Baron, let's split this, we'll take 2 on Baron, and then look for the back timer here, trying to be greedy. And then suddenly, Dudu in the mid lane, coming in here, pushing through, and this was the weird decisive moment where I'm like, all game long, we're not gonna push the advantage, but right here, right now, Dudu's like, I have Hull Breaker. Bulldog, can you die so I can get those resistances? Thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks for the resistances. Now, 1v3 ends up outplaying so hard here, takes out Karis first, and then eventually is able to survive through even the Gnar here, gets on top of this Lulu, and Morgan turns here and he actually backs away, sidesteps the crush,
Oh boy.
and takes out effort. This was a very impressive display of Dudu's mechanics. So when we saw him in the first-person view, the guy was just calm and collected, not saying anything. We didn't have that view where you're like, you can hear the keyboard clacking and he's shaking.
Yeah.
Like, he was just super calm about this. This bought a ton of time and almost brought Guangdong back into this game. It's ultimately not enough, but we did want to show it just one more time here because after having some shaky moments in the macro, he was decisive here. He was decisive a second time after this to get those 2 inhibitors. But very late in the game and so many resources given over to a Brion that was much more well-equipped for team fighting because of the performances of Bulldog and Taeyun, unfortunately.
Yeah, a very interesting game, this one. It went not the insane distance, but eventually Bro were just able to crush them. And let's take a look at the POG and see who did pick it up here. I think on both sides, probably the top laner was going to pick it up, and in this case, Morgan for Brion will get it.
I won't be shocked if we do see some Henna votes, and maybe a vote or 2 for Karis, you know, had his moments for sure in this game, but Morgan defined the mid-game fights, you know, his Gnars were very good, he was super aggressive, he was always in the fights when he needed to be, and because the Fiora side laning didn't punish his ability to rotate down here so many times, he just kind of was able to be here all the time. And then in fights like this where you see the Fiora TP down, he's like, yeah, you showed up. I was here already. I've got my Narbar set. I'm going to single-handedly win this fight for my team. And yeah, health bars go down here, but we won the fight. Don't get Drake. We'll reset and take it. There's moments like this, amongst all the rest of the game, were really great. 2 votes for Hannah. I appreciate those.
Yeah. Also got a vote for Umti, which was pretty interesting. He did have some flanks, right, where he was getting into that back line and, you know, pressing his R button onto the important targets. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's jump over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Umti Morgan for the winner interview of the Saturday Showdown. Congratulations on the big win. You guys are the POG. Finally, we get to hear from the pro players after such a long time. It was a very close series between you guys and Kwangdong Freaks, and you guys were able to repeat the victory over Kwangdong Freaks just like you did in the first round robin. And this is this was a win to end your losing streak as well. I think the biggest part of winning this was about our mentality, you know, and also our coaching staff came up with a really strong kind of resolution. After we finished our morning's block of the scrim, we were so tilted. So our coach, Drinker, he actually cancelled the entire blocks, and then he decided to just focus on our like team bonding, our mentality, and I think it worked out really well. And also, Morgan, how are you feeling about this win? Yeah, we were on a losing streak, so I'm so relieved that we were able to get a win finally, and I hope this keeps on going. I'm pretty sure you guys were so desperate for the win. What was on your mind on your way to Low Park? I got this haircut because of the same reason I wanted to like win the series, you know? I had this haircut because I just wanted to be, you know, I just want to showcase that I'm working so hard. I just want to focus solely on the game. And also, to be honest, the team atmosphere was really bad during the losing streak. So I just want to go for some crazy haircut to bring some of the laughter back to our team, you know. As long as they're happy, I'm happy. Morgan, how did you like his haircut? Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna shave my head, as if he was joking. And we were like, yeah, go ahead. And then the moment he came back to our team house, I couldn't hold back my laughter. I think that gaming hair kind of did a great job for today's win. Yeah, you know, one haircut, you know, one win. So next time will be Morgan. One more haircut and we get another win. I mean, Umti has been saying that forever, so I don't really care. I have so many questions for you guys today. And we had Maokai for the first time in this current patch. Umti, you know, most of the teams actually just target banned your Maokai throughout the season. What did you feel when you saw that just let through? I knew it was gonna happen, you know. I cannot really go into all the details because it's about the strategy, so I'll just keep it that way. I knew they were gonna let through the Maokai. And Brion, well, game 2 was not easy at all, but you were able to turn the game around. When was the moment that you guys just turned the corner for sure? So when Morgan got Cordra on our base, I was like, maybe this can, you know, we can start off a Baron, and then we were able to push mid and bottom with the Baron buff. So I was like, yeah, this is now definitely in our hands. Speaking of that Quadra kill, let's take a look at this replay together. Morgan, what was on your mind? You guys really had to defend that Nexus. What kind of communication went back and forth? It was only me and like Umti, so I just wanted to clear the wave. And then actually the opponents kind of walked into my range, so I was able to, you know, attack them and got Quadra. At that moment, I was like, we have to snowball off of it as soon as possible. But after the game was over, I was so happy that I made it. And indeed, that Quadra kill was the key to game 2 victory. And at the end end of game 2, well, we were able to get a listen into your player comms, and you said Edgar promised he's gonna win this game for us. What did he promise exactly? Sometimes Edgar just comes up with some very confident draft, you know, and then he's always like, if you guys win this game, I promise we're gonna get the best draft for game 3 and win the series. And that game 2 was that kind of a draft, you know. He was giving us a specific kind of orders, picks, and he was like, if you guys win this one, I'll make sure you guys are gonna win game 3 as well. And you know, all the Brion players just trust each other and also the entire coaching staff, so I trusted him for sure. And Morgan, Dudu played Fiora, blind pick Fiora one more time, and you played Nar into it. How did you decide to deal with her side lane pressure? Yeah, I mean, that Fiora was doing a lot of jobs. It was not that easy, but based on the gameplay I kind of learned throughout game 2 from that Fiora, I was able to kind of make some counter action in game 3. And we were just so excited to just watch Morgan Dudu matchup on the top lane. How was it? I really wanted to get a kill on Dudu, but he was just so slippery. I was angry that I couldn't get a kill on him, but still, you know, it was a great game. Game 3 was pretty long. When was the most decisive moment for you guys to win the game? So when we were like dancing around the Baron, I had my eyes glued on that Ezreal, and then I found the angle, so I just like went all in on that Ezreal and got the combo down on him, and I got the kill on that Ezreal, and that was the most important moment for us to win the game. Your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports, Tell us about it. We were on a 4-match losing streak, and I'm pretty sure our fans were, you know, really disappointed in us, but I just want to showcase the best performance possible, and we will do our best in that Hana Life Esports series as well for you guys. And Morgan, would you like to add on to that? I'm so glad that we were able to stop our losing streak, so I just want to start off a winning streak with this momentum. And before we go, we had so many Brion fans out here supporting you guys, showing all the love. So any last message for the fans? Yeah, I mean, you know, I remember some of them because like some fans have been supporting us for such a long time. I just appreciate all the support, and thank you for showing up to Lowell Park, but also thank you just for tuning in for us, you know. Thank you so much. Well, last time when we lost, you know, we do have a small fan meet and greet before we leave the venue, but today we'll be able to have a long one, you know, doing some autographs and selfies together. So I want to say thank you to all of them. And this will be the end of the interview from Morgan from Brion, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at these standings and see where Brion are. They do move up in 1 win with their first win of round 2.
Yeah, this is definitely a loss Kwangdong couldn't afford to take on their potential run towards playoffs. It's still looking unlikely, like any team is going to be able to match Hanwha unless they have a big meteoric fall here, but still, a matchup you absolutely needed to win as both of these teams, so huge that Brion is able to pick it up. So many fans supporting them. We saw that in the audience there, and I'm glad that our interviewer actually allowed them to kind of talk to the fans who've come in here, because Brion has always been like a cult classic in the West, but I think in Korea, the fan base is kind of exploding this year in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a big win for them. And we do have another matchup here tonight, guys. We do have Nongshim up against KT, which should be an interesting one. KT definitely the favorites, but hey, you never know. But guys, we're going to take about 30 minutes before we do get to that second matchup, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
안녕하세요. 오늘 롤든컵 문제 출제를 맡게 된 배혜지입니다. 여러분 반갑습니다.
맨날 너무 칙칙했는데.
혓바닥 토스에 제가 또 오게 됐네요. 반갑습니다. 롤드컵 문제는 총 22문제가 100점 만점으로 준비가 되어 있고요. 문제마다 획득할 수 있는 점수가 다른데요. 몇 점을 맞느냐에 따라서 나의 롤덕력이 몇 %인지 확인할 수 있는 기회가 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
질문 있는데 질문해도 되나요?
네.
마지막 문제만 막 99점 이렇게 달려있는 거 아니죠?
그건 아니에요. 하지만 열심히 하면 반전의 기회는 또 찾아올 수 있기 때문에 끝까지 열심히 해주시기 바랍니다.
기회가 있어? 이건 좀 알다.
자, 그리고 오늘 또 선물이 준비되어 있어요. 오늘 1등 하신 분한테는 어마어마한 선물이 있는데 이거 이따가 마지막에 공개하도록 하겠고요.
돈으로 바꿀 수 있나요?
어떻게 저희 선물을 돈으로 바꿔요, 정말.
왜냐면 제가 예전에 여기서 상품을 하나 받았는데 그거 들고 가는 게 힘들었어요.
그랬어요.
네.
꼴등은 뭐 벌칙 있나요?
오늘 사실 꼴등을 피하는 게 더 중요할 수 있어요. 벌칙은 바로 챔피언 코스프레를 하고 경기를 관람하기!
선배 형이 약간 내정적인 것 같은데.
한 명씩 돌아가면서 각오 한마디씩 부탁드릴게요.
나 신동진 질 줄 모르는 남자. 오늘 1등 꼭 하겠습니다.
저는 1등만 할 겁니다.
1등 중요하잖아요. 꼴등만 피할 것 같습니다.
당당하게 우승하고 이 영광을 와이프에게 돌리도록 하겠습니다.
멋지다! 객제가! 자, 좋습니다. 그러면 롤든컵 지금부터 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 1교시 기초영역 문제입니다. 점수는 2점짜리예요. 자, 문제 드립니다. 롤 챔피언 중 가장 마지막으로 출시된 챔피언의 이름은 크산테인데요. 그렇다면 크산테까지 포함한 현재 롤 챔피언의 개수는 무엇일까요? 써주세요. 자, 칠판에 적어주시면 되겠습니다.
롤 챔피언.
이게 기회가 한 번인가요?
그렇습니다.
정답.
야, 이건 진짜 약간 컨셉이야. 공부 안 한 척. 아니, 이거 컨셉이야.
아니야, 이거 근사치야.
그 차이가 그 맞을래?
자, 여러분 이거 1교시 기초 영역인데 지금 1번 문제부터
근데 이거 문제 출제자가 진짜 너무 나빠요. 가만히 개수 세는 것도 아니고 누가 챔피언 개수를 세요.
제가 힌트를 하나 드리자면 헬리우스님 키랑 살짝 비슷해요.
정답!
오, 아주 비슷해요. 자, 여러분 하나, 둘, 셋, 정답 들어주세요.
정답.
나지!
정답은 샤이님입니다.
아, 그렇구나.
162.
아니, 키가 그렇게 나와.
아니 원래 차이 안 나갔어!
이러서 봐. 야, 신발 벗어. 신발 벗어. 아니, 나와. 아니,
비슷했죠.
그래요. 무슨 소리야. 이거보다 업이 몇 갠데.
두 번째 문제 가겠습니다. 10초 내에 공허 챔피언 5명을 쓰시오. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉, 열, 땡! 올려주세요.
아니, 안 되는 거 봐. 아니.
됐어!
자, 정답은요. 공허 챔피언이 총 9명이거든요.
왜 이렇게 많아?
사이, 말자, 벨코즈, 벨베스, 초가스, 카사딘, 카이사, 카직스, 후그모입니다. 자, 어디 샤이님 한번 볼까요?
네.
정답! 캡틴잭님도 정답입니다.
아니, 키가 너무 작은 거 아닌가?
진짜부터 적고 있었으면서. 아니.
자, 다음은 3점짜리 문제입니다.
오? 지금까지 2점이었어요?
이 점이었어요. 그렇죠. 그렇죠.
되지.
픽창에서 가장 마지막에 있는 챔피언의 이름은 무엇일까요? 5,
가나다라 마법사.
3, 2,
풀네임 적어야겠죠, 당연히?
정답 들어주세요.
그런가?
나 모르겠다.
뭐야?
자,
아무도 없어?
이 혓바닥 토스 안 되겠네.
보이는 거.
오, 플레임 정답입니다.
오, 당연하지.
아 할머니 거 아니었어?
아니, 하가, 잠깐, 너 대학이야. 몰라.
정답은 헤카림이었습니다. 잘하셨어요. 오, 좋았어요.
하나 차이로 졌다.
자, 1교시 이렇게 기초 영역으로 달려봤고요. 2교시는 바로 스토리 역사 영역입니다.
내가 기가 막히지. 역사는 또 내가 아주 그냥.
이번에 점수는 4점입니다. 말해주세요. 문제 드립니다. 롤 챔피언에는 각자의 스토리가 있는데요. 다음 중 전에 사귀었거나 현재 커플이거나 혹은 부부가 아닌 조합은 뭘까요? 1번 자야 라칸, 2번 루시아 세나, 3번 애쉬 트린다미어, 4번 럭스 이즈. 자, 과연 정답은 무엇일지?
이거는 너무 쉽다. 야, 이건 좀 헷갈리는데? 좀 헷갈리는데?
자, 현재 커플이거나
네.
부부가 아닌 조합.
오케이. 나 저거 소리 안 나서. 빨리 챙겨, 빨리 챙겨.
자, 정답 들어주세요.
이거지?
이거 아닌가?
정답은 바로 4번. 4번.
네. 틀렸어?
아니, 나도 틀렸어.
4번 럭스 이즈리얼인데요. 둘은 사귀는 게 아니라 이즈리얼이 럭스를
슬프다.
사랑하는 거였습니다. 다야 라카는 커플이고요. 루시안 세나는 부부고요. 그리고 애쉬 트린다미어도 부부입니다.
근데 부부였는데 깨지지 않았나?
아니에요. 정략 결혼을 했는데 이후에 좀 사랑으로 발전한 부부입니다.
안 깨졌구나.
아니 우리 동진님 오늘 소개팅도 예정되어 있는데 혹시 챔피언 중에 이상형 있어요?
미스포춘 같은. 세야 돼. 나를 휘어잡아야 돼. 나를 이제 꽉 잡아가지고.
잘 알겠고요. 자, 다음 문제로 한번 넘어가 볼게요. 다음 중 혈연 관계가 아닌 조합은 무엇일까요? 1번 모르가나 케일, 2번 카사딘 카이사, 3번 오른 볼리비어 애니비아, 4번 나소스 레넥톤, 5번 카타리나 스웨이, 6번 다리우스 드레이븐. 자, 과연 정답은 무엇일까요?
너무 쉽다.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
이거 말이구나.
이거겠지.
이번에도 2대2로 정답이 갈렸는데 정답은 바로 5번.
아니 어떻게 공주이랑
신내피를 이어갔잖아, 신내피를.
오렌이 첫째 형이고요. 볼리비어가 남동생, 그리고 애니비아는 여동생으로 남매 관계입니다.
그러면
오케이.
엄마랑 아빠가지고
그리고 카타리나랑 스웨인이 카타리나의 군대 상관이라고 합니다.
맞죠.
네, 자 그렇다면 이제 3교시 듣기 영역으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 미스포춘을 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 무엇일까요?
아니, 이걸 어떻게 알아요?
아, 이런 멍청이들.
선생님도 모르잖아요.
이거 힌트예요.
오케이.
오!
아, 근데 이거 문제 좀 잘못된 것 같은데 원딜러여가지고.
정답 보여주세요. 드든. 그럼 한 번씩 소리 내서 읽어주세요.
행운은 멍청이들이나 어쩌고저쩌고?
샤이님은요?
행운은 멍청이들에게 따르지 않아.
행운은 멍청이들을 기다려주니까.
행운이 왜 멍청이를
소리야?
그래? 자, 정답 제가 하겠습니다. 행운은 멍청이를 싫어하는 법이지.
캔디쟁님 정답!
행운은 멍청이를 싫어하는 법이지.
이거지.
너무 잘 적어주셨고 다음 문제도 한번 분발해주세요. 다음 문제. 그라가스를 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 무엇일까요? 정답 보여주세요. 우리 캡틴쟁님만 네가라고 적었고 다른 분들은 니라고 적었어요. 캡틴쟁님 정답으로 인정하겠습니다. 아무모를 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 뭘까요?
날 선택해줄 줄은 정말 몰랐어.
캡틴쟁님 정답이고요. 그러면 너무 아쉬우니까 성대모사 한번 기회 드릴게요.
날 선택해줄 줄은 정말 몰랐어.
땡! 다음 문제로 넘어갑니다. 니코를 배냈을 때의 멘트는 니코를 감당하지 못하는군인데요. 그렇다면 실제 니코 음성은 무엇일까요? 음성 들어볼게요.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군. 니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
앞에 의상 왜 있는 거예요?
정답 들어주세요. 네 분 다 5번을 선택해 주셨는데요. 바꿀게 한 번씩 드릴게요.
다 맞춰서 저런 말 하는 거 다 맞춰서.
귀여운 목소리가 딱 하나 있었는데.
혹시 본인이 녹음했나요?
아 있었는데.
본인이 녹음한
자 정답 보여주세요. 정답은요?
저는 몰랐어요.
오, 어디 혹시 6번 목소리가 좀 어떻게 뭐가 달랐나요?
못뛴 게 뛴 거 같은데 그냥 찍어온.
정답 보여주세요. 자, 정답은 5번이었고요. 1번이 메인 PD님, 그리고 2번이 개그맨 신규진님, 그리고 3번이 전 프로게이머 마이티 베어 김민수님이셨고요. 4번이 작가님 목소리였고요. 6번이 바로 제 목소리였습니다. 아니, 6번 목소리가 좀 귀여워서 했다라고 하면 점수 드리려고 했는데 툭진 개찐이었다 하셔가지고 오답 처리하도록 하겠습니다. 문제 드립니다. 다음 중 에코의 웃음소리는 무엇일까요? 하나, 둘, 셋! 와, 네 분 다 1번이라고 적어주셨는데요. 정답은 바로바로 1번이었습니다. 다들 잘해주셨어요. 네 분 다 5점씩 드리도록 하겠고요. 4교시는 수리 영역입니다.
수리? 수리 영역. 여기 다 가방끈이 짧아가지고 좀 힘들 것 같은데.
문제 띄워주세요. 자, 이 아이템 가격으로 다음 수식을 계산해주세요.
근사치로 가나요, 이것도?
이거 정확하게 값이 나와 있어요. 1분 드리도록 하겠습니다.
처음 게 얼마야? 처음 거 얼마인지 좀 알려줘. 그러면 너도 세 번째 거 얼마인지 알려줘.
이런 문제의 정답은 0이야. 객관식 나오면 0으로 찍으면 됐어.
정답을 들어주세요. 와, 마이너스 550? 왜 이렇게 나온 거죠?
1800, 1300, 마이너스 3000, 마이너스 1050, 마이너스 600 아닌가요?
중물 샷이 그렇게 안 비쌀 텐데.
그리고 캡제님은요?
로아의 가격을 잘 모르긴 하는데 두 번째 건 1,300원이고 제 2,600원, 1,000원, 600원 그냥 얼추 계산했습니다.
정답은?
왔잖아!
아니, 캡제님 그 안에 틀리긴 했는데 어쨌든 정답이 0원이기 때문에 맞춘 걸로 하겠습니다.
이거지! 마누라 보고 있지? 마누라 사랑해! 나 맞추고 있어!
아이템 가격으로 계산한 수식의 정답은 틀렸다! 미술 영역으로 가보도록 할게요. 어떤 챔피언의 눈일까요? 오! 정답은 N입니다! 이 챔피언의 눈은 칠판에 적어주세요.
디지털 풍화가 너무 심하게 된 거. 라칸.
왜요?
그냥 라칸이 저렇게 생겼어.
정답은 라칸! 오, 정답! 어떤 챔피언의 콧구멍일까요? 어떤 챔피언의 열쇠일까요? 어떤 챔피언의 귀걸이인지 맞춰주세요. 6교시가 마지막으로 남아있는데요. 1등 자리가 좀 위협적일 것 같은데? 네 문제가 남아있으니까 마지막까지 잘 집중해주세요. 방금 보신 장면은 크산테의 Q 스킬인데요. Q의 정확한 스킬명은 무엇일까요? 1번 엔드포 타격, 2번 엔트포 타격, 3번 엔토포 타격, 4번 엔터포 타격, 5번 엔타포 타격.
너무 악질이다 진짜.
이거 어감으로 맞춰야 돼. 엔타포. 뭔가 이상하잖아. 근데 이거 타플러한테 너무 유리한다고 보잖아.
아니 나 그런 거 보면서 안 해.
정답 보여주세요. 답이 갈렸습니다. 자, 정답 무엇일지 볼게요.
제발.
3번 엔토포 타격이었습니다.
죄송합니다. 우리 가장 못한 챔피언 카운터인데. 챔피언 나오면 연구도 좀 하고 공부해야 될 거 아니야? 맞아, 그거 읽어봐야 되는 거 아니야? 스킬명 다?
얘가 엔톤지 엔튼지 뭐 어떻게 알아?
자, 다음은요. 8점짜리 문제입니다. 카르마가 만트라를 사용할 때 총 3가지의 대사를 쓰는데요. 라스리안 온비. 또 다른 하나는 가엔나 키리비. 마지막 하나는 무엇일까요? 정답 들어주세요. 네 분 다 틀렸습니다. 아쉽습니다. 자, 엘레사 키리비. 다음 문제 그러면 또 자신 있게 넘어가 볼까요? 다음은 10점짜리 문제입니다. 영상 한번 같이 보실까요? 방금 영상에서 루시안이 빛의 심판을 썼는데요. 날린 총알의 개수는 몇 개일까요?
아니 이런 미친.
한 번 더 볼게요.
네. 영상 다시 한번 보여드릴게요. 자, 이제 10점짜리 문제이기 때문에 내가 꼴찌에서 탈출하려면 이 문제 맞춰야 되거든요.
아 이거 너무 헷갈리는데.
보여주세요.
오 뭐야?
자, 영상 한번 확인해 볼게요. 정답은 22마리였습니다. 캡쟁님 그리고 플레이님이 10점씩 가져가시게 되셨습니다.
꼴찌는 아니다 이제.
마지막 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 문제는요. 10점짜리 문제입니다. 문제 드리겠습니다. 라이즈를 주목해주세요. 자, 방금 보셨던 유저의 튀어나온 무엇일까요?
한 번만 더 보여주세요.
그렇다면 다른 영상이 준비되어 있어서 다른 영상 하나 더 보여드릴게요.
페이커인 거 아니야?
정답은 무엇일까요? 뭐라고 써주셨나요?
저 그만. 챌린저 너무 뻔하니까.
나는 챌린저야.
챌린저라고 쓰셨어요?
왜냐하면 라이즈 콤보를 보면 E를 쓰고 W를 쓰는 게 속박을 쓰는 콤보인데 그걸 안 쓰면서 QW, QEQ를 쓰려고 하는 되게 고난이도의 플레이가 있었거든요.
호종 형이 말한 것처럼 일단 라이즈가 스킬샷을 되게 잘 쏘고 콤보를 잘 쓰고 잘 맞췄어요. 여기서 중력장이 빠진 걸 보고 바로 앞무빙을 치면서 Q, E, Q 그리고 쫓아가는 거 보고 들어가서 평타 E, 떡, Q 하고 평타 쳐주고 근데 이런 거 보면
아쉽지만 절대 아니에요.
오, 역시 우리 분석 데스크의 자존심, 헬리오스님. 팀장님도 한번.
미니언 열심히 지우고 앞무빙으로 들어가는 모습. 그리고 여기서도 맞들할 때 속박 안 쓰고 그냥 계속 Q로 콤보 넣는 게 굉장히 고난이도 플레이를 하는 겁니다. 그리고 앞으로 쭉 따라가면서 딜 넣을 거 다 넣으면서 빠질 때 물론 실수가 있긴 했지만 저런 거 챌린저라고 안 나오지 않습니다.
든든한 헬리오스님과 캡장님의 분석이었고 정답은 무엇일지 정답은 바로 도나스트롱님의 플레이였는데요. 티어는 마스터입니다. 마지막 문제까지 풀어봤는데 우승자에게는 선물이, 꼴찌에게는 벌칙이 가게 되는데요. 1등을 한번 발표해보도록 하겠습니다. 1등은요 53점을 차지한 플레이님입니다. 축하드립니다. 소감 한 말씀. 네.
분석 데스크에 있으신 분들이 좀 더 공신력 있으니까 잘 알아야 되는데 좀 아쉽다는 말이 좀 나오네요. 분석 데스크에 새로운 인재가 필요하다면 DM 주세요.
1등을 위한 선물 넣어주세요.
잠깐만.
자, 아주 어마어마한 선물이 등장을 했습니다. 자, 여기로 나와주세요.
받으실래요?
이거 누가 쓰는 되게 그런 거 아니야?
플레임님 선물 드리겠습니다.
감사합니다. 사이다. 이거 좀 무거운데요? 혹시 안에 돈 들어있는 거 아닌가요?
2등 한번 발표해보도록 하겠습니다. 42점을 차지한 캡틴 잭님입니다. 축하드립니다.
뭐 그래도 2등 나쁘지 않았다.
와이프에게 한마디.
와이프 1등은 아니어도 그래도 사랑해줘. 열심히 했잖아.
아니 1등만 사랑하는 세상이야.
아, 스윗하다 스윗하다. 이제
내가 진 거 같네.
3등과 4등이 준비되어 있는데요. 벌칙을 받을 분은 과연 누구일지. 3등과 4등이 단 3점 차이밖에 나질 않습니다. 꼴찌는요. 35점으로 샤이님입니다. 꼴찌 하셨는데 기분 어떠세요?
기분 많이 나빠요.
우리 LCK 시청자분들을 또 찾아가게 되실 예정이잖아요.
좋은 모습인지는 잘 모르겠네요. 곧 찾아뵙겠습니다.
헬리오스님 3등 하셨는데 지금 소개팅까지 딱 20분 전에 제가 끝내드렸거든요. 어떻게 소개팅 열게 한마디 하시겠어요?
빨리 가야 돼요, 빨리. 네. 6시 반까지 끝낸다고.
8분으로 배지 아나운서님 진짜 어떻게 이렇게 누추한 곳에 귀한 분 모셔가지고 했는데 도전 롤드컵 잘 끝낸 것 같고요. 그렇죠 여러분?
덕분에 너무 재밌었습니다.
너무
역시 인간 비타민 배혜지.
활동이 오늘 재밌었지? 다음에도 재밌게 한번 찾아오도록 할게. 오빠 나도. 안녕하세요. 지금 찍고 있는 거예요? 아니 뭐 이런 것까지 지금 찍으면서.
아무거나 같이 쉬운 거, 가장 쉬운 거.
네. 네, 이게 X하면은 샤이거든요.
많이 내려놨죠?
네.
역시 또 This is 샤이가 나왔는데
신나크야?
네, 신락스 때
이렇게 보내실 분이 아니다. 네, 잠시만요.
아니 안다더니 왜 이렇게 열심히 해?
자기들아, 우리 다음에 좋은 얼굴로 또 만나자. 그러면 안녕. 오빠 닥터.
준비 3, 2, 1 바보!
Vamos, vamos. It was good?
부끄럽진 않죠? 모르겠어요. 없어요, 모르겠어요. 저희가 챔피언스 성적 그 정도까지 갈 거라고 예상은 못했는데 작년에 5, 6등을 계속 했었잖아요. 이번 챔스마저 그렇게 해버리면은 진짜 뭔가 저주에 걸린 것 같다라는 생각을 해서 그거 머리에 하나 생각하고 이 악물고 했던 것 같아요.
1등이 아니어서 좀 아쉽긴 했지만 그래도 3등이면은 잘했다. 다음엔 1등하면 된다 이런 마인드로 대회를 끝낸 것 같아요.
많이 아쉬워요 솔직히. 그리고 끝나고 이제 챔피언스 결승전 무대를 직관하러 갔었거든요.
오프닝이 너무 멋있는 거예요. 그래서 그때 너무 아쉽더라고요. 저희도 저기 올라갔었을 수 있었는데 하면서
DRX를 한 단어로
명실상부 아시아의 최강?
거의 아시아 대표라고 부를 수도 있는 팀이라고 생각하니까 최고라고 생각합니다. 최고. 팀 분위기 자체는 저희가
가족 같지만 가족같이 하면서 친구인 것 같아요. 하극상이 많아요. 마코가 갑자기 야 이 개새끼 병철이랑 명관이랑은 지금은 그냥 만나면 욕으로 인사를 받거든요. 제가 처음에 비해서 좀 먹힌 것 같습니다.
어느 선수한테 많이 먹힌 것 같아요?
둘한테 다 먹혔어요.
제가 자주 사용하는 요원은 이제 전략가 쪽 모든 요원을 다 쓴다고 보시면 무방하고 제 플레이에서 뛰어난 점은 쉽게 죽지 않는다는 점.
하나 더! 아래쪽이에요!
제 팀에서의 주 요원과 제 역할은 이번에 시즌이 바뀌면서 첫 쿠데로서의 활동도 좀 보여주고 있어서 타격대, 첫 쿠데, 감시자 여러 가지 역할군을 소화하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
자, 들어와 두 명 하나! 주석기 흔들렸어요. 셋!
저희 주 요원은 척후대 모든 캐릭터를 다 사용하고 있고 인게임 리더를 맡고 있습니다.
He's got one, he's got three!
Oh my god! No! Not again!
저는 대회에서는 주로 척후대를 하고 있고요. 뭐 소바나 페이드 같은 정보 요원 위주로 하고 있습니다.
It completely diminishes. It's left on to Zesh for the side of DRX, but he will land every single shot.
저는 모든 역할을 다 할 수 있고요. 플렉스 역할로 말해주셔도 될 것 같아요.
머리!
특별히 신경 쓰는 부분은 아무래도 폭신하인 선수가 새로 들어왔기 때문에 폭신하인 선수 같은 경우는 다듬어지지 않은 원석이라고 생각해요. 어린 이제 비스트, 그냥 몬스터죠 이제. 누구도 말릴 수 없을 것 같은 느낌이 들어요.
잘해요. 총을 너무 잘 쏴가지고 아마 최상위 포식자가 되지 않을까.
DRX 발로란트 소속 폭신하인 정재성입니다. 제가 주로 사용하는 요원은 제트 레이지입니다. 타격대 위주로 연습하고 있습니다. 상대의 허점을 빠르게 파악하고 변칙적인 요소를 만들어서 게임을 이기는 데 이끌어가는 게 저의 장점이라고 생각합니다.
근데 저기 때문에 나와주는 타이밍! 야! 폭신하인!
지금까지의 호흡은 잘 맞는 것 같아요.
아마도 지금은 어려운 시기입니다.
아마 시간이 좀 걸릴 것 같긴 하지만 되게 성장폭이 엄청 클 것 같아요.
브라질에서 만나고 싶은 팀은 한국팀 T1든지 싹을 그냥 기강을 한번 일단 잡고 시작해야지 이제 쉬울 것 같아요.
아시아 퍼시픽 리그에서 라이벌인 팀은 없는 것 같고요.
퍼시픽 팀들을 이제 딱 불러봤을 때는 엄청 라이벌이라고 생각되는 팀은 없지만
만나보고 싶은 팀은 거의 팀 변화가 없는 PRX 정도? 페이퍼렉스가 또 남은 팀들 중에서는 정배지 않나.
사실 이전보다 더 상대들이 세진 건 맞지만 그렇다고 해서 결과가 막 크게 바뀌진 않을 거라 생각을 해요. 그냥 하던 대로 또 하면 1등 할 것 같아가지고.
목표는 저는 뭐 어떤 대회든 1등이긴 한데
국내 대회에서는 1등을 수없이 많이 해봤지만 마스터즈나 챔피언스 나가서는 1등을 하지 못했었기 때문에 쉬운 팀 하나도 없겠지만 그래도 열심히 준비해가지고 꼭 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 하려고요.
저희가 퍼시픽에서 무조건 올라간다라는 자신은 있지만 그래도 어떻게 될지 모르는 거기 때문에 그래도 항상 저희는 한 자리를 먹고 들어간다는 마인드입니다. 저희가 이번에 프랜차이즈 꼭 우승할 거니까 항상 하던 대로 응원해 주시면 감사히 우승하고 있습니다.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Can't help the rising and falling. Like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride and show some pride. Like a warrior, burning up like a fire. Too late, no one can put me out. And we gotta fly. Yeah, yeah, ready now. We got the power.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for the final series of the evening as KT on a huge winning streak, taking on Nongshim Red Force on a huge losing streak. We'll see whether KT can continue to have the carriage on the rails.
Not even I, at this point, am expecting the roller coaster to drop here, which I know how that sounds like, but KT have, from start to finish, just been a good team in the last couple of matches. They've had good drafts. They're playing individually very well. They're playing well around their comps. They're playing well around their opponents. It's just looked clean, and for Nongshim, as much as I love them, they are showing a lot of inexperience in getting anything but laning leads, even those they don't always get. But even when they do, they don't really know what to do with them. And KT has so much experience that tough ask for Nongshim to fight back here.
It absolutely is. Let's have a look at the standings, though. Bring them up onto your screen. Nongshim, they escaped 10th place because DRX are doing a little bit worse than them and have also played an extra series. KT, an opportunity to head to 3rd place after a victory here, of course. D+ Kia then face off against Liv Sandbox tomorrow, and so can theoretically claim that spot back once again, but a much tougher ask for D+ Kia. Liv Sandbox also hot on the heels of both of those teams, so the top of the standings, very important as, here is the loss streak versus the win streak. One fun fact, the only champion that Dundun has won on this season has been Cassante, and unfortunately, Cassante no longer in the meta. It's a really rough time for Nongshim at the moment, but they're a very new team to the LCK. So probably going to take it in stride. As first place in kill participation at 14 is Sylvie, as first place in counter jungle percent in Cuz has been like that throughout the entire season.
And Sylvie being as high up in terms of kill participation is both good because he is a player that likes to look for early ganks, likes to play high early impact champions, but also means that his laners individually are not getting that much done.
No.
And Cuz has a lot of winning laners because both Keen and BDD have looked incredible, and even Aiming and Lahans, to me, not necessarily the core of this team, have been incredible, right? Like, we've had Aiming looking like one of the better AD carries, losing a lot of his trademark inconsistency where he would go a little bit too ham at times. As the creativity that we see, Vital attempt is cool, but it doesn't actually lead to that much. Whereas Aiming just says, no, I play the good champions and then I win.
Yeah, Zeri Ezreal have definitely been some of his better ones, as we do have some younger fans here at Lowell Park today. She looks very enthralled by the game.
Dundun!
And
I want to hope that's Dundun's
sister. Oh, it's so cute. I like a little Squirtle there as well.
She's eating a Nongshim snack as well.
Yeah, it's a Nongshim snack. I've had those before. They're pretty good. The shrimp one.
Or she showed them off.
She's like, no, give it back. All right, let's welcome the players to Lowell Park, starting off with Nongshim, who will have side selection in this one. Dundun, Sylvie, Fiesta, Vital, and Peter. Peter trying to hide that sly grin. He's having a bit of a giggle in the back
Look,
there.
Dundun, man, he's giggling. I don't even know why.
I don't know what the joke was. I mean, Lahens is there, so maybe it's just Lahens being
I would watch a comedy show that's just Dundun,
and
Peter and Lahens.
Yeah, 100%. Just
in a room.
Oh, that sounds incredible. We could probably get an AI to do it. Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be a tough ask for Nongshim here in this one. KT have been performing better, but I don't think that Nongshim would prefer anybody else from the other side of the standings, because KT will always be KT. They managed to take a game off them last time around. We'll see what's going to happen here. As KT, they'll be red side to start things off. And you can see it's all business.
But the only time KT have looked like roller coaster KT as a Lance is when they lost 2-0 against Kwangdong off the back of some pretty subpar drafting, which they then fixed.
Yeah.
And they've looked much better ever since.
Yep.
And outside of that,
you might be ready to believe. I'm not ready to believe.
The roller coaster is just, what if it just keeps going up? What if there is no down?
Well, then,
what if we just keep...
They may get to outer space.
Well, exactly.
And then what's going to hold them down? There's no more gravity.
No, so they can keep going up.
Exactly. Even if they come down, they won't be able to come down because
they can't come down because there's no gravity. So
no, exactly. It'll just be inertia. At that point, they won't even need anything to push them further back up.
Exactly.
They'll just keep going up.
Yeah.
Well, they're not out of the atmosphere yet.
Just yet.
So we'll just have to see whether they can keep this up. So we're checking out the key player matchup. We mentioned the fact that Sylvie did have that very high kill participation at 14 minutes. But, I mean, that can tell multiple stories, right? It could mean that, you know, he's doing a lot of proactive things in the early game, or it could mean that his team doesn't do anything unless he's there.
I'm going to go with option 2, which is unfortunate, but has been somewhat of a reality for Nongshim for quite a while. This roster, of course, having played together for last year as well. And Sylvie was already a pretty decent jungler, then had to fill in for Nongshim during the COVID times. And then when he came back to Challengers, that's when he truly transformed into a player that was able to actually stand up to, say, a Lucid. And was a very impressive transition to see a player really step up like that, even able to beat Forrest as well, though Forrest sometimes beats himself. If you're a T1 Challenger enjoyer, then you'll know what I'm talking about.
It's whether or not he can beat Sponge. That's the real test, the Sponge test.
I hope Sponge makes it just so we can, to the LCK, just so we can cast Sponge.
Well, thankfully, we can also cast Sponge in Challenger, so it's absolutely fine. He's not going to be in this game, though. He's, in fact, playing for DRX, an entirely different organization. This time around, it is going to be Sylvie taking on Cuz. Cuz, of course, the king of the counter jungle. But honestly, the story to me has been about BDD and Keen finding their confidence again and finding their form again. Keen especially, right? Like, he had such a rough year last year. Even before that, he was a shadow of his former self.
Yep.
And we used to call it the Keen test, and it felt a little bit silly talking about it last year. But now, it's starting to really come back round again. And tell you what, I'm pretty excited about the next Telecom War. That's all I'm saying. Last time it was 3 games, but it was before KT had even started to ramp. So very keen to see how that one's going to go. They'll need to get through Nongshim first, though, because things get tough after this for KT. It's only teams that are either very close to the top of the standings or to the western side of the standings.
Was that Squirtle?
Yeah, it's Squirtle. She had a little Squirtle next to her before. This is very, very cute.
Adorable.
But yeah, KT's road gets much more rocky from here, and they'll need to put up a good performance if we are going to expect them to continue their form, because this means 3rd place, and that is no joke here for KT. A 2-0 would also be pretty handy. It allows them to get towards the game score that D+ here already have. Well, let's see what's going to happen here as we hop into the draft for game number 1. Nongshim on the blue side. What bans are we going to see come through from them? The Azir has been pretty high priority as far as bans are concerned. It took a long time for BDD to play his 100th game on the champion. But Ashe does need to be taken away first. Love this. Ashe Maokai, none of the shenanigans possible. See how tidy these drafts are going to be.
Yeah, already taken away some of our not necessarily preferred champions. The Ashe in particular, I'm very happy about. Even more so than Maokai. I've seen that Ashe is just on a whole nother level. Caitlyn also got it taken away. We do know that KT plays it, so if the enemy plays it, you have to ban it. If the enemy doesn't play it, then generally can be ignored by both teams, like we saw in the previous series.
Yep. There needs to be notable Caitlyn players.
There needs to be a presence of Caitlyn. Because at least still not allowed incredible early game prowess, and we know that the early game is extremely important. Although teams are seemingly slowly starting to get a little better with Zeri now taken away. Wouldn't be surprised if KT then decide to ban away the Lucian. And that would give a Varus first pick over to Nongshim. And also ban the Varus here, and then will be the Lucian ban, which to me makes a lot of sense, as good as Varus is. Don't know if they'll first pick that here over a Sejuani. Of course.
I think Karthus is the pretty obvious choice here. Could theoretically be another one of Vital's dark technology, but it's not going to be the case. He's just going to go back to the Varus. I imagine that Ezreal is probably going to be pretty comfortably locked in here alongside the Karma that Aiming and Lehens have been very happy to go towards. You don't need to lock in Ezreal here. They can grab something like a Sejuani for Cuz if they would like to prioritize the jungle.
Feels good. Clean combo. Can team fight, and Lethality Varus still as good as it has been. We have seen some experiments with the on-it variety, but it looks largely lackluster, even in the hands of some of our better AD carries. So hopefully for Nongshim, they stay away from that. The next best jungler in the Sejuani going to get picked up here for Cuz. Very strong, even on low resources, has been heavily prioritized, as right now junglers are not getting a whole lot. It is...
No.
Yeah, you get like an item and a half.
Yep.
And that's all you're lucky allowed to get.
The Vi going to be locked in here for Sylvie. Pretty understandable inside the Vi or Wukong that you're going to pick into the Sejuani. Okay, there's some choices that we can go towards. by Ari. The reason why that one's being hovered is an interesting one. Speaking of interesting, that was a pick last year that KT were able to win with, even though it got locked in by accident. The good old Zyra, but no, it will be Nautilus. Peter going to go back to it. And Ezreal, pretty obviously going to be picked up here. And I like the not knowing that Ezreal was coming, right? Yeah. Arcane Shift makes Ezreal a little bit difficult to lock down. You just press your depth charge button.
You have double Ezreal buttons. So Ezreal actually not as much space as you might have in some other drafts between the depth charge and the Vi ultimate. Will be plenty of ways to shut down aiming. So KT possibly looking for a multi-threat draft. You get like a Jace and an Azir here for Keen and BDD, then the individual lockdown from Nongshim not going to be nearly as relevant. I'm also worried because this is a Nautilus that this will be unhit Varus. Hopefully we'll shy away from that one. We've seen even today how incredibly impactful the lethality Varus can be.
Yeah, and we saw it in the same series. The unhit Varus do very little, and the lethality Varus do a lot more. So I'm with you on that one. The Nara is going to be banned away. We'll see whether KT stay towards the top side as far as these bans are concerned, or whether we're going to look towards that mid lane, because Fiesta and BDD kind of have everything to play with right now. Which is a little bit worrying. There's the Renekton ban.
It'll just be Azir versus Victor.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's probably what it's going to be, isn't it? Well, Azir is likely to be banned, and then we'll see what BDD is going to play there.
BDD can just R5 Zoe. Everything will be okay.
Ooh, that'd be
We'll get a
sick.
BDD Zoe, we get Zoe, Ezreal, Karma.
And so Kane is going to lock in a safe blind pick?
Yeah.
Like
R4 Jax?
Ooh, he hasn't lost on that yet, as Talia is going to be banned here. And R4 Jax looks pretty comfortable. It might be happening.
It'll be Azir, but yeah.
No, I mean,
They're banned
100%.
as well. They're gonna lock Azir. 100%.
Mid
Oh, never mind.
Alistar.
It's mid Alistar. Yeah, Fiesta, of course.
Well, now that Talia's banned, you know, you can't. He doesn't take damage by running over rocks as he headbutts in.
True. Didn't
There
think
you go.
about that. Yeah.
Well, this is the most obvious thing ever, as the Azir will come through. Now
Fiora.
Ooh, Jax versus Fiora matchup. That's
Do
fun.
it.
Yorick is way better.
It's not happening. Peter and Din have a lot of fun.
Hey, chat, can you let us know whether you forgot Yorick, Mori? Because I did.
No one ever forgets about Yorick. Comet Yorick.
Ooh.
There we go.
Wow. That is way more interesting than Yorick.
Well, I know for a fact that you do like Dundon's Gragas.
I do like Dundon's Gragas, but I love Yorick more. As Lehens is just going to hover the Singed for a moment. I don't know whether I like that, but it will be picked up. So the Sylas into the Azir. And Oldie, not sure whether it's a goodie. KT, pretty short range here with this composition.
Yeah, I haven't been the biggest fan of the Sylas. Now, the 1-for-1 is incredible for KT. They have a composition that can play through either the side lanes, and then you have Karma, Ezreal, Sejuani all relatively hard normally to engage them. But then you look at the enemy team, like Nongshim can start a fight whenever they want. Like, yeah, you have so much hard engage. The follow-up is good. They will hopefully have a 2 damage threat here between Fiesta and Vital. So actually playing 1-for-1 into it is kind of tough. Now, for KT, you do have decent team fighting power. It's not like it's impossible for you to win 5v5s, and my expectation is that post-laning phase, KT will actually have a lead, and a 1-for-1 with a lead is generally pretty good to play out. But Nongshim comp, it's an easy comp, and I'm always going to be a fan of that when you're a team that's struggling with the basics.
Yep, I kind of agree with you. I think that there are certain things that you could leverage.
Look, it's going up.
Here on the KT side, it is, well, I mean, it's flat right now. But we'll see. I love that Aiming's face is just a dartboard. That's so good. Classic. As, yeah, these, it's not super inspired as far as the drafts are concerned, but I think that they will be robust enough to work. I really liked your Zoe idea, though. I feel like that would have given a beautiful identity
Jace was
to what
also
KT
open,
was
right?
doing. No, Jace was banned.
Well, it was banned, okay. Well, that makes sense. That was a good choice.
Yeah. Banning that one, definitely an important one. But this is going to make things difficult in the mid lane, especially early in this game. We'll see whether KT can fight back. We hop on into the rift for game 1. right, KT fans very loud, as I believe we're in fact on the Nongshim side of Wolpark today. So KT fans definitely having a bit of desperation in their voices, wanting this win streak to continue. See whether it will, as already they are going for something here.
So Dunun going for the damage variation, which I love. Love AP Gragas, very fun champion to watch. We are also seeing Vital go for the unhit variety, and I've already mentioned why we're not the biggest fan into KT's composition. They are going to be extremely lethal at short range, so actually getting off autos against Jax. You hear that sentence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That,
exactly.
I was going to parrot something that I think I've heard from Twitch chat. In the past.
What is Jax's E called again? I can't quite put my finger on it.
Crossfire. I'm pretty sure it's Crossfire.
Close. I don't.
Valorant?
Not sure. Yeah, I think that's it.
Which first-person shooter is it again? BDD looking to come on over. Just gonna walk past. And Lahen's going to miss his first Mantrid Q. So there we go. Not a lot of violence in the beginning of this game.
So good luck to Vital with finding his way throughout those fights. Fiesta also not going for laning-oriented runes, instead going for Conquerors. So what this does is it does make your mid-game and your late-game team-fighting prowess a lot more consistent, but it also means that BDD is going to be able to get through lane relatively unscathed. And before we judge Ezreal Karma, I do want to take a note. One of these teams has been winning a lot recently.
Yeah.
And they have one loss on Ezreal Karma.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna. I like Ezreal Karma. I think he'll be doing a perfectly serviceable job here for aiming alliance.
Yep, I actually quite like the priority on it. Of course, aiming has always been pretty good at the champion, as Cuz going to rotate over. Does get seen on that ward, but he's just heading towards the bottom side. As Dredgeline's going to connect here from Peter. Lehens doesn't seem too worried about it, but he probably should be, as Vital's able to get that hail of arrows to proc the Blighted Quiver.
Nice.
Yeah.
Job.
Sylvie.
He knew.
Yep.
Was expecting it.
Both of them sort of finding one another here. As there's a flash from Peter. All right. That should be first blood, but he does flash to try and get himself out of the way. Is this piercing arrow going to land as Vital? He's not even going to be able to charge it in time, so very lucky. Lehens will survive.
Vital actually went for W.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So he just had WE.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
He's level 2. Well.
Could have been good to have the Q there.
Well.
So
you want to do something on hit, you know.
So my take is that when he dinged 2, going for the W allowed him to get the trade onto Lehens, like actually stack his W and then get the E.
And also, maybe you get a bit more space.
To get more
Keen
damage.
played that really well.
So going for the immediate power of the trade meant that Lehens was a lot lower, but then obviously are going to miss that when you want to try and secure a kill.
You might think that Fiesta is losing out and things like that, but he hasn't gone for his teleport yet, and so BDD able to get a pretty nice trade there. Fiesta will come back though. And,
yeah,
will be fine.
He'll be okay. Actually, BDD expending quite a decent amount of mana there, so Fiesta not going to feel too bad about his first back coming through.
Yep. I think just to defend the W take a little bit more as well, as I'm not going to be able to because KT are collapsing on this bottom lane.
Yeah, sums are used.
Yeah, Peter doesn't have his flash available. Vital, let's see whether he can stay alive as BDD comes on in. Peter is going to be the first target as the double kill immediately, but still Lehens is going to die. So you're going to go 2 for 1, and BDD's very happy about it, but still could have been cleaner.
Still overall a big win for KT. KT able to simultaneously, after the teleport comes through, or rather have BDD move towards the bot side of the map. There is no counterplay available because, again, Fiesta TP to mid, so not a lot of risk involved there. And due to the summoners already being down and the aggressive play failing, it is a very clean setup for them. Lehens does unfortunately have to bite the dust. Amy has to invest his flash, but that flash doesn't really matter. And there wasn't even that much counterplay available for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Very nice early player, and this is the type of aggression that you love to see, because Silas has struggled a lot, because if he doesn't get a lot done, in early to mid game and he doesn't get to skirmish the way he likes, he can feel and kind of fall a little flat.
He can. I think if that hail of arrows hadn't have caught Lehens there, he might have been executed.
Yeah.
As Cuz is making his way in, that's the Arctic Assault flash as Vital realizes he has no way out. He's going to have to fight this one, and he's going to lose the battle. KT taking full control of the Rift, and man, this is some serious proactivity in the early stages of this game as Sylvie has got BDD in his sights. BDD not going to bite off more than he can chew right now as he's looking to sweep out some vision as KT start off the Drake.
And all this goes back to that initial field play. If they get the kill on Lehens, take him down, then Vital gets fed. They might be able to kind of snowball from there. They have more control of the lane. They don't really get dove. Although, admittedly, into Karma's still going to be hard.
Chains are going to connect there as there's the Emperor's Divide, and you saw him on a ward! The flash comes in and it's barely enough to get Fiesta out of there. And he doesn't even have to flash, so never mind. I guess he was just fine no matter what.
Yeah, Keen. Spend all Lehens!
Oh god, that flash. That was sick from Fiesta.
Well
he
done.
wasn't window shopping. No, 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 and he didn't have vision of that. He was just waiting for it. He knew that it could be coming.
He was ready. Still going to miss a wave, and the game state's still not great for Nongshim, but...
That reaction time was actually bogus.
Yeah, it was well done. Good play by Fiesta. Fiesta in general has been...
Oh dear. The buffered Arcane Shift would have been enough to get him out of the way.
But they don't
know. Yeah, they know now.
But now they need
So we're not quite level 6 yet, so can't tell him to cease. And
might have wanted to flash there. If he goes for the flash, he might trade, but that makes a level 6 play for Peter and Vital a lot stronger. Peter also had his flash, so would have been able to follow up in case Lehens didn't flash. Unfortunate for Nongshim, they are already, as we talked about coming into this series, falling pretty substantially behind. Just a really clean play from Cuz. He has flash, enemy Varus doesn't, so there's just not a whole lot to be done. These are the situations where the Nautilus is very strong into Ezreal, and I don't think Fresh is in the best of spots, but when you're playing an immobile AD carry, you might be wondering, oh man, if only I had a Lantern, that would be cool. They don't. You know what I dare not speak his name, but...
Ooh, tell me.
What about the frog?
Ooh.
I can't pick it into Karma.
Timothy Kitchens?
So obviously it's not a thing, but with how the meta is developing right now, I wouldn't be too shocked, Atlas, if eventually
I mean, all roads lead back to the frog.
Into his territory.
Especially here in the LCK. That is a fact. As Herald has been started, and it looks like Nongshim should be able to collect it. As Vital, I don't think he's going to be allowed into this lane. So can KT get themselves the 2 required plates to make it even? Or more even? Probably want 3, I guess, now that the Herald gives you a bit more money. But still, those plates are going to go down. Cuz now looking to steal a red buff. He should be able to do so. And I was a little bit soon on the plate call, but I think they should still go.
Reinforcements are on the way, so Vital can feel a little bit safer here. We'll be able to pick up most of this wave. PDD roaming on the opposite end. He also saw it, fortunately.
Yep, he's got a depth charge for Dundun as well. As Dundun is going to push this wave in. We'll see whether he can actually get this one to move out.
Top lane
as Counter-Strike's pretty
is exactly what you'd expect in this matchup.
Yep, a bit of nothing.
Not a bit.
A lot?
A whole lot of nothing.
Ooh, mega nothing.
Maybe the Deskers can enlighten us as to what the current amount of first strike gold is that has been found.
Ooh, that'd be cool. Might be able to see that one. As Sylvie's going to get out of there. Doing a bit of a flash check. Cuz doesn't have his, Keen doesn't have his. For the next little while. And it is still Fiesta that is lacking the ability to instantly maneuver. That's, I don't think very much is going to happen for it, but, I was scrounging for things to talk about. As so is Jonah Strong, obviously, as we're looking at top lane. That's when you know that we're sort of clutching at straws. But Keen with the wave in a nice spot.
Doesn't one grasp at straws and clutch at pearls?
Clutch at what? A clutch is... oh wait, hang on. Isn't clutch a purse?
Well, also, yes, a clutch is a purse, but you said clutching at straws as opposed to grasping at straws, as opposed to clutching your pearls.
Oh, I didn't even know clutching your pearls was a thing.
Isn't it?
I don't know.
I feel like
Maybe
that's
it
an
is.
expression. Maybe I made that up. That happens a lot.
I think grasping at straws, though, is definitely that is.
Well, I know that is a thing.
Yeah, no, clutching is probably wrong.
Well, I mean,
can still clutch them.
Atlas,
but
I want to.
I don't know whether straws
go
are all
back
that
to
valuable.
well, I don't think they are. That's the whole point. No?
Yeah.
So I want to also go back to our early conversation, which is that if you just keep using specific language enough times, then it becomes real.
Yeah.
For a sheer power of will, we can just create new words. If anyone knows about that, it's the LCK.
It's true.
You have given many a name to many a thing over the last few years.
That is certainly the truth. A lot of naming does certainly happen here, for better or for worse. Sylvie going to jump on some rocks, and Nongshim are going to look for a bit of a back timing. KT a little bit late on their rotation down, but aiming just happily clearing out minions. Does still have a 20 CS advantage on this Ezreal. As Mountain Drake, going to be a pretty nice one for especially Cuz to pick up here. He'll drag that one out of the pit, and it looks like it's going to go over without a hitch. As BDD able to surf around this mid lane quite comfortably. His Chain Lash starting to do a fair bit of work, as we can see. As, ooh, lane swap. Did you see the little zoom there?
So we've heard about just Kampong Chainsword.
Yeah.
But what about Kampong Chainsword and Morelos?
Ooh, that's that they really don't want all of that Kingslayer out. They really want Lahens to not mantra his W at all, as it's going to be a Hextech Soul. I don't want to talk about the heal deny.
It's okay.
At all.
Can do it some other time. As now Nongshim gonna try and get a lot going here. This is not a tank, so Dundun does need to respect. Oh, Freeman Goon Squad coming on its way, cuz teleport coming in.
Yeah, we're committing to the fight on Nongshim's side. Peter waiting in the brush. And by committing to a fight, I mean everyone's gonna leave.
No one commits.
Yeah. KT didn't have as many people in the area, and the teleport coming through means that not going to happen, as Dundun clears out a large amount of the minions, and then the second barrel is going to deal with the rest.
He's chilling. He's Gragas.
Having a good time.
Sustaining back up. Well, he is bleeding plates, but that's not really his fault. That's just kind of to be expected. Vital has his shield well available now. I have been vocal about my distaste, lack of enthusiasm, or whichever way you'd like to phrase it, of this build. And we'll see if Vital can maybe convince me.
Well, this we're checking out to see whether this plate goes down.
Did miss the
riveting.
One
oh no! Oh no! The plate! It goes wanting.
Plate
aiming,
denied.
just not going to get it.
There is two people.
Yeah, Sylvie going to rotate up here is okay. Let's see whether King can survive this one. He does move out of the way of that as the ulti comes through. Counter-Strike does have a stun on it. If you guys read the description, you can reactivate it in order to get that stun. Before that, you're unable to be hit by basic attacks, which is pretty cool.
And ultimate enough to deter Sylvie. Also, crucially, Dundun doesn't have his ultimate there. If he does have it available, wouldn't be surprised if they actually go for that play. Sylvie can lock him down. They can knock him back towards the turret with guarantee, but not going to be the case. And something that we haven't really talked about as much, but that you're really noticing with Nongshim, a team with much less experience, is how backtimers are utilized, right? You can really, especially if you go back and watch the VOD review, but just in general, with how much of their turrets are continuously going down, kind of get a sense for they're moving around the map a lot, but they're wasting a lot of time trying to get an objective, trying to contest certain waves, trying to get pressure on one end of the map. But KT are using their time much more efficiently, are continuously shoving, and thus punishing these kind of map movements from Nongshim that don't really get that much done. You wanna learn another expression?
What's that?
A Dutch expression?
Yeah, give it to me.
So it is when a ship hits neither, well, we'd say side or wall. So basically, it's just a ship that's kind of aimlessly floating around. We have a lot of ship stuff because we're, a country that's
fair bit of boating going on over there.
A lot of boating. We had a sea and then we turned it into a province. There's just a lot of water-related stuff in our history.
All right.
And as a result, a lot of sailing, a lot of boating.
You almost discovered Australia. Did you know that?
Yeah, we did a lot of.
You got to Australia. You were like, oh, this looks a bit crap, and then you left.
That does make sense.
Yeah. And then Captain Cook's like, I could work with this. A few years later.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Fun little history lesson for you guys, as we're KT with a 2,000 gold lead, mainly because they've done more stuff. Well, actually less stuff, and taken more minions and more money.
Yeah, just been playing a clean game in League. It might not be the most exciting League, but if you're a KT fan, you're loving this.
Yeah.
This is smooth, controlled, sure-footed League of Legends that we're watching here, Atlas.
And they're also very happy to cruise towards the late game, right?
Yeah, they got
this.
great lane.
This was a composition from Nongshim that looked like it was going to have a lot of priority in the early stages. Was going to be able to, potentially wrestle some control, and then you're moving towards a later stage that has a 1-3-1 that is, nigh untouchable. I mean, Dundun will be able to clear waves very effectively, but soon that won't really matter because Kane will just jump on him every time.
Yeah, I still like the Nongshim comp in late game. It's very single target oriented. Unless you can get a lot of damage off with Fiesta, you can create a ton of space for Vital, which with this build is going to need a lot of time. And again, playing into Jax, playing into Silas, I don't really see it working out. But between the space that Dundun is able to create and Peter and Sylvie's hard engage, Fiesta's teamfighting tools, there is a way to win here later. I do, again, like the composition of Nongshim because of the ease of execution that comes with it.
Yeah.
See person, press button, and even someone like aiming that normally is going to feel very, very safe can get blown up in a short amount of time. Fiesta maybe setting up a trap here. They are on vision.
Yeah, Cuz just standing on a ward. The Sand Soldier going to come on in, and so Fiesta's position is given away. This Rift Herald, let's see whether it actually gets a charge off, as Cuz really wants to deal with it. Kane going to be answered by that belly bop, which worked out very well. And yeah, here we go. Nongshim might get that team fight that they're looking for. Sand Soldiers pushing, aiming out of the area. And they've started this one up. There is an entire wave dying to the inner turret bottom lane, but just ignore that, guys. That's it's inconsequential as Cuz moving on over, finds himself the Glacial Prison. Peter taking a lot of damage as Peter D's going to dive on top of Dundun. Into the back of the pit they go as aiming is just thrown over, but he's not going to get engaged on. Oh my goodness, Sylvie. He dives on top of the Ezreal. It's an absolute disaster in this fight as they double kill each other. That's kind of hilarious. Cuz is, in the meantime, just going to be left with the dragon. Dundun gets over the wall, but Keen's got a Q button for that. And Peter is now finding himself having to escape as best he can. Fiesta not going to be as lucky. And the Nautilus will move out. A disaster for Nongshim.
Oh, Nongshim. That looked okay when they made their move into the river, and I was actually going to comment on, hey, they might not be able to
Peter may
play
not
the overall wave state that clean. Ah, Peter's fine.
Leave him. Leave him alone, KT.
He's so precious. Please, just let him live.
Yeah.
So actually, you both see why Nongshim is a young team and a fun team, because the initial move, getting prio mid, then making your way towards the river and trying to set up for an objective. Textbook stuff. Very basic play, very well rehearsed. Dropping the wave completely on bot is a bit of a disaster, but then this is where the issue arises, because we have like 3 fights happening here at the same time, and none of them somehow are good for Nongshim. We have Aining gets kind of saved by Dundun, right, with the ultimate, and then Sylvie also dies, and then Fiesta kind of walks on the merry chase, so as a result, Peter doesn't really have anyone that he can play off, that he can hook. And then, yeah, BDD also landing a beautiful chain here, getting himself that kill. Turns into an immediate teleport. And if Nongshim's target selection is a little better, they single someone out, they get the passive procced on Vital. They can win, but it was that was not the fight that they were looking for. And now KT has Soul Point. They have two rather monstrously fat side laners, and that might just be the end of it.
Oh god, do you know what I realized? If this continues sort of the way it's going, it might just be a clean 2-0 for KT. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, which is bone-chilling.
I'm terrified of that. It can't be a real thing.
What if they just never... I said it earlier, but like, what if it actually doesn't happen?
Well, then they're going to space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to the moon. It's KT to the moon. That's the theory. I mean, this game's well and truly throwable. As Sylvie is going to get caught out of position. That is a Glacial Prison you didn't really want to hit, as there is the answer. The Vi goes in to do the suplex and then just dies. KT's wallet's pretty heavy at this stage.
Might as well try to turn. You're going to die there anyway, maybe with Aftershock. And the damage that your team has. Speaking of the hero players, BDD hits his 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages. TP to save the play, save the turret. Well, they'll hold on to that, but bounties are on, and that generally doesn't...
It doesn't bode well.
Doesn't bode well. I wonder if there has been a single game in the LCK where bounties were on and then the game was won.
Yeah, that's happened quite a few times, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's happened this split.
We've had some weird games where we've had bounties on both sides of the rift in the one game. In some of our more back and forth affairs. But we might be able to get that stat from our stats team. We might be able to offer that one for you.
Perchance.
Indeed. We may have some time to go over it, as we're waiting a minute and a half for the final Elemental Drake if KT are able to lock it down, but also a possibility for Nongshim to try it again, see whether they can grab their first Hex Tech of the game, says Atlas extraordinarily optimistically.
I need that optimism, Atlas.
Well, I don't have enough to go around. I'm using it all myself, and it's difficult to find enough even for me. Because this is a real rough situation for Nongshim. Keen, we'll look for Dudu. We'll see whether he can get an ult out. Of course, Dundun not going to die or anything like that, as the body slam makes things quite difficult.
Look at Dundun has one task. Get the cannon, and he does. Look at the build from King. Very cool. Going for Zhonya's here.
Love it.
That makes his team fight.
We haven't seen its second item before. It's actually pretty cool. I like that he's gone Negatron Cloak beforehand as well, just to make sure that the matchup is as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, it's also no matter who you end up sidelining against. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. No matter who you're sidelining against, you're going to be happy with it because it's either the Azir or it is the Gragas. So very high value there. Nonetheless, and barring a truly miraculous team fight for Nongshim, I don't see it happening. They are moving towards a Baron, as of course the Drake is about to spawn, but will they commit? They kind of have to.
I reckon just go for it, guys. What you got to lose? As immediately, Trinket Ward comes in.
Throw it down.
Yeah, Nongshim, they are not phased. This is a 50-50 for so many marbles. As Glacial Prison is going to sort of fly to the feet of Nongshim. As BDD looks for a depth charge, he'll find one. And now KT, let's see what they can find, as Fiesta is going to take it all the way towards the back line, as now they're looking for the fight. Peter going to go down first, as now Keen is going to get thrown away. They take the Sejuani as Sylvie dives forward. BDD just standing his ground. Emperor's Divide lands as Keen is thrown away. Aiming still alive, but they get rid of the Jack. And now True Shot Barrage not going to find the targets. They had good vision around the area as well. Aiming, he couldn't find the angles. Is it a miracle? I think not. I think it was good Nongshim play.
Done this before. They have found their way out of many an insurmountable situation. That was in Challengers. That happens a lot more often in Challengers. Will be a very different story. But the same thing happens in the LCK. And no, we shouldn't get out of ourselves. They'll get a bounty. You know, they got some gold. I don't even know if they'll get the bounty. We're heading towards that.
Yeah.
Towards the Drake, but there are Hex Gates, so maybe we just have another fight. Maybe we just do it all over again, Atlas.
It's called the rinse and repeat, as Fiesta gets taken down quite low from that True Shot Barrage, actually, as now another Glacial Prison will fly forward. The Winter's Wrath value is just despicable. Emperor's Divide is being picked up. We know that BDD knows how to use these. As he's diving in, doesn't find the chains. Emperor's Divide's going to get the flash out of Fiesta, as now Dundun's trying to escape, but he's not going to be allowed to. Keen spins on top of a blast. A really cool move, but I don't know whether it was good. As BDD over the wall and will just get taken down, but Aiming, he's just going to play this one front to back. They're looking to clean this one up. There's the triple kill. Is it Penta time? It is absolutely not, as Keen will deny it, and Fiesta is running away. Hextech Soul is going to be picked up as well. And look, the roller coaster fell down a little bit. That's the unofficial quadra-kill to come through from Aiming. We know that it's KT after that Baron kerfuffle, but it looks like they're still going to comfortably win this.
Fiesta, perhaps the most appropriately named player on the Rift as of right now, Atlas says.
Oh yes.
We are having some fun with it. The initial setup for this Nongshim fight looks very clunky, but for as much as we might criticize their overall macro play, this is of course a challenger team. You have to respect that the team fighting in the front to back is the one thing that this roster has done a fair amount of time. Nice re-engage are coming through from Sylvie, Vital and Fiesta actually able to stand behind their front line, actually get a sizable amount of damage, and it's really credit to KT that they don't lose the game here. That would have been old KT, you know, just straight up kind of lose it there. Not the case, they do restrain themselves. And then this is truly where the roller coaster starting to go up again, as health bar's already extremely low. The perfect angle that was there in the last fight, not quite there this time around, and even with the Blastcon being procced there by someone on Nongshim, sure, they get BDD. There is a Jax, and Jax in these type of fights, yeah, he doesn't care about Vital. Or Fiesta, really.
And yeah, Vital does manage to at least stack up his Rage Blade in that moment, but otherwise he is just going to die. And the True Shot Rush is pretty nice. Keen was trying to make it a full house, but instead it was 4 of a kind. Nicely done from aiming.
We're really getting both the Nongshim and the KT experience in one game. KT now, they have Baron, they have the
It's a pretty light KT experience.
Okay, well, yeah, they're not actually losing, but that's new KT. You know, they do just a little, like a little.
Oh yeah.
And Nongshim, they're showing the spirit that we love them very dearly for. I don't think spirit will be enough though in this game state. It's the 1v1 that we've been calling for, happening right now.
Spirit was one of my favorite junglers, so I am glad that you're bringing it up.
Not who I am, you know I wasn't, but I'm glad that I make you happy, Atlas.
Thank you. Kane's going to be able to take down this turret. We are just doing our very best to remove everything off the map as KT are pushing every lane. The Jax, largely unanswerable, especially with this Hextech Soul. And KT have kind of just taken everything, and Nongshim haven't been able to really do very much with any sort of advantage that they've ever been able to find. And it's sort of the only real moment was that fight around the Baron. But even before that, you know, the way that KT were playing each of the lanes, it was just never really any opportunity for Nongshim. First inhibitor going to fall, as there are no more inhibitor turrets remaining. KT just going to clear them all out. And Nongshim need to make a decisive move if they want to stop this from happening, but I don't even know whether that is going to ever work.
I don't think there are any moves.
Yeah.
Don't see him, Atlas. No moves in our observable universe.
Ooh, that was a pretty cool fadeaway there from Cuz. Picks a weird angle, manages to land the ult. No real follow-up as the hook is going to connect onto that one minion. That minion Peter does not like whatsoever. Sylvie doesn't like Lahens though, and he's going to be able to get that kill. Chains of Corruption are going to connect. Keen not going to get snared as Cuz is super tanky, and in goes Sylvie to grab the double kill. He's likely going to die for it, and now the fight is on. The second one goes down as Peter will fall, and Keen, he just wanted them to come out from underneath these Nexus turrets. He'll go golden. Fiesta finds the Emperor's Divide, but aiming is just going to slaughter him. A triple kill here for the Ezreal. 10, 1, and 7 on aiming. 17 out of 19 kill participation. The man is having an absolutely fantastic game. And KT, they will tidy up game number 1 in 29 minutes.
Felt like a longer game, but by the end of it, KT confirming that they are the stronger team. Nongshim showing some feistiness, some peak team fighting, but when every other thing is just going KT's way the entire time, the waves, the actual objectives, that's not enough to win a game off of. It might be in Challengers, but unfortunately for Nongshim, not the case in the LCK. It was actually a tough POG vote as well, because I ended up going for aiming because he was Ezreal and he had like 17 kill participation. He never died.
Did good, I guess.
He did good. I actually went for Cuz initially because his early game snowballing was good. BDD started off very well, but then had some unfortunate.
I think the only really illegal one
is
Lance.
Yeah. That's the Lion's way.
But even then, maybe, you know, you just you can throw out as many as you want. Because, so I was going to mention, but we haven't had many games that have felt like this. That are just, it just felt like the skill gap, the understanding gap between these two teams was extremely large.
Well, yeah,
and we don't, and like, even with our teams that are very low in the standings, I feel like they go for something and they mess it up, right? It's not just fundamentals being so incredibly far apart.
Yeah,
I think
because
that's what we're seeing here.
You have, like, between Keen, Cuz, and BD alone, not even taking into account aiming on the hands, you have, like...
The most absurd amount of
The
experience.
most... So many games. Like, one player on the team is like 10 times as much as the entirety of Noshima combined. And in these type of games, you see it so clearly.
It's absolutely true. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will take us through game 1 and we'll get into game 2. See you then.
모텔 필. 바이. 끝. 한번 빼자. 빼자. 들어온 보자. 나 봐줄 수 있고. 바이. 바이부터. 봐줘. 보자. 모텔 필 없고. 알았어요. 나 풀 쓸게. 나 만화 없다. 김기인 내 펜타. 탑. 탑싸움 할 때 너무 빨렸다. 강 이길 줄? 근데 강 이기는 거긴 한데. 까비요. 쉽게 합시다. 내공이 맞을 줄? 쉽게.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. We just had game number 1 between KT Rolster and Nongshim. And it was a bit of a blowout, Wolf. It was a very one-sided game, and KT kind of proving that they don't care who they're playing against nowadays. They are just here to win.
KT show up, unlike many of our top teams who have dropped games to some East Side weaker teams, right? And just say, just gonna play a great draft, just gonna play standard, just gonna play like I'm playing against T1 today, and play hard, play strong, boring draft, boring game, oppressive game, doesn't matter. KT Rolster looking to smash this team 2-0. Let's talk about the Nautilus pick here, because you prioritize Varus first pick as Nongshim here, and then you walk into the Ezreal Karma. This is pretty obvious, right? We've seen this a lot, and they're not willing to play Heimerdinger here. Not a lot of great options to stop the Ezreal Karma push. So they opt into the Nautilus, hoping to get some all-in plays and subsequently defend follow-up dives with the Sejuani when the push is just constantly coming through. But the execution leaves a lot to be desired, and unfortunately this Nautilus pick, as cool as it was for what it could have done, really didn't do Nongshim any favors, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to help them there. We've seen a lot of first pick Sejuani. It feels like they didn't want to go for that this time. So the Varus, feels like it should have a lot of value, but not able to really extract that value from the draft for Nongshim. So we can take a look at highlight number 1 and talk a bit about how did KT get this massive lead early on.
So look at the Nautilus here. Gets a root out of turret range. Unfortunately, no turret aggro because Lehens is holding this, and this is what you're hoping to do, right? It's like, all right, maybe we could survive these dives. That one fails defensively, even though Lehens does go down. You have no summoners. The follow-up gank is here once again from Cuz. And this bottom lane is just always under threat. And this is the power of Karma pushing into a Nautilus lane. Yeah, you might be able to all in. He's unsuccessful. You might be able to catch that. Karma did. Can't get the kill. You might be able to defend the dive. He didn't, right? And you're opting into this gameplay, and this whole game was defined around those early kills picked up by the Sylas, this Ezreal that was super accelerated in the early game.
Yeah, and a bit of it is also the fact that KT were really just zoned in on, okay, we're going to dive over and over, but it leaves questions like, how was BDD able to roam out of the lane that early on against an Azir? How are they able to dive and Sylvie just wasn't there ever really to help them out? And Cuz and KT, they kind of just identified, okay, we can just keep pressing this button and still the cash will continue to come out, and that it did. So let's go ahead and look at the second highlight here, which is essentially a follow-up fight 17 minutes in.
Yeah, it's a broken up fight here. Not the cleanest on either side, but they decide that with the Emperor's Divide onto aiming, maybe he's their target. They want to go in on top of him. Sylvie's here for the chase. And KT won the bottom side of this fight while 3 people are pushing towards the top part of this, right? Unfortunately, Peter not able to get involved here into the bottom part of the fight. So aiming does go down eventually, but the fight is won by KT Rolster on the bottom side because of that deep chase for a highly mobile AD carry, which does a ton of damage on his way out. BDD picking up a bunch of gold there. Fiesta trying his best to kind of turn that one around and salvage it. I got the Ezreal, let's make something of it, but chased a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that was only 17 minutes in, but after the way the early game went, and then we had this follow-up play, it wasn't super clean, but, you're playing with Jax, you're playing with Sylas, you're playing with the Ezreal, right? These are champs that are going to love those kind of broken up fights, and they did a very good job to just essentially say, okay, we will welcome the madness, and we will take you down in these crazy fights.
Some people, one of them over there on the casting desk, some people saying oh no, don't get excited for KT. They're not saying it on the cast. They're not saying oh, I'm pretty enthusiastic about this team. I'm pretty excited, right? Saying, yeah, they might fall apart this week. 3-0 so far, looking incredibly clean. Arguably our best performing team of the week so far. And yeah, it's a matchup you expect them to win. But I gotta say, if there's ever a time to be excited about this team, it's right now.
Well, they keep playing well. It's hard not to keep supporting them. So guys, let's see who on the team does pick up the POG. It will be the Boom Boom Ezreal, as aiming did a fantastic job, jokes aside.
Yep, 90% nearly kill participation here in this game, and we were thinking about voting for BDD. We gave it a lot of thought. He had a really strong mid game, but the game just eventually became defined by the fact that he has so much space to work with because of BDD. He's doing tons of damage in these fights. They chased him on that second HL2 fight. All of the early game is based on his lane and his prio that he set up there with the Ezreal Karma. So, pretty easy call. And before we throw back to the casters, I will say I'm pretty sure all of us did predict KT to have a 2-0, so I'm throwing a little bit of shade, but
you know, they're not getting excited, but
They should be, though.
Still supporting, you know. And we did have some votes for Cuz, who did a lot for the bottom lane in terms of those dives, and of course BDD as well, as you were talking about. So definitely a great team performance from the side of KT. We'll see if they can do it again. And game 2 as we go back to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will strive to reach your levels of enthusiasm that are recommended from the space. But it's KT taking on Nongshim, right? Nongshim not doing so well here in the LCK. It's 100% expected for KT to comfortably beat them. And we'll see whether they can do so and continue to do so in game number 2.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I think they will. As much as I love Nongshim, and as much as it hurts me to see this team kind of struggle, whereas the team fights and the overall level of play when it came to trying and fight on even footing in the 5v5, we saw some semblances of being able to match. When it comes to reading map state, when it comes to rotations, setup for objectives, all these things, target selection, you see that Nongshim is just behind the curve against many a team in the LCK, and
it hasn't been this glaring though. So I think that we do need to recognize that KT have really been able to hammer home these macro plays and make sure that they're giving themselves all the opportunities, and they have definitely done that. And I think that that's what we need to be looking at through the KT lens as their road in round 2 becomes far more difficult after this game. They start off with a pretty comfortable one, but then things get far more difficult. So we'll just have to see how they continue to perform, because, I mean, a 2-0 is necessary for this team in this game. But we'll see whether they can continue to make it look like a super clean 2-0 at the same time.
Yeah, barring that one fight that was a little bit sussy. It was just a KT pretty one-sided stomp. Draft. Don't expect to see any big shake-ups here. We did see the Varus not be super efficient. KT gonna bend Illusion again, so...
Same bends.
Wonder if we just go back to the Varus again here and run it back as Nongshim. At least the Varus itself will get backed up here, and KT can just go as Karma again. Not in that order. Doesn't have to pick it up on the
I think you may as well go Karma's Edge.
Yep, I agree, Atlas. I don't think we're going to be excited about the first half of this draft. And if you ask any KT fan, then you know they'll tell you never get excited. But that's KT fans. That's not us. We're just trying to get through our day with drafts that are just kind of the same.
Yeah, that is how it's going to continue. I think that, you know, it's on Nongshim to change it, because the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it is broken, I would suggest some repairs. So Nongshim, I think that maybe the Nautilus might take a timeout. I'm hoping that we don't get to something like a Heimerdinger instead.
No, I think we're looking the exact same thing.
Is that really what's going to happen?
That is my expectation, yes.
Oh dear. Well, makes me feel less enthused about the goings-on of this video game. Jace, that's a fun switch-up.
Like that a lot more.
Because are they going to ban the Nautilus? I don't know about it.
Oh no.
Oh,
Atlas. Trouble is brewing.
Indeed. We have seen this one before. They're just hovering Lahenza's pick, and then they're going to pick Nautilus again. There's Ezreal. So then we ban Jace Renekton, and then Nara and Talia.
As unfortunately Atlas has been too successful, as years and years of watching KT, he has now removed all the excitement from his voice.
Well, I mean, we're also just seeing exactly the same draft again.
I know,
so
I know.
I'll add the excitement as necessary. But for this, not so much.
No, I wasn't trying to call you out. I was trying to mess with gravity, because what did you say? It's the same draft.
No, I'm sorry. I actually appreciate you trying to find some meaning in the run back.
We have to, man, because I'm not seeing it. I don't I didn't dislike the Nongshim composition, and also I expect them to actually swap rather when it. Oh no, it's just going to be the same.
I mean, all of these things that KT are doing are exactly what we liked from the last game. I'm kind of hoping that we just go through the whole thing and then we get to see BDD Zoe. And we're like, oh, cool, it's a different vibe of the draft.
Yay!
Woo! Oh, no. No.
No. I'm a big fan, but no.
No.
Oh, that's not a champion anymore, no.
Okay.
I know he's good. Dundun is, at Cassante.
Yeah.
But he got nerfed pretty hard, and even before that, people were picking Jax into Cassante because he has a good first few levels, and then eventually, once you hit like level 11, you get like an item and a half, then you become really good and outscale him really hard inside.
Jax is picked into Cassante the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pick Zoe. Do it.
That'd be really fun. Maybe BDD will play. Okay, never mind.
Well, we got a new champion, Atlas. We did it. We got Cassante instead of Graggy.
Like I'm trying to. You know how your mother tells you when you're growing up, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. I'm kind of in this awkward position, Chronicler, whereas if I don't say anything at all, I'm not doing my job.
Well, you can. You just talk about laundry.
No. I talk about KT. And KT's draft, very much like game number 1. Really enjoy it.
Well, tell me more. Like,
just
how
really,
you like it a lot in relation to game number 1.
I like that they just stuck with what they're good at from game 1, and then they transferred everything that worked for them in game 1 into game 2. The same energy. I can really feel a very similar set of win conditions coming through from KT here in the next game. So I think what they've done is they've really just made only the adjustments that Nongshim told them to make. And I think it's going to work out quite well for them. Nongshim, they have made changes to the draft after losing game number 1.
Calm down now. They made change.
Sorry, yes, they made change.
Yes.
Sorry for the incorrect plural.
I can't believe that you will do that to us, Atlas. It is your responsibility as a commentator to not tell lies.
I need to be more of a wordsmith. My wordsmithery has been my downfall here today as we get onto the rift for game number 2.
If you could decide a word smithy, how would it look?
What do you mean?
So you're a wordsmith. That's your job. You have a smithy if you're a blacksmith.
Yeah.
Well, of like your anvil.
Oh, so like what would my workshop look like?
And your So if you had a wordsmithy, what would it look like?
Ooh, that's fun. Well,
really get into those details. I want to.
Yeah, because I could just say it'd look like a room, Chronicler.
That's not helpful.
No, I think what we need is to talk about what would be in the room while we're smithing the words.
Yes.
Well, you'd probably have a desk.
Okay.
And you would have a large array of shelves full of a lot of miscellaneous objects.
Okay.
All of them having very interesting names.
Are there plants?
There definitely.
Definitely plants.
You can have absolutely anything.
Okay.
As long as it's small enough to fit on the shelf, of course. But it can, of course, be just smaller versions of the things. Slight change up from game number 1. Lehen's able to hit his first Q. So it's a good start.
Important to note.
Yep.
Continue.
But basically, what all of these things that are on all of these shelves would have very interesting names. So like I'd have a Spanakopter there.
Oh, of course.
Because it's just it's a great, like maybe I'd have a what is the
It needs
hang on.
It needs to stir the imagination.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like a lot of your Dutch words.
Oh, yeah,
also
Dutch words.
absolutely
Naturally.
fantastic. What is the
variety in language in general, severely underrated.
Yeah.
Maybe a small donkey bridge.
Small donkey bridges.
Yeah.
Stroopwafels.
Yeah.
Lots of them. We'd be having a
Stroopwafel.
Stroopwafel.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, sorry. Strobe raffle. I need to remember. Strobe raffle.
Waffle.
Waffle?
Yeah, there you go.
I just end up putting on an accent. And
I know, but that's fine.
Is that okay?
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
It's good Dutch. So you have your miscellaneous objects.
Oh, we're just going to check out this for one moment as the Abduct is going to connect. There's the flash after, and that's First Blood going to BDD. Sylvie now trying to fight his way up, but look at this. The value of the permafrost is just insane, and KT... I feel like I've seen all of this before, Chronicler!
And just like game number 1, the early power of Sejuani and Silas getting early kills.
Is it game number 2?
Back to the smithy. Back to the smithy, Atlas.
Back to the smithy with you, sir. I don't know what the accent. I apologize.
Are you a villager in an old English village?
I hope so. Saz is going to be taking his blue buff while Sylvie is skirting his red, trying to avoid vision by the looks of things, as there is a ward on that particular camp. As we're going to check it out one more time from BDD's perspective.
It's 2. It's his chains. And yeah, even with 5 being there, the power of a champion like Silas that can reliably proc the permafrost is just nuts.
Was that exactly the same play that they went for in game 1
on the bottom
but
half,
didn't manage to get? No,
Yeah,
I
well,
think there was a gank in mid lane as well, right?
So they did this first in mid lane, then it didn't work, and then they did the same thing in bot lane.
Yeah.
Because that 2v2 is just really good. Even though Silas has not been as good as a champion as a whole, you can still make plays like this.
And if you can force the enemy team into those sort of situations where it's a Sejuani fighting alongside a melee teammate.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, those permafrosts we saw just such high value.
Like Jax and like imagine being Jax and you're 2v2ing with Sejuani against Vi and Cassandra. Like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, imagine being Jax. That isn't interesting to think about. You know, because you're a warrior. You don't have a real weapon. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a tragedy, truly. It's almost like a...
Sounds like an embodiment of confidence to me, you know?
Sure.
Because I feel like, you know, he could have probably found something that's like a real weapon.
Oh, you gotta imagine Summoner's Rift, there's weapons everywhere.
Yeah.
Just on the floor, lying around from previous battles.
Go talk to Boris.
Yeah.
He's got
weapons.
He's got rods that don't even need to be as large as they are. That could work. He's already got one of those, though, I guess.
He's got swords.
Yeah.
That are appropriately
cleavers. You know, loads of things.
He used to have mallets as well, but he got rid of those for some reason. I don't know.
Pahages?
No, I mean, like, first of all, what's up with Pahage? Secondly, I miss Frozen Mallet. You know, with all the Nars that we have, wouldn't it be cool if you could just build that item again and have 1,000,000 health and slow everyone on every order? That was fun.
You do have the Caulfield's Warhammer, you know? You've at least got
It's
one
not
of those
a mallet.
in the armory.
It's a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, what is a hammer? It's kind of like a mallet.
No, I think a mallet is a... So is a mallet a form of a hammer, or is a hammer a form of mallet?
Oh, very good question, Chronicler. I have no idea the answer, is because it's going to be able to steal away the chickens.
Keeping
so we're
up
not able to get in there.
Keeping up that counter jungling percentage.
That's all right. Checking in on this top lane, it is actually kind of interesting because Dundun has been very good at the Cassante. We don't really like the pick at the moment. I think the nerfs were enough to definitely take him out of this matchup. Absolutely. He's not really a blind pickable champion, but also picking him into a champion that he has been answered with many, many times, even prior to the nerfs. That's where things get a little bit rough, as Keen demonstrating that he's pretty comfortable.
But you also see him, but like, no, I'm not going to walk near that wall. Not happening, bro. I'm not playing your games. Dundun Gonna do what every top laner loves after you take a bad trade, just run into river and
Yeah, honey fruit.
get some fruit. It's very important.
It is a
Stay
little
healthy.
bit like the walk of shame, or I guess it's through a river, so it's maybe the wade of shame.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you have to go and get the honey fruit.
I think it's fine. Resources are there to be used.
No, absolutely. But it doesn't feel
Unfortunately-
great to be the one that has to do that.
No, well, you can also do it when you win a trade.
Ooh.
Sylvie.
Yeah, that's powerful.
He's taking a red buff here, and don't know if we're going to see the experience bar. Would love to know if he is going to hit 6. Cuz is level 6 and is a decent amount ahead thanks to all the counter jungling.
Emperor's Divide's going to be picked up and thrown back again. This mid-jungle duo is going very, very well. Sylvie will be able to secure the red buff. But Fiesta's continuing to have a really rough time. Look at the CS gap. It's 30 CS at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
BDD is having a very good time. Maybe
I mean,
somewhat disappointed about not picking up POG.
I'm voted for Cuz.
Well, that's true. It is the two of those. BDD did land the chains this time.
I know.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think Cuz
to
has
me
been...
is, as in general, you know, this is like when they get the Oscar for the movie and it's like not really for that movie, but it's for what they've been doing. I feel like Cuz is due one of those POGs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you get Oscars for that?
Oh, no, but there's examples of...
Ooh, Cuz is actually not going to see that this Rift Herald is being taken, but instead he's going to look to kill Dudu, who's going to pull Keen back. Actually, Keen's acting fantastic. As, all right, Cuz is going to be taken for a bit of a journey, and there's the permafrost. You were talking about this, the value, as Sylvie, right under their noses, is going to be able to take the Rift Herald. But Cuz has now won 2 lanes.
Yeah.
And the bottom lane looks to be doing just fine.
Yeah.
풀 20초.
All right, let's
내가 먼저 볼게 그냥.
see how BDD does it.
볼게. 잡았다.
It's
just
so
like that.
clean. And unfortunately for Dundun, maybe Oksante lives here. I doubt it, because again, he still has permafrost on him, so he just always dies there even with the knockup. And Sylvie with just enough time gets out, but the overall lane state is still a disaster and is...
When do you ever get a chance to use the Rift Herald? You know, that's
Well, you'll get it.
They should be able to get down to, I mean, be able to push up some of these lanes, especially 2v1 in some of these moments, but
maybe.
Yeah, the value is not looking like it could be all that incredible.
About the Oscars thing, no, there's been examples of actors who never got an Oscar and they had like one movie that was still good but not as amazing, and then they got the Oscar for that, and everyone's like, okay, it's fine because of everything they have been doing.
yeah.
I think it was The Revenant for Leonardo DiCaprio, right?
That
Like,
was,
up until that point, he hadn't
Leo
gotten
just
one.
had really been denied. Speaking of being denied, Cuz hasn't got a POG all season.
Well, so as I was saying...
Oh, was that you waiting to segue to that? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, but that was why I talked about it in the first place, because I think that Cuz deserves a shout-out. He's actually been a great jungler. Have I cursed him?
Well, I don't know. He is going to get caught out of position, get thrown into the bouncy castle, and will be taken down. But now, KT are looking to close in. Not going to be able to necessarily find the avenue in that they were looking for, though. And so that is just a kill going over. And unfortunately, yeah, the cast curse was extraordinarily real.
I'm never going to say nice things again. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm going to be only negative from now on, Atlas.
It was me that brought it up, though. So I honestly think that you're off the hook. I mentioned that he hadn't got a POG, and then immediately he gets caught and killed. It's like I gave his location to the enemy, you know? Oh, dear. Oh, BDD going to clear out vision, and still, I don't think it takes away from Cuz's performance.
Nah, it really doesn't. It's just
clearing
nicely set up play, right? Fiesta's a little bit earlier here. Peter, for all of his engages that didn't work out in game number 1, is relieving a bit of pressure.
Well, here's a dive. Depth charge comes in as BDD is going to knock up Dundun for a moment, but then he'll just walk past. Not wanting to go for this one. Looked a little bit too dangerous, and he still had his all-out available. And so not wanting to risk it. You can't really blame them, as Cuz is going to come on over.
Oh, aiming. Of all the items we could buy on... I'm not often one to really go in, but of all the items we could buy on Azrael, that's not the one. I'm not...
Yeah, it's been a while since Divine Sundra Ezreal.
And that's good. Yeah,
there are like, how many good builds are there for Ezreal? It's like 3 or 4 now.
Yeah, you can go Essence Reaver Quick Blades, you can go Essence Reaver into, what's it called, into Mana Mune. And
Yeah,
then either
and then
Quick Blades or
Duskblade
Duskblade is one that we've often seen, which is very good in squishies, although Prowlers, I think, still also good. Just haven't seen that as much. But even into tanks, I'd much rather... Oh, hold on.
Well, Aiming could be punished for his choice pretty immediately. His cuz throws a Glacial Prison into Narnia. Aiming's still alive somehow. Not entirely sure how, as Lehen's playing some alcove gaming. Actually working out absolutely beautifully for him. And Sylvie is just caught out of position. Okay, well, we need to see that from like Lehen's perspective, because he was just standing behind 4 people, ran into the alcove and was K.
Yeah, they're with Sylvie dying.
Okay.
Yes. Well, he still has ultimate, but they don't have Vital. So I don't see anything happening here, unfortunately, for Nongshim.
I really want to see that replay, because I was focusing on Aiming miraculously surviving and missed Lehen's just wandering around the... Oh, he was just lying in wait.
They didn't know. They were unaware.
They set up the trap.
And then everything gets thrown into Aiming, but due to Cuz's immaculate timing, Aiming actually survives. And yeah, as much as I hate to say it, Sunder actually did help out a little bit there. Funny as it is. Still not a fan, FYI. But regardless, clean play there. Cuz again being at the right place at the right time in this game. And now second Drake has gone over to KT, and we see some moments for Nongshim in game number 1 where it looked like they were actually able to match in terms of fighting, in terms of general movement. They were able to keep up relatively well. Not really seeing those moments the second time around. It feels like maybe Gragas was the solution and we just went about it the wrong order.
Yeah.
I'm not
I thought that the Gragas was absolutely fine.
It was. Yeah.
And a large portion of what went wrong in game number 1 wasn't draft related, which is kind of why you're not really too upset about the run back. But it does mean that Nongshim don't have a draft answer to any of the problems that were set up in game number 1, which is a bigger problem, right?
We meme about it because, you know, we have to entertain. We already went over what these drafts aim to do, because KT draft literally the same. Nongshim's draft functionally the same. The one difference is that Dundun in the 1v1 early on should have a bit of a better time. At this point, not really going to be the case anymore, as we can see here. Yeah. And then has less disengage than a Gragas will, but still offers the displacement and whatnot and the dive. So that's nice, but...
Kane will be on 6-0, by the way, on this Jax if they do manage to win this game. Which is pretty crazy, in fact. Not a lot of our other top laners have had the same level of success on this champion. He's been a little bit... Like, you talked to Valdez about it. He'll tell you that Jax hasn't been as successful as... Kane's just having a really good time, as you can see. These Empowers really starting to hurt with this Divine Sunder already built, as there is the flash ult, but now the rest of Nongshim will turn up. Has Kane been baited is the question. He's continuing to do battle as the Counter-Strike kind of works, and then Dundu comes back, and I guess 1 versus 4, it's not going to work out. And I apologize profusely for the caster curse.
All it took was 4 people and 3 ultimates.
Ooh, a decent little flash there, but Vital's still dead, I have a feeling, as Lens comes on over. He'll take Peter for a walk, as BDD's just going to walk it out in front of him. And so that kill was answered pretty immediately, with Vital going down. And now Sylvie finds himself with a little bit of a few friends, but Cease and Desist is going to follow him, and yeah, Sylvie punished, but still going to be able to take the eye. They'll be able to use that to help push out one of these lanes.
Meanwhile,
yeah, Aiming just takes a turret.
Aiming is sitting on a... In general, KT's sitting on a pretty ridiculous amount of gold. And gonna see this whole sequence again. Dundun is taking a beating. Sunroar is finished on Jax. Keen has max level in power, so he is very, very, very strong. And they actually need to invest these ultimates. I don't think they needed Fiestas as well. That one was definitely overkill. And had they still had Fiesta's ultimate, Sylvie probably didn't have to die. As Vital, yeah, the flashback is cute. Like, doesn't really matter which way you flash, you're just dead there, no matter what. If you flash down, they still die. If you flash up, you also die.
Might be able to flash through the wall, but I don't know whether it was close enough to be able to get the fat flash, to be able to reactionarily flash that. That's really difficult. I'm pretty sure Aiming also got an assist for that, because he hit him with the True Shot Barrage prior, which is kind of cute. But 4,000 gold is now the lead for KT. 1 minute on Soul Point. As Ocean Drake, not exactly the most valuable soul, but still not too bad.
And as much as I enjoy Nongshim's play, it's important to note with how much we talk about Dundun and his legendary 0-7 Jax, and Nongshim in general making a miracle run twice, once to get to finals in spring in 2022, and then once to actually win finals. Throughout most of the regular split, they were somewhere between 4th and 6th place in both seasons.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when you take on a team that has been performing as well as KT has this split, that's not even close to enough bounties. Up again, 17 minutes into the game, and we already know the comeback potential for Nongshim, but I don't think KT are going to give them exactly the same fight into a choke point where they can kite front to back again.
Well, you say that, but Nongshim gave them exactly the same draft. Perhaps
it's not
exactly the same fight is on the
no, just
cards.
1-3-1 and you win the game. It's fine.
Well, Cuz possibly caught out of position yet again. Dredgeline will connect. He does take a lot of damage as he will get out of there. As Sejuani's are not the optimal target to be engaged upon. We've learnt this a few times this week. Cuz will survive. Does have to flash, but he's got Warmogs, so he's like even more the least optimal target to engage on, because now he's back up to full health.
If you thought the 1v1s were already looking somewhat dire, now imagine if you add an Ocean Soul.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely very rough.
Yep.
As Vital, he once again went for the on-hit Varus variety. Does like that alongside the Nautilus. Feels like you have a bit more setup, a bit more room to auto attack. But in this particular game, it's not looking like any of that is going to be all that relevant.
Yeah, this is one of those games where if he went lethality, I don't think it would have made a huge difference.
Oh, it's a really cute sidestep from Keen, as Dundun is going to try and do some Cassante things, but Lehens was lying in wait. Might be able to pick up the kill, but it's not going to happen, and that is Lehens getting another one. 2-0-2 for the Karma. Bloodthirsty. Hope to see it.
But they might get a bounty on top.
There we go.
That's cool.
Split pushing. Sylvie's here to protect. There we go. Inner turret falls on the bottom side, so
it's not great, Atlas. I hate to do this, but maybe it's time to go back to the smithy again.
No, we don't need to go back to the smithy. Unless you want to design a word. Is there any words that you want to design? What's your favorite word? Do you have one? We'll break down this. Dundun trying to stay alive. And I believe Lehens did Mantra W him to make sure that he stays alive.
Yeah, it's 4 people. Sorry.
Yeah.
And Lehens didn't have flash at that point, but as you point out, did have a substantial item advantage, and in general was...
So, favorite word?
Fine. Tough one. I like the word convergence.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's a very pretty word.
I like that word too. It's a nice one. Convergence.
Yeah. Well, what about you?
It's a tie between Spanakopter and Inevitable.
Inevitable. Oh,
Inevitable
that's also
very good.
Doubles as a good caster word.
Yeah.
Which that's kind of an added bonus.
Like, it feels like...
Spanakopter doesn't feel like you can weave it into cast, even though we've said it both like 3 times at this point.
I did say it previously, actually. As Glacial Prison will connect here. Peter able to at least get the dredge line through. Chains of Corruption unable to be followed up on there as BDD just looks for the fight. There's the real Chains of Corruption, but BDD has the Zhonya's already. Peter trying to get out, doesn't find the dredge line, but he isn't going to die as Dundun just staying there, trying to keep KT away. Not able to get any of these kills, is aiming. Also, not quite finding the cues here. Soften them all up. But still, with no one dying, still KT with a lot of control.
That was 4 versus 5 as well. If it was even that, because it was really just BDD against multiple people.
Yeah. Ooh! Dredgeline will land. Nice buffer of the Arcane Shift as Peter, he's trying his best. It's just not quite working out enough. Like, the amount of, like, they're trying their very best to stay in it, desperately clinging to the game. But KT are just doing more. They're getting more. Feels like there's just more opportunity on the map here.
Because at this point, even with so you don't win any 1v1. But with how fat BDD is, additionally with how strong Keen in general is into the Nongshim composition, because I want to again reiterate, like Counter-Strike wrecks everyone on Nongshim.
Yeah.
How do you kill someone? Right? It's just it's actually, it did get the buff, which is nice, I guess. It's actually just so hard to find any play.
Idol is dead. Cuz going to help lock down that one as he's underneath the turret now, taking a bit of damage. Gonna have to flash one more time. Sylvie possibly overextended, but he's gonna be able to flash his way out. And aiming, just going to slink back into Fog of War. Cuz getting so much value out of this Warmogs. It is just insane. As I saw that Chronicler, he's already written down his POG vote. He's all ready to vote for Cuz Lightyear, the man, the myth, the legend. And the Baron going to be going at least to 50% health here. Sylvie, he's just nowhere near it. I mean, this Baron is 100% KT.
They might get the bounty. Please give him the bounty.
There we go. Keen, a little bit upset about that, as the Sun Disc is going to be erected. And BDD grabs the Baron, heads towards top lane. The split push is on once again.
And even between these turrets, not enough safety here for the Varus. Really, the amount of punish that we've been seeing from KT here on the Varus has been pretty impressive. Now, this is also KT against Nongshim, so they were always going to be able to punish.
Okay. Aiming stole the popcorn chicken.
Yeah. And then additionally, it's also not lethality Varus, which we really... I'm sad it's been kind of disappearing. I still really like the build. It wasn't nerfed necessarily either.
I think it just...
And Nongshim, only 8k gold down, but they have a dream, Atlas. A dream of not giving up soul.
Well, one singular Ocean Drake might be something that they can collect as the inner turret is taken there by Keen.
There's a bounty!
True. And a bit of extra money.
Oh no, never mind. Keen has turned it around.
BDD also just dancing on top of this enemy ward.
Making his way downtown.
Crashing into these walls. As he gets over that time, doesn't find the chain as there's the Emperor's Divide! And BDD will help lock it down. The Glacial Prison also fantastic. The Azir killed by his own ability as aiming, getting on over, offering a few of these autos. It's a double kill for BDD as now Peter is just going to be escorted out of there by Lehens. And it should be that this Chain Lash should come through, and BDD should be able to grab it. As, yep, thumbs up there from BDD. And KT should be able to use this Baron, or at least the last minute of it, to crash down these inhibitor turrets and possibly kill the Nexus.
If this roster of players was anywhere but this organization, you could see this and not be worried about the outcome of the match at all. But it's truly something special that even going into this match, we were like, what if? Somehow KT finds a way. Well, KT is here to tell us, absolutely not.
No.
Completely one-sided from start to finish to sub 30-minute games. Sheer dominance.
This is the essence of clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
It is.
Because the only thing we got to see was one draft. Like, there is the least amount to see from KT in this particular series. It is actually quite absurd. One more Nexus turret will come through as Dundun trying to survive. Permafrost is going to come through the last-ditch effort now as Sylvie gets into the backline, but he'll go down as well. Cuz collects that kill as Keen gets a gigantic counter-strike. And BDD is going to set up for the kill onto Fiesta. Emperor's Divide might be able to kill the Silas, but it's not quite able to. And Peter is left on his lonesome on the fountain. The Nexus will fall. He kills Lehens at the last second. Lehens might have been already taking a swig out of his water bottle. And KT, clean 2-0, absolutely nothing to see here.
Coming into this week, they were playing DRX as their final game of Round Robin 1, and they were playing Nongshim as the opener match. And as I said, genuinely the only reason why you might be worried about this roster of players with how they've been playing, dropping a game or a series more notably against either of those teams would have seemed unlikely, but we have seen that with the magic of KT, anything can happen, either good or bad. But the more of these type of results we see, the less we can keep making those jokes. Because even if KT have a tough time against a D+, have a tough time against a T1, it's not going to take away from how well these players are playing, both individually and in terms of playing the map, playing according to their win conditions extremely well.
They looked absolutely beautiful. Able to take down Gen G, remember? That was what really brought us to realize that KT were ready to play.
They were the real deal.
Pretty happy with his performance here today. It might be that it is going to be his first POG of the season, unless BDD takes it away from him. It might be the case.
It was Fiesta's sister.
Oh, it's very, very cute. As, some people voting for a BDD Pog. It's a little bit scary because who wants to get his first? Keen also had a great performance. Just in general today. Currently 6-0 on his Jack, so has had just, honestly, great performances on the champion in general. Aiming too busy laughing at himself to really take the celebration seriously. But still, definitely the best out of all of his teammates. He's winning so far.
That was a New Jeans dance. I recognize that one.
I don't know that
Lance,
one at all.
New Jeans, it's a K-pop group.
Ah.
Very good. Oh my god, Ditto? No, no.
What?
No?
No, sorry.
One day, Atlas.
Might even...
Probably not.
Probably not one day. 90s K-pop, I'm getting pretty good at that, as my fiance likes to show me some of the older stuff, but not so much anything more recent. As it wasn't a great day to be a Nongshim fan, however, it was a great day to be a KT fan.
I'm gonna be honest, even if you're a Nongshim fan, you know, you're like a bro fan. The result is not what matters, it's the players. The players showed up on the Rift, well, not on the Rift today, they showed up to the Lol Park. On the Rift, they were unable to match their contemporaries. The experience from KT really shining through. A lot of moments like this one where even if the play ends up working out, they get aiming, right, with BDD arriving, with Lahen still there. It was never going to get a lot better. Unfortunately for Nongshim, just a little behind the play. Many a time, this was one of the shining moments when they killed Keen.
Yep.
All it needed was
even Dundun getting brave enough to come back in for the fight. But this was honestly pretty KT flavored from start to finish, beginning beautifully with Cousin BDD's play in the mid lane. Emperor's Divides flying every which way. BDD showing his prowess on that front, absolutely.
I didn't even see Sylvie, who was like, went in fog over the wall so he could steal the Drake, and then they turned onto his teams and he had to ult Sejuani to get back over the wall.
Oh no!
That's fine, the game was over at that point anyway.
Yeah. Let's have a listen to KT as they close the gap on this game. Some chains of corruption flying through from BDD, who had a plethora of options when it came to these ults this game.
아 까비 재밌잖아. 게임 재밌는 거야 그냥. 재밌어. 어? 그냥 이기러 오는 거야. 아 뭐야 나.
Oh, Lahens. I'm glad everyone left on Lahens when he dies. That's Lahens would laugh at you as well.
Yeah, he absolutely would. As this damage graph, you know, not the worst in the world, but honestly doesn't tell the story of how this game went. Those couple of heralds, definitely good news for Nongshim as far as that is concerned, but we're clutching at straws, looking for the positives there. Just a great series from KT. A large amount of control, same draft every time, getting a lot of practice playing those 5 champions, and now it's time to go over to the space to break down the series.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for your wonderful cast on the day. We are here at the space, and we're going to break down that game number 2. As you guys probably just saw, unless you're tuning in right now, that was very straightforward. It was just a KT stomping. Once again, they bullied Fiesta in the mid lane, and eventually they just crushed them.
Draft looks the same. You got a Cassante this time. Didn't change the outcome. The bottom lane went a little bit better this time for Peter and Vital, but can we talk about KT for a second? Like, Chronicle was like, oh, they're struggling against some of the stronger teams. They brought T1 to 3 games. They 2-0'd Gen G. They 2-0'd D+. Or sorry, 2-1 Gen G, excuse me. They did defeat Gen G 2-1. I mean, we're kind of worried because they have dropped games and dropped series to some of the weaker teams in the past. But I mean, you look at the series against Nongshim here. There's no messing around. It's all business, and it's a good time to kind of reassess how we feel about KT and whether or not we should be worried about getting excited about them, or if they're actually just a solid top 4 team that needs to be respected. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, I was one of the first KT antis in the beginning of the season. I was like, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure these guys are going to work well together, but I've been proven wrong. They're actually really, really strong, and, this series against Nongshim is just, it's not the biggest deal, right? It's not the biggest team in the LCK, but it's still just one more solid effort, one more no mistakes made, essentially, in the games, which is actually just a really good sign, so... Yeah, the draft was the same. We do have a couple of highlights as well, which again, just showing the confidence. Okay, we're going to go for this once again. And they kill Fiesta a bunch again.
Yeah, I mean, this is just constant pressure in the mid lane because bottom lane, they didn't have the same level of control this time around. As Cuz is just constantly putting the pressure on here. And I think Fiesta started to get a little bit nervous in this series, kind of uncharacteristically a little bit caught out a few times here this game. And then Cuz coming down here again. Just non-stop pressure here. This is a really, really close call for aiming. He does get away because Vital was focused on Lehens, who still walks it out here and survives because he's Karma, and the target selection is all over the place here, unfortunately, for the potential punish for Nongshim.
But wait, there's more.
There is more. One more here with the Sejuani coming in. Flash goes through, but you dodge the Sejuani ult, still caught by the chains here for BDD. He had like 4 or 5 kills in the early game, and just ran away with it. And he was not only doing this in mid lane with help from his jungler, but doing it bottom lane, spreading the love to top lane, fighting on objectives extremely well.
Yeah. BDD here in regular season, like he's done this in seasons past. Not the last season, but I should say year. Not last year, we don't talk about that year for BDD, but he seems to be back and in good shape. So we're going to take a look here at the second highlight, which is the straight fight at 24 minutes.
BDD struggled the first time to get over the wall. Second time he does come in here, hits a big Emperor's Divide. He is so massively ahead at this point. He can frontline this entire fight for aiming. Look at how little damage aiming takes in the initial exchange here. Just so much damage in the front line itself, plus that backline Ezreal, and Peter's kind of left out to dry. This team fight's not that amazing, not that exciting. It's not the craziest Emperor's Divide steal we've ever seen, but there wasn't a whole lot to say about this game. There wasn't a whole lot to show. Ace happening here very early on, 24 minutes, and they push to end.
Yeah, well, we do have our POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here. It is Cuz for his first time, actually, in the season.
Yeah, he says, BDD voters talk to the hand.
A lot of
aiming voters?
A lot of keen votes for KT generally, but no, this time Cuz picks it up and, consistent ganks, not only in mid, but also in top. And then he was going bot, and then he was going mid again. He was kind of all over the map, so I do understand this.
Yeah, no, I mean, he kind of went under the radar a little bit for me in this game because I was so focused on what BDD was able to accomplish in the mid lane, because that was the big focal point, one of the weak points for Nongshim, but
there you go.
I mean, he was watching those highlights back, I'm like, yeah, he really did do everything all the time.
Yeah, it was like Cuz started it, and BDD also started it alongside of him, and Cuz just kept it going, so... Yeah, the two of them definitely deserve the votes that they got, so a pretty straightforward vote this time around. KT looking pretty strong this season. Can they keep it up into the next couple of weeks, I wonder?
I'm feeling pretty good about their chances. Very easy week here for them, very weak opponents, let's say, so we'll see what they do as we get closer to that telecom war, which I think is their next big challenge.
That's going to be a really fun one because T1 obviously really strong, KT now seemingly a really strong team, so... there are some of you guys that don't want to get excited, but I think Wolf and I, Wolf slowly converting me, I think you can slowly begin to ramp up that excitement going into that match because it's just going to be a really fun one. Even if it ends up being 2-0, I think it should be a fun match, so, yeah. Still waiting on the interview, waiting to hear from our boys from KT.
Pony over there, he's probably talking about how much he loves KT and how he's predicted they'll rise faster than everybody else. Actually, Pony's on the cast.
It's actually Goko and Helios.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not Pony today. I'm always just trying to get
somewhere.
Pony
He's
to love,
around.
man.
Yeah, we saw him. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by the POGs on the side of KT roster. Aiming and Cuz. Congratulations.
네. 피어지를 받은 에이밍 선수.
You guys are now on a
선수
5-match
만나보도록
winning
하겠습니다.
streak.
와, 5연승이라니.
Amazing record so far. KT Roaster is unstoppable. How do you feel, Aiming?
일단은 저희가 이제 5연승
Yeah, I mean, we got 5 wins in a row, and we are having a great momentum right now. It feels amazing, and I'm so happy that we were able to perform so well today. And Cuz, how do you feel about this win? And this is your first POG. Congratulations. I'm pretty sure, you know, I mean, you did mention you don't really care much about POGs, but how do you feel to finally pick up the POG? Well, yeah, we beat 농심. And then we are continuing our winning streak, and I got the POG for the first time this split. You know, I was pretty bummed that I was missing out all the POGs, but also our fans are pretty bummed as well. But I'm so happy that I finally got it, and I will keep working hard in order to get more POGs. And Aiming, Ezreal so far is 8 and 10, but your Ezreal is 6 and 0. What's your secret? Helios mentioned that whenever KT plays Ezreal Karma, they just show the best kind of standard and textbook performance with this duo. So I think Ezreal is the champion that kind of represents the LCK, you know? All the legendary AD carries played Ezreal so many times, but now they're all gone. They are all retired, so I guess like I'm the standout right now, being the good Ezreal player. And you got quarter kill on Ezreal early on. So let's take a look at this replay. You were so close to getting that penta, but at the end of the game, you actually like a little bit unhappy that Keen actually stole one kill. Would you like to say anything over to Keen? When I was like chasing them down, I mean it was a little bit iffy, but when I got maybe like double kills, I was like, this is a penta angle. I was like, give me the penta, and then Keen was like laughing, and then he got the kill, and then he immediately apologized. So I mean, too bad I missed the penta, but I trust him that maybe next time he will give me the penta. Because the moment I got double kill, it was like the perfect angle for penta, so I was like, I'm pretty much getting it, and then Keen stole it away. And Cuz, the draft was almost the same in game 2. It was like showing the 90% of like similarity compared to game number 1. It was only K'Sante that was subbed in for 농심. I was like, maybe they're gonna go like we're never wrong, and then they did put K'Sante, but still I was like thinking it was almost the same draft. But game number 1, it was a little bit close early on, so we didn't want to get caught out off guard, so we wanted to focus on in game 2 as well. Cuz you got to play Sejuani 2 games in a row. How do you rate this champion right now? I don't think like Sejuani is having a great win rate in the LCK, but whenever I get to play it, like I think I'm showing a great performance, great results. So maybe it's just me, you know? It's just me playing Sejuani really well, so you guys have to keep your eyes on it. So Cuz, yeah, speaking of Sejuani, your early jungle pathing is on point, and then you're always there for your laners to gank lane and support them. Looking at my stats recently, I kind of have a very high... I'm actually the first place in terms of the counter jungle percentage, so I kind of showcase the fact that I am setting up for those plays and executing it right. So I think, yeah, every other jungler should actually really watch out for that, because I am like intentionally setting up for those plays. Then what did you focus on going up against Sylvie today? Recently, he's been playing Sejuani a lot, so we also took note of it. And he played Vi today, and he actually had some great Vi games in the CL. So yeah, we paid attention to that as well.
자, 연승가도를 달리고 있는
KT Roaster is on the up and up, and your next opponent is D plus Kia, T1, Genji, and Live Sandbox. Now you guys are playing up against all the west side teams of the LCK. How are you going to prepare for that run?
남은 대진이 이제 정말 다 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고.
Yeah, I think we are having a bit of a tough schedule going up against all the strong teams, but we will do our best in order to keep getting the wins.
좋습니다. 커즈 선수도 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
저희가 기세를 타서
I think we are on a great momentum right now,
저희가
having a great winning streak.
1라운드에서 젠지 담원을 이겼을 때
In the first round robin, we beat Genji and D plus Kia, but those matches were not easy, you know? It was not an easy win, so I think we will prepare for the rematch thoroughly.
우리 KT의 에기스의 리더인 에이밍 선수 제가 사실
And
만나기
Aiming.
너무너무 기다리고 있었거든요.
I couldn't wait to meet you because you were preparing some sort of a ceremony.
공약 한번 팬분들을 위해서 해주실 수 있을까요?
What is your promise for the 6th straight wins of the LCK?
개인으로서보다
Yeah,
이긴다면
you know,
촬영을 제가
if we get to get another win,
다 같이 하도록 하겠습니다.
me and Leehans and Keen will do some ceremony performance on stage if we win the upcoming match. We are the trio of performance on the side of KT Roaster these days. Looking forward to seeing Keen, Leehans aiming together up on the stage after they get their win in the next match. And this will be the end of the interview from Cuz aiming from KT Roaster, and back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, as always, for that awesome translation. We can take a look at the standings now for KT because they are climbing the ranks, Wolf. 7-3, 5 games in a row for them.
If they beat D plus Kia, who's their next opponent, next week, then they will actually have one extra separation. Of course, they'll be 8-3 to D plus's 6-4. So it would be a massive win for them. I think that's their easier opponent of the week because they do have, of course, T1 on Saturday in the Telecom War. So very exciting stuff. And tomorrow is the best day of the week, to be frank with you, Valdez.
Yeah.
T1 Genji coming off of a bit of a shaky game, but still should be an epic matchup. And then D plus Kia against Live Sandbox. You can't ask for much better than this in a single day of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, before KT, went up and played a game before them, that was our top 4, right? So it's going to be 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4. Really hype and very competitive matches tomorrow, so make sure you guys are tuning in. But that's it for us today. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Will, for joining me here on the space. Thanks to the casters. Thanks to Ji-sun. Thanks to all the production. Thanks to everybody.
Thank you!
And we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.